Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Well, a little bit of fun is well within the realm of intellectualism. Some of the most fun people I know are intellectuals. Look at Jordan Peterson. He's a load of fun. Good morning, everybody. That was an old Disney cartoon. I've got one more to show, and the reason I showed it is several of these Disney, like old Disney cartoons from like the 1920s or 30s or something, recently entered the public domain, so you can show them without copyright strikes or anything like that. And some of them I hadn't seen before, so I figured it would be a good thing to do while people file in, if they're coming in. It's a little light tonight. But everyone, please make sure you hit the like button as you come in. And this probably won't be too long a show. I see John has something he's doing at 7 Eastern time. So we'll see how that goes. This is something that Tropes brought to my attention yesterday. It's called City Guesser. And as you can see, you can click like USA, Worldwide, Europe, Monuments, and United Kingdom, different countries. And basically, you guess which city. And seems pretty fascinating. I guess you can guess which city this is. But, I've been showing walk around type videos of different cities, and apparently there's all kinds of cities in this, and you start guessing. And this is Washington DC. I guess you have to go to the map and guess, which which adds to the fun, I guess. So take a guess. It's probably wrong, but anyway, I wasn't aware of it. You are 198 miles out. Damn, I didn't get close. But anyway, it looks pretty amusing. So one of these days I'll sit down and kind of play it. Looks like something that could be fun just to play, online one day when we get an idle moment. But that is Washington, D.C. I've actually been there. All right, so I want to kind of pick up from where I didn't get to last night. Hey, Lead, how you doing? Good to see you. Ben Carson recently did a talk at a place called Franciscan University. for some conservative youth group, Young America's Foundation. I believe I've heard of it before, but it's one of those conservative think tanks that caters to youth, trying to indoctrinate them early. So, and nothing wrong with that if you're into that sort of thing. But I was interested to see what a highly educated man like Ben Carson, and he is highly educated, what he thought about the current state of education, etc. As you all probably know, I definitely have ideas about what education should be, um, where it's been, where it's going, and how much of it you should have. So we'll see what Dr. Ben has to say. And I have not seen this before. And just a quick note, I almost never watch or read this stuff before I show it. So a lot of times I may have an idea of what it's about, but a lot of times I'm discovering what these people are saying as well, both of us, you and I, are kind of discovering what's going on with these videos and news articles and the like, as as we watch. So here we go.
Is Director of Pediatric Neurosurgery at the Johns Hopkins Children's Center, a position he assumed when he was just 33 years old, becoming the youngest major division director.
Sorry about that. I have to, one of my pet peeves is when people pronounce it John Hopkins. It's Johns with an S, Hopkins. So just had to add that. This poor little woman is disappointing me with her level of education already.
In the hospital's history. In 1987, he successfully performed the separation of twins co-joined at the back of the head. Dr. Carson has received dozens of honors and awards in recognition of his achievements, including the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. Dr. Carson has authored several books, 5 of which he has co-written with his wife, Candy. The U.S. News Media Group and Harvard Center for Public Leadership named him among America's best leaders in 2008. Dr. Carson and his wife co-founded the Carson Scholars Fund, which recognizes young people of all backgrounds for exceptional academic and humanitarian accomplishments. The fund is currently operating in 50 states in the District of Columbia, and this year is celebrating the 25th anniversary of the first awards ceremony. I would like to thank the university, Father Dave and Dr. Dentino for making this event possible, the Franciscan University Student Government for their help in funding this event, and many individuals at National YAF who provided funding and support in planning and putting on this talk. Finally, thank you to all of you who came tonight. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Well, Candy and I are absolutely delighted to be here. I've heard so much about Franciscan University over the years to have a chance to actually be here on this beautiful campus. And tonight I want to focus a little bit on education, but when the question and answer period comes up, you're free to go anywhere. When I was running for president, I never screened the questions. And the good thing about it is, if you always tell the truth, you don't have to try to remember what you said before. And it makes life much easier. Speaking of education, today, President Trump signed some executive orders, one of which was directed at cabinet secretaries, particularly education, HHS, and defense, but also interior, giving them directive to use some of the federal monies to reinvent the way that children are educated. And why is that so important? Well, the National Assessment on Educational Progress recently reported that 70% of eighth graders across the country were reading at subpar levels, 72% subpar in mathematics. Fourth graders, 40% of fourth graders were barely able to read at any level. Now, this is coming from a country that used to be the leader in education. So we have a pretty serious problem that's going on right now. You know, standardized testing has been flat for decades now, despite the fact that we created the Department of Education in 1980, and things have gotten worse ever since then, which is the reason that the Department of Education, you're hearing all the talk about getting rid of it. It's not that anybody is anti-education, it's that we recognize that when education was doing well in this country, it was more locally controlled. And that's something that we probably need to emulate once again. That's one of the reasons that we created American Cornerstone Institute. You know, I had failed retirement once when I quit with neurosurgery and ended up in the government. So when the first Trump administration came to an end, I said, now I can really retire. But looking at the direction of the country, I very quickly realized that I couldn't retire. So along with some very talented people from HUD, we started the American Cornerstone Institute, focusing on those pillars that were the reason that we did so well as a nation. Our faith. You come back to our Judeo-Christian foundation, which teaches us how to relate to each other. It says, love your neighbor. Not cancel your neighbor if they have a different yard sign, but love your neighbor. Think how different things have become. And the cornerstone of liberty, freedom, to lead the kind of life that you want to live. That was the basis of this country. Free living, free expression, as long as you weren't hurting someone else. And it's the reason that this is such a destination for so many people. You know, you have all kinds of people trying to denigrate our country, say what a horrible place it is. I'll tell you, Candy and I have been to 68 countries, and we've lived overseas. And I can categorically tell you that there's no place that's better than the United States of America. And we should be very proud of our country. And you see all these people saying, but America is systemically racist and it's unfair to people. And, you know, if it was all that bad, why is everybody trying to get in here? It seems like they'd be trying to get out. So that tells you something. And then there's the cornerstone of community, something that we used to be known for. In the early days of America, people came here from all over the world, and there would be communities that consisted of 50, 75, or 100 families, isolated from anybody else, no other community 50 miles around. And yet, these were people who could barely speak to each other because they spoke different languages, but they understood one important thing, and that was the common good, a phrase used a lot by our founding fathers. Not what's good for this group versus that group, but what's good for everybody in our society. And if it was harvest time and Mr. Johnson was picking apples and fell out of the tree and broke his leg, guess what?
Got to speed
Everybody else
this up.
harvested his crops. They didn't ask him what his politics were or what his religion was. They just knew that he was their neighbor and he needed help. That was an incredibly important part of the fabric of this country that allowed us to accelerate from a ragtag bunch of militiamen to the pinnacle of the world in record time. And then there was the cornerstone of life, respect for human life, from the womb to the tomb. And as we've grown away from respecting life, look what's happened to our relationships with each other. And it's something that we really need to be thinking about very, very seriously. You know, William F. Buckley, a famous conservative and a fellow Yalie, you know, back in the days before Yale turned to a cesspool, there used to be reasonable people there. And he said, you know, the thing that best resists totalitarianism is a good, solid education. Knowing what's going on, knowing what the rules are, knowing what the laws are. And when you have a populace that is well educated, it becomes much more difficult to pull the wool over their eyes. That is absolutely crucial. But that education is what fuels the American dream. You know, my dream as a youngster was to be a doctor. I loved medicine. I loved anything that had to do with medicine. As a little kid, I was attracted to television shows. Casey, Ben Casey, he was a neurosurgeon. Dr. Kildare, I mean, all those things. I was really into this. I even like going to the doctor's office. I would even have a shot. I would gladly have a shot just so I could smell the alcohol swabs. Or maybe not a COVID shot, but but I particularly loved hearing the stories about missionary doctors who traveled all over the world at great danger and sacrifice to bring not only physical, but mental and spiritual healing to people. They seem like the most noble people on the face of the earth. I determined when I was 8 years old that I would become a missionary doctor. And that was my dream until I was 13, at which time, having grown up in dire poverty, I decided I'd rather be rich. So missionary doctor was out and psychiatrist was in. Now, I didn't know any psychiatrists, but on TV, they seemed like rich people, you know. They drove Jaguars, they lived in the fancy mansions, they had these big plush offices, and all they had to do was talk to crazy people all day. It seemed like I was doing that anyway, so I thought, this is gonna work out extremely well. I started reading Psychology Today. I was a local shrink in high school, everybody brought me their problems. I would sit them down and stroke my chin, say, tell me about your mama. And I majored in psychology at Yale, had some very interesting professors like Anna Freud, Sigmund Freud's daughter. I was into all the psychoanalysis and I was going to be this great psychiatrist. But when I got to medical school and I started listening to the neurosurgeons and the stuff that they were able to do with the brain and the spinal cord, I was just flabbergasted. And I started moving in that direction. And a lot of people said, no, not neurosurgery. You don't want to do that. That's not for you. At that time, there had been 8 Black neurosurgeons in the world. But I'll tell you a secret, good Lord does not distribute talent based on race. So it's just not an issue that we really have to worry about. And I started out as an adult neurosurgeon. A lot of people don't know that. But I quickly discovered that no matter how good an operation you did on those chronic back pain patients, they never got any better until they got their settlement. Whereas with children, what you see is what you get. If they feel good, you know they feel good. They feel bad, you know they feel bad. And you can spend 10, 15, 20, 30 hours operating on a kid. And if you're successful, the reward may be 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years of life. Whereas with an old geezer, you spend all that time and they die in 5 years of something else. So I like to get a big return on my investment. I'm just kidding. I like old people. I'm one of them now. But, you know, there was a big problem with my dream of becoming a doctor. And that was, I was not a good student. I was a terrible student. All the other kids used to tease me and call me dummy. You know, I tried to act like it didn't bother me, but it did.
Yale?
But I did admire the smart kids. I would never tell them that. But I really admired them, especially this one kid. His name was Steve. He was the smartest kid. He always made sure you knew that too. He would come up to you after a test and hold his A in your face and say, let me see yours, let me see yours. You want to let him see it, all right, because you're in a lot of trouble. But I said, this guy's the same age as I am. How does he know all this stuff? But the person who was particularly disturbed by my poor academic performance was my mother. You know, she came from a huge rural family and was bounced around from home to home, never had a place that she could really call home where she felt that she belonged. Got married at age 13, trying to escape dire poverty. They moved to Detroit, where my father was a factory worker and a part-time preacher. And she discovered that he was a bigamist after a few years, had another family. I remember telling that story at the graduation at the University of Utah. Nobody thought it was that strange. But she obviously thought it was pretty strange. And that resulted in a divorce. And there she was trying to raise us on her own. But she was deathly afraid that if we didn't do well in school, my brother was doing poorly also, that we would end up like her, you know, a domestic, cleaning houses. She didn't have any other skills. And she desperately wanted something different for us. And she had great faith in God. And she prayed for wisdom, that God would show her what to do to get her young sons to want to achieve educationally. And God gave her the wisdom, at least in her opinion. My brother and I didn't think it was wise at all. I mean, turning off the TV and making us read books and submit to her written book reports, which she couldn't read. You know, we thought it was horrible. In fact, in today's world, we probably would have called social services on her, but we had to read. And I hated it at first. But after a while, I actually began to enjoy reading those books. You know, the thing that I hated more than anything, you know, some people hate rats, some people hate roaches and spiders. I hated poverty. I just couldn't stand dire poverty, and yet I had to live with it every day. But as I read those books, it didn't bother me nearly as much as I read about people, explorers and entrepreneurs and surgeons and scientists. And I saw how they did it. And I began to recognize that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you, which meant I didn't have to live a life of poverty if I didn't want to. I had the ability to change it. And then it didn't bother me anymore after that. In the space of a year and a half, I went from the bottom of the class to the top of the class, much to the consternation of all of those students who used to laugh and call me dummy. You know, they were all coming to me saying, Benny, how do you work this problem? And I'd say, sit at my feet, youngster, while I instruct you. Well, I was perhaps a little obnoxious. And I remember going up to Steve after a test. And I said, Steve, how'd you do on the test? And he poked out his chest. He says, oh, I got a 91. And I said, well, gee, that's too bad. Oh, I got 100. And I said, next time you need help, let me know. Well, I was probably a little obnoxious, but it sure felt good. But here's the thing. I had the same brain when I was at the bottom of the class
being funny
that I had at the top of the class. And what does that tell you about human potential? About the incredible brains that we were given by our Creator, who created us in His image, and the amazing potential that the brain has. And we don't talk about that much these days. There was a time when we celebrated people who achieved academically, particularly if they came from desperate circumstances. Not so much now. The mainstream media likes to talk about victimhood, who's a victim and whose fault it is, not the can-do attitude that propelled our country to the pinnacle of the world. And if some of you are journalism majors, please recognize that journalism was an important part of America when it was accurate. It's an important part now of destroying America. We need honest journalists once again in this country. Freedom of the press. Our founders realized how vitally important it was. And the fact that we have so many people in the journalistic field who are dishonest
sounds like Ryan,
or who are not brave,
Baltimore thing,
who just go along with the crowd, who try to be popular without recognizing the damage that it's doing to our society. And I hope some of you journalism majors will recognize that you have an opportunity to be right on the forefront of reviving a profession that can once again become very important to our country. But back to school. Some people say, okay, so you learn how to read and you learn how to get inspired, but you were still in a horrible situation in the public school system in Detroit. How did you get through that? And it was pretty horrible. I remember so often the teachers did not get a chance to present what they had prepared because they spent the whole hour disciplining people. And particularly the biology teacher, Mr. McConnor, he was the consummate nerd, with the big glasses and everything. He looked like a total nerd. But he was a good man, and he wanted to teach, but they just wouldn't let him teach. But he hired me as the lab assistant to put the experiments together. So even though the experiments never got done, I got to know what they were and what they were supposed to show. And then I went from doing the biology setups to doing the chemistry and to doing the physics. So even though I was in this pretty awful educational environment, I was able to get what I needed to go from an inner city high school in Detroit to Yale University. The Lord provides a way no matter what's going on. But you would have thought that I was all set. And I thought I was all set when I got to medical
Lord
school.
giveth brains
I
and
said,
taketh away
finally
personality.
surmounted the last hurdle. It's going to be all smooth sailing from here. Wrong. I did terribly on the first set of comprehensive exams. So badly, in fact, that I had to go see my counselor. And he said, you seem like a very intelligent young man. I bet there are a lot of things you could do outside of medicine. And he tried to convince me to drop out of medical school. He said, you weren't cut out for medicine. And you're just going to torment yourself and a bunch of other people. And we can help you get into another discipline. Can you imagine how I felt since I was 8 years old? I wanted to be a doctor. I finally get to medical school. The person supposed to help you tells you to drop out. I was devastated. I went back to my apartment and I just prayed, Lord, help me to figure this out. I always thought you wanted me to be a doctor. It's the only thing I wanted to do. And then I started thinking, say, what kind of classes have you always excelled in? And I realized I excelled in classes where I did a lot of reading. I said, what kind of classes have you always had to struggle in? I realized I struggled in courses where I had a lot of boring lectures, because I don't get anything out of boring lectures, zero. But I was spending 6 hours a day in boring lectures. So I made an executive decision to skip the boring lectures and to spend that time reading. And the rest of medical school was a snap after that. And some years later, when I was back at my medical school as the commencement speaker, I was looking for that counselor because I was going to tell him he wasn't cut out to be a counselor. Because,
For God's sake.
Some people are just negative, negative, negative. They seem to spend all their energy trying to figure out why something can't be done or why someone can't accomplish something. What if they spend half that time being a positive influence and teaching people what were the right ways to do things and which was the right direction in which to orient themselves? What a difference it would make. But one thing I should hasten to add is I'm not advocating to any of you to skip your lectures. But what I am saying is different people learn in different ways. And the sooner you learn how you learn, the better you're going to do. Because then you can orient your education in a way that plays to your strengths rather than to your weaknesses. You'll accelerate and go a lot further that way. And also remember that most of life's learning is done outside of the classroom. And when you understand how you learn, you can take very great advantage of that. Now, some of our detractors of America, also understand the importance of education,
Detractors
particularly
of
early
America.
education. Now, the Bible says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old and not depart from it. Well, Vladimir Lenin, one of the fathers of Marxism, also
Oh, wait, hold
had
it,
a
hold
famous
it,
saying.
hold it.
He said, give me your children to teach.
Okay, Lenin was a father of Marxism? They probably believe that.
For 4 years. And you will never be able to uproot what I've taught them. Think about that. That's why they're so anxious to get into our school systems early on and to proclaim Marxist ideology. And some people think that this is of recent origin. It's not. Go back and look at the congressional record, January the 10th, 1963, over 60 years ago. Congressman Herlong of Florida read into the record the 45 goals of communism in America. They included things like gaining control of the public school system and the teacher unions so that you could indoctrinate future generations. I think we're seeing the result of that on some of the college campuses now. People running around supporting Hamas, the resurrection of anti-Semitism, all these kinds of things. One of their other goals was to gain control of the media, of television, of Hollywood, so that you could change the culture in America. Have you noticed that if you start looking at television, you look at any series, within 5 minutes of the introduction, in comes a non-traditional nuclear family, an alternative to the traditional nuclear family that God proposed for us in the Bible as the premier institution. Think about that. It also advocates diminishing the influence of parents on their children, because Marxists think that the government owns children and that they are the ones who are supposed to determine how they are educated. And it also advocates making sexual perversion normal, natural, and healthy. And I think we've seen the results of that in our society. The good thing is, I think it's moved so rapidly in the last 4 or 5 years that people recognize it. It was very insidious, it was slow, and it was undermining the fabric of our country.
Biden accelerated.
But just juxtaposing two different administrative types side by side so that people could see the difference between one and the other, I think is actually a blessing in disguise. But it is something that we have to recognize, and we have to fight to keep America a strong nation, because we're always going to have forces that are aligned against us. And one of the things that they can do best is to destroy our educational process. Now, one of the things that American Cornerstone has is called the Little Patriots program. It's become very popular. Look it up if you don't know about it already, where we teach your children those values and principles, those underpinnings of the development of our nation. And we teach them the real history of our country, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But the fact of the matter is, there's a heck of a lot more good than there is bad and ugly. We have people like the 1619 Project and CRT, which just seize upon the bad and the ugly, and they try to make that the basis of who we are. What a bunch of crap that is. You know, that's not who we are at all. And again, that's the reason that you have so many people trying to get into our country. But when it comes to education, think back to Alexis Tocqueville, who came to study America in 1831. And it was because the Europeans were fascinated with our country. How could a fledgling nation, barely 50 years old, already be competing with the powers and the empires of the world on virtually every level? That was impossible. The Tocqueville was going to see what the heck was going on. And he came and he looked at our government and was very impressed with our separation of powers, the way that we do things in the government, keep watch on each other, and the fairness that was rampant throughout our government. And then he looked at our business model and saw how we created an atmosphere that encouraged entrepreneurship and innovation. He was very impressed. And then he looked at our educational system and he was astonished. He could go into the forest and find a mountain man, and the guy could read. The guy could tell him about our Declaration of Independence and what it meant. But the thing that impressed him more than virtually anything were our churches and the sermons that he heard coming out of those churches. Those fiery sermons were the things that propelled a ragtag bunch of militiamen to victory over the most powerful military force on earth. It was an amazing phenomenon. And it gave the populace a moral base. And that characterized our country. And he concluded, after his in-depth investigation of our country, his 2-volume set called Democracy in America, that America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. A very important concept for us to keep in mind, but it requires courage, because the easy thing is just to go along to get along. And one of the things I discovered when I was running for president, all over this country, from the smallest hamlets in North Dakota or Alabama to the largest cities, and I was very impressed. The American people, for the most part, have common sense. But the thing that was discouraging was that most people were afraid to express themselves. Most people would rather stare at the floor rather than get involved in a controversy in which they might be called a nasty name or even canceled. But you got to remember, you cannot be the land of the free if you're not the home of the brave. You got to be willing to stand up for what you believe in. That is absolutely vital. Something that we used to teach our children in our schools. It's become politically incorrect to do that anymore. That needs to be changed, and it needs to be changed very quickly. Now, where does courage come from? And what happens when you don't have it? I remember as a youngster, one thing that I was really afraid of was dogs. It altered my life because of my fear of dogs. I would be going to school and I'd almost be there, and then there'd be a dog. And I'd have to go all the way around the block and come around the other way. And then there'd be another dog. And I would be late to school. The teachers sometimes get on my case, but I just was deathly afraid of dogs. And then one day,
Imagine him being chased by a wild pack of dogs.
And a man said, "Benny, if you act like you're not afraid of the dog, they won't bother you. No matter how big and vicious they are, they will not bother you if you're not afraid of them."
Unless they're
I said, "You sure about
attack. Then it doesn't matter.
He said, "Absolutely guaranteed." So I said, "Okay, I'm going to try this out." Because there was a dog near where we lived. His name was Rusty, and nobody liked to go anywhere near that dog. I said, "I'm going to go down there where Rusty is." So I go walking down there, all confident. And Rusty sees me, and his ears perk up. And he comes running after me, barking and snarling, and runs right up to my leg. And I said, "This was a mistake." But then he just sniffs my leg and goes back to the porch. You know, that was the last time that Rusty ever bothered me, because he knew I wasn't afraid of him. He would bother other people, but when I walked by, no problem. And that's
Probably just learn
how
to
our
ignore
lives
you.
can be changed when we manifest courage. I remember when I was a resident one time, I was on call. It was the time of a national neurosurgical meeting. So all the attendings were out of town at the meeting, except for the one that had been left behind to deal with emergencies. And a young man came into the emergency room who had been severely beaten with a baseball bat. He was unconscious, his brain was swelling. His CAT scan showed that he had hemorrhagic swelling in his brain. And the only thing that could save him was a radical operation in which removed part of the frontal lobe and part of the temporal lobe to create space in the brain. I'd never done that operation, but I'd seen it done before. So obviously, as a resident, I couldn't do it anyway. I called the attending, couldn't reach him. The nurses couldn't reach him. Paging operator couldn't reach him. The young man was dying. It was illegal for a resident to take the patient to the operating room. I had a real dilemma on my hands. So what do? I prayed. I prayed for wisdom. What should I do, Heavenly Father, in this situation? And after that prayer, a sense of calm came over me. And I knew exactly what I needed to do. I needed to take him to the operating room. And I did. Everything came back to me perfectly clearly. The operation was successful, and that young man today is a child psychologist doing well. But, you know, but I didn't get in any trouble. In fact, I was praised for what I did, even though that could have been a career-ending move. And I say, the Bible says, God did not give us a spirit of fear, but of confidence. And it's so important to develop that relationship and to recognize that God had a lot to do with the creation of this country. Our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, says that our rights come from our Creator, AKA God. Our rights come from Him, and our sense of what's right and wrong comes from Him too. And as we move back in that direction, I think He will begin to bless our nation to a much greater extent. But, you know, sometimes we get the impression that we're on the wrong track because things aren't going well in our lives. because we're having problems. I remember some years ago, I was called to South Africa on an urgent basis to try to quickly separate conjoined twins. They were joined at the back of the head. And we'd had some success with that. And these twins were deteriorating very quickly, and they didn't know why they were deteriorating. So they said, we got to get them apart. Can you come and help us with this process? We used the same technique that we used on the German twins with hypothermic arrest, where we stop the heart and pump all the blood out and cool the body temperature. And you can do that for up to an hour in an infant. And then you pump the blood back in, warm it up, and start the heart back up. And I said, if we do that at the critical point, we can keep them from bleeding to death. And it had worked in the German twins, so we figured it would work on these too. But when they opened the chest to expose the heart, we discovered that one of the twins didn't have any heart function. The other one was doing all the pumping. So as they were growing, guess what was happening? They were going to congestive failure because the one couldn't pump for both of them. That's why they were deteriorating. So we got them separated. And obviously the one with no heart function was dead. But the other one was doing relatively well. We were pleased with that, except after 24 hours, that one started having severe seizures and deteriorated rapidly and died. And the autopsy showed that that one had no kidneys because the other one had the kidney function. So they were symbiotic. And I must admit, going home from that was extremely distressful for me. You know, I was saying, Lord, you know, you didn't need me to come over here and fail. Anybody could have failed. I was very depressed, thinking about all the things that could have been done, should have been done, wasn't done. But a couple of years later, there was another set of twins from Zambia. They were joined at the top of the head, facing in opposite directions, something called type 2 vertical craniopicus. There have been 13 attempts historically to separate those, none of which have been successful. And I was asked to head up a team to try to separate them. And by that time, technology had increased to the point where we were able to do three-dimensional scanning and virtual operations. But all of that equipment was at home at Hopkins. I had been able to import the MRIs and the CAT scans and the angiograms and create the models that I could look at and study. But I couldn't take that to South Africa. And there we were, ready to do that operation. I remember going to the operating room, a big sign over the operating room said, God bless Joseph and Luca Banda. And they were having song service and prayer service, and I was thrilled. And I said, bring a stereo in so we can play inspirational music, because I love to play music during operations. 19 hours into the surgery, we were only 3/4 of the way finished. The part that remained was so complex. The blood vessels were going in all different directions. It looked impossible. And I suggested that maybe we could cover the area over with skin and come back in 3 months, and the vessels will have pulled apart and delineated themselves. And they said, that's a great idea. And I know that would work at Johns Hopkins, but we don't have the ability to keep partially separated twins alive that die. And now I really felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. I went back in there with my scalpel and my loops and a prayer on my lips. I said, Lord, it's up to you. And for the next several hours, I was operating. And I honestly don't remember what I did. The other neurosurgeons who were there subsequently said, we couldn't believe what you were doing. But when we finished the operation, made the final cut that separated them, over the stereo system came the Hallelujah chorus. Everybody had goosebumps. And when the operation was completed, one of the twins opened his eyes, reached up for the endotracheal tube. By the time we got to the ICU, the other one did the same thing. Within 2 days, they were extubated. Within 3 days, they were eating. Within 2 weeks, they were crawling. And today, they're perfectly normal adults, which is the first time complexly joined craniopicus have ever been completely neurologically normal. But guess what? Guess what? If we hadn't had the failure in the first operation and put together the team and imported all the equipment and had that experience, that wouldn't have worked. And sometimes things that didn't seem to work are preparing us for something that will work. And that's where your faith comes in. You know, maybe things aren't going well right now, but only God can see the beginning from the end. And this is where we need to come back to in our country. We have people who say, you're not supposed to talk about God in public. That's offensive to some people. It violates separation of church and state. No, it doesn't. Do those people realize that our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, talks about certain unalienable rights given to us by our Creator, also known as God? That the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag says we are one nation under God? That many courtrooms on the wall, it says, in God we trust? That every coin in your pocket, every bill in your wallet says, in God we trust? So if it's in our founding document, it's in our pledge, it's in our courts, and it's on our money, but we're not supposed to talk about it. What in the world is that? In medicine, we call it schizophrenia. And doesn't that tell you what's going on? We don't have to be schizophrenic. We can be who we are, a God-fearing and loving nation, and He will bless us if we do that. And we will, if we do the right thing, we will not only have a great nation, but we will have one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, put a 1 in the chat if you want to see the question and answer period. I got nothing out of that speech. It was underwhelming and exposing the education crisis. I'm to take it, I guess, that the education crisis is we need to do the right thing. I thought it would be interesting, and you know, I just don't see how I don't even know where to go with this, but you know, it is what it is. What's up, Lawrence? So I don't see any 1s appearing in the chat, so I'm going to move on. But you know, you always have to give people a chance. Yeah, that was Ben Carson, Lawrence, talking about the crisis in education, and mostly what he talked about was you know, his early career, which of course is inspirational. But I was thinking more along the lines of you know, something a little bit less metaphysical than we don't talk about God enough, and all you need to do is be good. So those are aphorisms, and I don't think they're detrimental, you know, unless you're trying to stay awake. So we'll move on. Basically, looks like Israel has struck Gaza for one reason or another. I'm a little bit unclear, but apparently these were, according to this, preemptive strikes targeted at Hamas leadership and infrastructure in the enclave following weeks of stagnant negotiations over the second phase of the ceasefire. So I guess Israel just wanted to remind Hamas that, oh, hey, you know, you need to speed it up and let's get these negotiations started again. Let's see, DiCapriono, what do you have to say? Detriment is how easily it is for some blacks in removing themselves from the blacks who casually as if from the blacks, so casually as if they were smoking a blunt. Okay, well, I'm still kind of in a mystery here, DiCapriono. Detriment is how easily it is for some blacks in removing themselves from the blacks. So the blacks removing themselves from the blacks so casually as if they were just smoking a blunt. Is there anything, is there any illustration of your point? Because I don't know what blacks are. And how are they removing themselves from blacks so casually? And actually, why shouldn't they remove themselves casually? Is that what John's smoking? Blunts? Who knew? So anyway, I'll just kind of stay tuned for what's happening uh, after these strikes. There's really, obviously, Hamas was tooling up again, and Israel decided to go out and neutralize some targets. So it says Israel Hamas ceasefire in jeopardy after renewed strikes on Gaza. Let's see what this is. The ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas that had fueled hopes for an end to the deadly war in Gaza appeared to be in jeopardy Tuesday after Israel renewed strikes in the Gaza Strip after weeks of negotiations on the deal's next steps. The Israel Defense Forces and the Israeli Security Agency said early Tuesday that they were conducting extensive strikes on purported Hamas targets in the enclave. The office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he told the IDF to take strong action against Hamas, citing its alleged repeated refusal to release hostages and its rejection of all proposals it has received. Ooh, okay, so you're gonna strike them because they are rejecting all the proposals from mediators and the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. Israel will, from now on, act against Hamas with increasing military strength, Netanyahu's office said in a statement. At least 20 Palestinians, including 5 children, were killed in the strikes and another 50 wounded. Medat Abbas, the head of the Gaza Health Ministry, told the Washington Post in a WhatsApp message the Palestine Red Crescent Society said that at least 86 people were killed and 134 wounded, with some local media outlets reporting tolls that are much higher. In a statement, Hamas condemned the Israeli strikes and demanded that mediators hold Israel fully responsible for violating and overturning the agreement. It also accused Israel of exposing the prisoners in Gaza to an unknown fate. I guess they mean the people. The two sides agreed to a ceasefire and hostage release deal in mid-January. The truce, mediated by Egypt and Qatar, had outlined an initial 6-week phase that expired on March 1st. The second phase of the deal has yet to start, with talks between parties largely stalled. Israel halted the entry of all humanitarian aid into Gaza over the dispute earlier this month. More than 48,577 people in Gaza have been killed, and 112,041 have been injured since the start of the conflict on October 7, 2023, according to the latest figures from the Gaza Health Ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and combatants. Israel estimates that about 1,200 people were killed in Hamas's October 7th attack. It says 407 soldiers have been killed since the start of the military operation in Gaza. So, guess we'll all keep up with what's going on there. Sorry to hear that things aren't going that well. Ooh, sorry about that. So the next story, the two astronauts that were stranded in orbit are on their way home. So I'll just let the auto reader do the heavy lifting here.
Cape Canaveral, Florida, AP. NASA's 2 stuck astronauts headed back to Earth with SpaceX on Tuesday to close out a dramatic marathon mission that began with a bungled Boeing test flight more than 9 months ago. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams bid farewell to the International Space Station, their home since last spring, departing aboard a SpaceX capsule alongside 2 other astronauts. The capsule undocked in the wee hours and aimed for a splashdown off the Florida coast by early evening, weather permitting. The 2 expected to be gone just a week or so after launching on Boeing's New Starliner crew capsule on June 5th. So many problems cropped up on the way to the space station that NASA eventually sent Starliner back empty and transferred the test pilots to SpaceX, pushing their homecoming into February. Then SpaceX capsule issues added another month's delay. Sunday's arrival of their relief crew meant Wilmore and Williams could finally leave. NASA cut them loose a little early, given the iffy weather forecast later this week. They checked out with NASA's Nick Hague and Russia's Alexander Gorbanov, who arrived in their own SpaceX capsule last fall with 2 empty seats reserved for the Starliner duo. "We'll miss you, but have a great journey home," NASA's and McLean called out from the space station as the capsule pulled away 260 miles, 418 kilometers, above the Pacific. Their plight captured the world's attention, giving new meaning to the phrase "stuck at work." While other astronauts had logged longer space flights over the decades, none had to deal with so much uncertainty or see the length of their mission expand by so much. Wilmore and Williams quickly transitioned from guests to full-fledged station crew members, conducting experiments, fixing equipment, and even spacewalking together. With 62 hours over 9 spacewalks, Williams set a new record, the most time spent spacewalking over a career among female astronauts. Both had lived on the orbiting lab before and knew the ropes, and brushed up on their station training before rocketing away. Williams became the station's commander 3 months into their stay and held the post until earlier this month. Their mission took an unexpected twist in late January when President Donald Trump asked SpaceX founder Elon Musk to accelerate the astronauts' return and blamed the delay on the Biden administration. The replacement crew's brand new SpaceX capsule still wasn't ready to fly, so SpaceX subbed it with a used one, hurrying things along by at least a few weeks. Even in the middle of the political storm, Wilmore and Williams continued to maintain an even keel at public appearances from orbit, casting no blame and insisting they supported NASA's decisions from the start. NASA hired SpaceX and Boeing after the shuttle program ended in order to have 2 competing U.S. companies for transporting astronauts to and from the space station until it's abandoned in 2030 and steered to a fiery re-entry. By then, it will have been up there more than 3 decades. The plan is to replace it with privately run stations so NASA can focus on Moon and Mars expeditions. Both retired Navy captains, Wilmore and Williams, stressed they didn't mind spending more time in space, a prolonged deployment reminiscent of their military days. But they acknowledged it was tough on their families. Wilmore, 62, missed most of his younger daughter's senior year of high school. His older daughter is in college. Williams, 59, had to settle for internet calls from space to her mother. They'll have to wait until they're off the SpaceX recovery ship and flown to Houston before the long-awaited reunion with their loved ones. ____. The Associated Press Health and Science Department receives support from...
Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to get one of those subscription AI readers. The ones that are embedded are horrible. They don't know when to stop. I don't know. DiCapriono, if a 59-year-old woman, figures out how to get pregnant, then we'll have bigger issues than DEI. So next story, something we partially covered last night. Trump escalates fight with federal courts over deportation authority. We went over in some detail last night, as much detail as non-lawyers can do, going over the Alien Enemies Act from 1798, and me being the Trump fan I am, has figured out, I think he'll be able to get away with it. The complications come in the due process part, and that's kind of iffy there. And where they're deporting these people to, basically deporting people to a prison where they're going to do a year's hard labor without due process. So I think what it's going to come down to is it's not that he can't deport them. It's that he's deporting them to he's basically sentencing them to hard labor in a country they weren't born in without any sort of trial or, anything proving that they committed crimes. Being here in the country illegally, while a crime, I'm not sure it's worth, I'm not sure the sentence should be a year's hard labor in a foreign country. So I think that is actually where the problem is. Let's see, space birthright citizenship brought to Earth by Space Force. All right, well let's have this article read for us. This is actually a fairly interesting story for once.
This news story was written by Justin Juvenal, Natalie Allison, Anne Marimo, and Marianne Levine. Trump escalates fight with federal courts over deportation authority. The Trump administration's battle with the federal court system escalated sharply on Monday, with government lawyers calling for the removal of a judge who blocked the deportation of alleged Venezuelan gang members and refusing to answer some questions in court. The administration for weeks has questioned the authority of courts to constrain the president, harshly attacking judges who issue nationwide injunctions and finding ways to circumvent certain adverse rulings. Some legal experts describe the pushback as a breakdown in the fragile balance of powers between the branches of government, which includes lower courts making initial rulings about executive initiatives that can be appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. Other experts offered more modulated assessments of the Trump administration's aggressive legal posture, while acknowledging the judicial system was being put under intense strain. Steve Vladek, a Georgetown University law professor, said the country is seeing an unprecedented degree of resistance, willful or otherwise, to judicial mandates against the federal government. It's hard to imagine that this is going to get better before it gets worse, Vladek said in an email. If the government is correct that these orders are legally flawed, it should be appealing them, not resisting them. The showdown reached a climax at a testy hearing Monday evening, at which James E. Boasberg, the chief judge for the U.S. District Court in D.C., demanded the government explain why it had appeared to flout his Saturday evening order, requiring planes deporting migrants to turn around mid-flight. Boasberg had barred the Trump administration from using a controversial wartime authority called the Alien Enemies Act to speedily remove alleged members of the Tren de Aragua gang without the usual due process. He sounded incredulous when Justice Department lawyer Abhishek Kambli said Boasberg's verbal order to turn the planes around would only have had force if he put it in writing. A heck of a stretch, the judge said. The government also suggested that it was restrained from providing the court with further information about the flights because of security concerns. Boasberg appeared puzzled, noting that he reviews classified information frequently, and the judge appeared to grimace when Kambli questioned his authority to order planes to land once they were outside U.S. airspace. Boasberg asked if Kambli was saying that the president has extra powers when a plane is over international waters. "We believe we complied with the order," Kambli answered. Hours afterward, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi called Boasberg's order an intrusion on the president's authority. "These are foreign terrorists. The president has identified them and designated them," she told Fox's Janine Pirro, "and we will continue to follow the Alien Enemies Act." Justice Department lawyers wrote an unusual letter to the Federal Appeals Court in D.C. before the hearing, accusing Boasberg of micromanagement and seeking to remove him from the case. The government cannot and will not be forced to answer sensitive questions of national security and foreign relations in a rushed posture without orderly briefing and a showing that these questions are somehow material to a live issue, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Drew Ensign wrote to the clerk of the appeals court. Michael J. Gerhardt, a professor of constitutional law at the University of North Carolina School of Law, said the administration's response to Boasberg's order could be one of the first real assertions of judicial defiance by the president. "We might just be there," Gerhardt said, calling the administration's rationale for allowing the deportation flights to complete their mission really hard to believe. Trump secretly signed a proclamation Friday invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to deport, without the normal due process, Venezuelans age 14 and over who the government said belonged to the Tren de Aragua gang. On Saturday, 5 Venezuelans filed suit to block their deportation under the order, and Boasberg issued a stay on their removal. The judge then extended his order to block the deportation of all Venezuelan migrants using the act, which had only previously been invoked during wartime, including to imprison tens of thousands of Japanese Americans during World War II. By then, 2 flights had already taken off containing deportees. A third left after Boasberg issued his ruling, according to a timeline assembled by the Washington Post, though Trump officials said in a court filing Monday that those on the third flight were deported under a different legal authority. All 3 flights landed after Boasberg gave his order for any flights using the Alien Enemies Act deportation authority to turn around. Trump officials said Sunday that 137 alleged gang members were deported under the act. On Monday, Boasberg ordered Trump officials to provide by Tuesday a sworn declaration that no one was deported under the authority of the Alien Enemies Act, after his verbal order was made to turn the planes around. The judge also ordered officials to detail when the order was issued and provide a count of how many alleged gang members still in the United States are subject to the order. The plan to send the alleged gang members to El Salvador was hatched by White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem, according to a White House official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal strategy. Trump's advisors argue that they are merely making use of legal mechanisms that are already in place for the president, despite the fact that some, like the Alien Enemies Act, have hardly been used in modern history. But it's on the books, said a second White House official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the administration's thinking. On Sunday, a flurry of posts by Trump-aligned social media influencers and White House officials themselves cheered the administration's actions, sharing video clips set to hip-hop music that showed tattooed, shackled men being let off planes and shaved inside the mega prison in El Salvador. White House staff quickly mobilized its network of influencers and allies to boost the content, a way to flex our muscles, the second administration official said. While some of the White House's public statements were viewed by Trump critics as flippant and defiant of the judge's ruling, administration officials consulted with lawyers and top leaders of the National Security Council, the Departments of State, Defense, and Homeland Security, and other entities about messaging ahead of making some of their social media posts and remarks, the second White House official said. Top White House advisors say they are confident in the actions they're taking and believe Trump's team is being sufficiently cognizant of the forthcoming court fights. I say this with no disrespect to any of the previous administrations, and I'm trying to phrase this as delicately as possible, the second official said. This White House has the balls to do it. Josh Blackman, a professor at the South Texas College of Law, Houston, said it was extraordinary for a judge to order the flights back to the United States. Boasberg, he added, should have given the government a chance to reply to his ruling. Turning planes around in midair may seem like a fair request from a judge, but in reality, there are complexities that the government never had a chance to explain, Blackman said. Nicholas R. Perillo, a Yale Law School professor, has written extensively about the powers of federal courts over administration officials. It is not uncommon for agency compliance with court orders to be imperfect and fraught, he wrote in an article for Just Security, especially when an order requires action that is costly or complex. Plaintiffs in other cases have also accused the Trump administration of violating court orders. Attorneys for Rasha Alawieh, a 34-year-old kidney transplant specialist from Brown University, say the government willfully violated a ruling barring her deportation. Alawieh was sent back to Lebanon on Friday after a cousin petitioned a judge in Massachusetts to keep her in the country and won a restraining order. The cousin said in court filings that Alawieh had a valid visa. Government officials responded in a Monday filing that the Customs and Border Protection Watch commander was not notified of the ruling until after Alawieh had been deported, and that CBP would never fail to abide by a court's order. Attorneys for global health groups that have sued to restart billions of dollars in foreign aid payments from the U.S. Agency for International Development said in a status report Friday that the Trump administration had yet to fully comply with a judge's order, despite repeated rulings mandating payments in recent weeks. The district court was crystal clear that it is unconstitutional for the administration to impound foreign assistance funds appropriated by Congress, said Lauren Bateman, an attorney for some of the health groups. The government has told the court it is analyzing the order to expend the foreign assistance funds and will do so in consultation with the Office of Management and Budget. Last month, U.S. District Judge John J. McConnell Jr. in Rhode Island ruled the administration had violated the plain text of his order, lifting a temporary freeze on trillions of dollars in federal grants and loans. The administration has faced initial setbacks in court over its blitz of executive orders, which have triggered more than 120 lawsuits. Judges have blocked many of the administration's highest-profile efforts while the court challenges proceed, including Trump's orders to end birthright citizenship, fire thousands of probationary federal workers, and dismantle some federal diversity initiatives. Trump administration officials have chafed at those rulings, particularly nationwide injunctions issued by federal district judges. Vice President J.D. Vance has said judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power, while Elon Musk has called for judges to be impeached. Georgetown University law professor David Super said the administration has tried to circumvent some rulings by shifting the legal rationale for its actions after being blocked. In some, they have tried to justify their non-compliance by advancing wildly implausible interpretations of the court orders, Super said in an email. For example, they have invented new rationales for doing what they were ordered not to do and claimed that the injunction only applied to their previously stated reasons. The administration railed against judicial power in a recent Supreme Court filing that asked the justices to allow Trump's ban on birthright citizenship in some states, leaving his order paused by lower courts only in states that have specifically sued to stop it. This court should declare that enough is enough before district courts' burgeoning reliance on universal injunctions becomes further entrenched, Acting Solicitor General Sarah Harris wrote. She then paraphrased a social media post by Musk from weeks earlier, which itself was an adaptation of a famous statement about justice by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. in his letter from a Birmingham jail. Years of experience have shown that the executive branch cannot properly perform its functions if any judge anywhere can enjoin every presidential action everywhere, the court filing said. Ben Brash, Jonathan Edwards, Justine McDaniel, Perry Stein, and Aaron Schaefer contributed to this report.
All right. Let's go ahead and we got one more story about a legal alien who actually the second one that I'm aware of in the past few days that have been deported just because of something that, you know, would tend to be a First Amendment issue. So in my opinion, slowly but surely, Trump defying the courts is basically mission creep.
How a Columbia student activist landed in federal detention. This article is by Michael Wilson, Michael Rothfield, and Anna Lay, and read by an automated voice. Crowds of masked student protesters raging against the war in Gaza filled the Columbia University lawns last spring, while counter-protesters and journalists surrounded the tent city that had been erected there. One man stood out. He was Mahmoud Khalil, a graduate student in his 20s, older than most of the students around him. Mr. Khalil, an immigrant of Palestinian descent, quickly emerged as a vocal and measured leader during rallies and sit-ins, doing on-camera interviews with the media in a zip-up sweater. And he was unmasked. Many other international students wore masks and kept to the background of the protests for fear of being singled out and losing their visas. His wife worried. "We've talked about the mask thing," Noor Abdallah, a 28-year-old dentist from the Midwest, said in an interview last week. "He always tells me what I am doing wrong that I need to be covering my face for." Mr. Khalil was a negotiator on behalf of Columbia University Apartheid Divest, the main coalition of protesting student groups, and one with its own spectrum of attitudes toward violence and dark rhetoric. His decision to quite literally be the face of a deeply divisive movement would have huge consequences for Mr. Khalil. He was called out by critics by name on social media, and on March 8, 7 weeks after the inauguration of Donald Trump, federal agents arrived at his door. He was swiftly taken to a detention center in Louisiana, where he is still being held for what officials have described, without providing details, as leading activities aligned with Hamas, an allegation he has denied. Mr. Khalil's friends and family have expressed outrage at his detention and possible deportation, but they also say they are not surprised by his activism in a movement that he was born into, nor his relatively calm presence amid a swarm of noise. As he moved through the world, Mr. Khalil could often come across as the adult in the room, and to one who had known him as an office mate in an earlier time, his role in front of microphones and wielding a bullhorn came unexpected. "He's very sort of mild-mannered," said Andrew Waller, a former colleague who worked with Mr. Khalil in Beirut at the British Diplomatic Office for Syria. Seeing him in more of a sort of leadership or spokesperson role, I guess, was a surprise. Fleeing home. Mr. Khalil arrived at Columbia University at the end of a long and winding journey. His Palestinian origin story was written and ended before he was born. His grandparents were from a village near Tiberias, a city on the western shore of the Sea of Galilee in Palestine before it became part of the State of Israel. They were forced to flee in 1948 during the wars preceding Israel's establishment, Mr. Khalil has said, settling with other members of their large family in southern Damascus in Syria in a Palestinian refugee enclave. It was there that Mr. Khalil was born in 1995. In the early 2010s, he fled the Syrian conflict to Lebanon, where he arrived alone and broke. He worked in construction to make enough money to pursue an education, according to his friend Ahmad Barrow, who met Mr. Khalil while the two were studying at Lebanese American University. Mr. Khalil graduated in 2018 with a degree in computer science. While in Lebanon, Mr. Khalil worked with Jasor, a Syrian-American educational nonprofit. There, in 2016, he met the woman who would become his wife, a U.S. citizen of Syrian descent. In 2018, he began working on programs related to Syria for the British Diplomatic Office in Beirut. He eventually oversaw a scholarship program for foreign students to study in Britain. His work was informed by his personal experiences of fleeing Syria and his opposition to the government there, Mr. Waller, his former colleague, said. After about 4 years, Mr. Khalil set his sights on the United States and applied to a few graduate schools. He hoped to be accepted at one in particular, Columbia University and its School of International and Public Affairs. He was accepted and enrolled in January 2023. He saw it as a huge win, not only for himself but for his fellow refugees, said Lauren Bone, a journalist who met Mr. Khalil in Beirut and spent time with him after his admission to Columbia. He said, "This will really help me serve all the others who aren't going to be able to get this chance." He had been at the university for some 9 months when everything changed on October 7, 2023. A campus in turmoil. Students at Columbia turned out for protests immediately after Hamas's attacks on Israel. Some were quiet calls for peace, others more raucous. Pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel chants rang through the campus, rattling many Jewish students. Mr. Khalil was on the front lines with Palestinian activists, bracing for a counterattack from Israel that was imminent. In a video from October 12, 5 days after the attacks, he is seen atop another person's shoulders shouting, "Free Palestine," into a bullhorn. Months of protests followed. Then, in April 2024, pro-Palestinian students established an encampment at the center of campus. They demanded that the university divest from what they called all economic and academic stakes in Israel, including Columbia's dual-degree partnership with Tel Aviv University. The rows of tents pitched on Columbia's iconic grassy lawns inspired similar protests at universities across the United States. They became a flashpoint after Columbia's president called the New York City police to campus, leading to the arrests of more than 100 people. As the protests intensified, some Jewish students complained about feeling unsafe. Some heard anti-Zionist chants as threatening to them personally. Those accounts reached Congress, where Republicans derided the protests as anti-Semitic and Columbia as out of control. When negotiations began between the protesters and the university, Mr. Khalil emerged as a lead spokesman for the students. The two sides met day and night. A Columbia administrator who negotiated with him described Mr. Khalil as thoughtful, passionate, and principled, sometimes to the point of rigidity. He got his back up when he felt he wasn't being taken seriously. Mr. Khalil was also a face of the protesters for the news media, where he was sharply critical of the university, stepping confidently up to banks of microphones where reporters from CNN, Spectrum News New York 1, the Associated Press, and the New York Times and elsewhere recorded him confronting the school that had brought him to New York. It's very clear the university does not want to criticize Israel in any way, Mr. Khalil told a gaggle of journalists gathered near the encampment last spring. On another occasion, at a discussion sponsored by the Coalition of Student Protesters, he remarked that whether Palestinian resistance was peaceful or armed, Israel and their propaganda always find something to attack. He added, we have tried armed resistance, which is, again, legitimate under international law. But Israel calls it terrorism, he said. Those comments were highlighted as justifying terrorism by pro-Israel activists on a webpage about Mr. Khalil that had been compiled by Canary Mission, a group that says it fights hatred of Jews on college campuses and that pro-Palestinian protesters say has doxed them. Still, Mr. Khalil repeatedly told friends, as he had his wife, that he saw no reason to wear a mask. What were they going to do to me? He asked. Once, when the number of tents rose to more than 100, including on a second lawn near the School of Journalism, administrators turned to Mr. Khalil. They made him an offer. Remove about 20 tents, they said, and we'll ensure that the university's trustees continue to discuss your demands. Mr. Khalil countered, agreeing to remove a few less than the administrators wanted, according to one administrator present at those talks, who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss private university negotiations. Within minutes, 17 tents vanished and the second lawn was emptied. This response burnished Mr. Khalil's reputation as a good faith, if demanding negotiator. Other times he stood fast. Late in the protests, when the university offered concessions and the threat of the police arriving to clear out demonstrators was looming, Mr. Khalil pushed back. We don't want your concessions. The police, let them come. Then they did. New protests, new president. After a faction of protesters took over Hamilton Hall, a campus building, on April 30th, barricading doors and trapping custodians inside, scores of police officers descended on the university. They arrested dozens of pro-Palestinian demonstrators and cleared the hall. Mr. Khalil was not accused of being in the hall. He had been suspended by the university just before the building takeover, accused of refusing to leave the encampment, along with many other pro-Palestinian activists, and then was quickly reinstated. But there were no more negotiations, and the protests ended for a time. Columbia slowly ceased being the global flashpoint for campus unrest. Mr. Khalil focused on finishing his courses and looking for work after graduation. He and Ms. Abdallah married, and he obtained a green card, giving him permanent residency in the United States. Last summer, the couple learned that they were having a baby. Mr. Khalil was excited, his friends said, getting their apartment ready even as the couple looked ahead toward moving after he earned his degree. He did everything, basically, Ms. Abdallah, now 8 months pregnant, said. He did all the cooking, he did all the cleaning, he did the laundry, he wouldn't let me touch anything. He finished his coursework for his master's degree from the School of International and Public Affairs in December, but he remained aware of protests still bubbling up at Columbia and at Barnard College across Broadway. In January, protesters stormed into a Columbia classroom, and 2 Barnard students were later expelled that month for their roles that day. It was a flashback to the turmoil of the previous spring. While Mr. Khalil was not present, he was soon drawn back in. Days later, President Trump, newly inaugurated, issued an executive order promising to combat anti-Semitism and prosecute or remove perpetrators of such views. The same night, an X account of a Zionist group singled out Mr. Khalil. It accused him, without evidence, of saying that Zionists don't deserve to live, and said that the Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency had his home address. He's on our deport list, the Post said. It included a video of Mr. Khalil speaking in a CNN interview, during which he made no such statement. Mr. Khalil has said he had unequivocally never spoken those words. Another student had and was suspended. Mr. Khalil saw himself and other student protesters as victims of doxing, finding their personal information spread on social media. On January 31st, he emailed Columbia administrators asking for protection for international students, such as himself, who he said were facing severe and pervasive doxing, discriminatory harassment, and very possibly deportation. A Columbia spokeswoman declined to comment on communications from Mr. Khalil. Jasmine Serrier, a close friend, tried to allay his concerns and told him he would never be deported. Now she feels like she let him down. I didn't think to expect that this would happen, she said in a recent interview. Suspected foreign national. On March 5th, in response to the expulsion of the Barnard students in January, protesters dressed in keffiyehs and wearing masks descended upon the college's library. It was a Wednesday, and Mr. Khalil turned from his baby preparations and attended as well, maskless again. It was the beginning of a 4-day stretch that would end with Mr. Khalil in federal detention. Videos on social media depict him at the library holding a megaphone and, at one point, using it to amplify the Barnard president, who is speaking over a cell phone. When the protesters are asked if they want to speak with the president, Laura Rosenberry, Mr. Khalil gives them an encouraging thumbs up. They respond in unison, yes. Critics of the protests immediately began posting videos and images of Mr. Khalil on X, calling him out by name. One post included an image of his face circled in red with the label, Suspected Foreign National. Then, Shai Davidai, an Israeli Jew and Columbia professor banned from campus in October after he was accused of harassing employees, reposted that image and tagged another X account. It belonged to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, who had just posted a threat to deport Hamas supporters. Illegally taking over a college in which you are not even enrolled and distributing terrorist propaganda should be a deportable offense. No, Mr. Davidai wrote. Separately, Shirion Collective, a group that says it exposes anti-Semitism, has said that it sent the Department of Homeland Security a legal memorandum advising the detention and removal of Mr. Khalil. Mr. Khalil saw some of the posts online and panicked. He was being singled out for deportation directly to the very official with the power to set that process in motion. On Friday, March 7th, he again wrote to Columbia administrators and described a vicious, coordinated, and dehumanizing doxing campaign against him. I haven't been able to sleep, fearing that ICE or a dangerous individual might come to my home, he wrote. That fear would be realized the next day. Let's bring him in. Mr. Khalil and his wife were out with friends on Saturday night, March 8th. When they returned to their Columbia apartment, a man in plain clothes pushed into the lobby behind them. Ms. Abdallah felt her husband tense. He knew something was wrong, she said. I'm with the police, the man said. You have to come with us. More officers arrived in the lobby. Ms. Abdallah hurried up to their apartment to get her husband's green card. She reminded the officers that he was a permanent resident. This guy has a green card, she heard the officer say on his phone. And then the guy on the phone with him told him, let's bring him in anyway. In a video recording of the arrest, she is heard asking the officers repeatedly to identify themselves and to specify what charges her husband was facing. She rushes after the officers into the street as they ignore her questions. It remains unclear what exactly Mr. Khalil is believed to have done. He is accused by the White House and others of organizing protests, such as the one in the Barnard Library, where participants distributed flyers promoting Hamas. A flyer that was shown in online postings from the library said it had been produced by the Hamas Media Office. It was titled Our Narrative and listed Hamas's code name for the October 7th attacks, with an image of fighters standing on a tank. It is unclear whether Mr. Khalil knew the flyers were there. I can wholeheartedly say that I know that he did not touch those flyers, said Mr. Khalil's friend, Miriam Alwyn, but just because he had his face out, people are trying to pin everything on him. His lawyers also denied that he had distributed the flyers at Barnard. Mr. Waller, his former colleague in Lebanon, said the depictions of Mr. Khalil that he had seen in the news media did not line up with the friend he knew. The idea that he's somehow a political extremist or a sympathizer with terrorist groups or whatever just sounds totally outlandish, he said. If you know him and you know his character, it just feels like a sort of obvious smear. There are circumstances in which permanent residency status in the United States can be revoked. If, for example, the resident is convicted of a crime, but Mr. Khalil has not been accused of any crime. Instead, Secretary Rubio has cited a little-used statute as the rationale for Mr. Khalil's detention. The law says that the government can initiate deportation proceedings against anyone whose presence in the country is deemed adversarial to the United States' foreign policy interests. Mr. Davidai, the professor who tweeted the photo at Secretary Rubio, said in an interview that he believed Mr. Khalil was entitled to due process under the law. But he added, it does not so much matter whether Mr. Khalil personally handled flyers promoting terrorists. if the group he represented did. When you lead an organization, you are accountable for your organization's actions, Mr. Davidai said. When you lead an organization that openly and proudly supports a U.S. designated terrorist organization, you are accountable to the spreading of propaganda. Mr. Khalil has said he was never the planner and leader of the pro-Palestinian protests. He has consistently described himself as a spokesman and negotiator for a coalition of student groups. Resolving this was not the job of the agents who came to his lobby that Saturday night. They handcuffed Mr. Khalil, led him to a car waiting outside, and drove him away. Catherine Rossman, Sharon Otterman, Jonah E. Bromwich, and Michael LaForgia contributed reporting. Kirsten Noyes contributed research.
Yeah, hey Tom. I was sitting here thinking to myself that, this unitary executive exertion that Trump is doing is a lot like, Ryan talking about the filibuster. This, assuming that we'll still have a two-party system at the end of this administration, I wish I could be the next Democrat president. These precedents that Trump are setting will backfire, as things like this usually do.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that have your fun now, folks, because this next story is why I'm kind of thinking about this. Any thoughts on this? This is kind of disturbing, to be honest.
My only thoughts about it revolve around the right to dissent.
Well, yeah,
it seems like, in a lot of facets, if you don't say what I want you to say, or if you criticize me, we're going to weaponize that and make it illegal.
Well, this goes back to something DiCapriono said about a half hour ago or so. Going along to get along is detrimental, something Ben Carson said in the first video I showed. And I beg to differ. You better go along to get along or you'll be deported. So, Trump defies all aphorisms. This next story, and the other thing is Trump's newfound ability to defy the courts. Basically asserting his right to deport is absolute, and the courts have no say so in the matter. That's kind of disturbing, also. But the unitary executive point is kind of covered in this next story as well. I don't know if you heard, but basically this president has declared the last or batch of the last president's pardons null and void, which again is a dangerous precedent. If the next president can null and void the previous president's pardons, that is truly scary.
Or any pardons.
Yeah, I don't get. That's a slippery slope. Next he'll be voiding governor's pardons
or convictions.
Exactly.
But
this is actually an interesting story. You probably know this. Very few other people will. That the auto pen. The reason Trump has said Biden's pardons are null and void. It's two parts. One, he used an auto pen, and the other is that Trump is accusing Biden of actually not knowing, what was going on. It was his aides or advisors who basically did these pardons in his Biden proxies, or not even Biden proxies. Biden didn't know They just kind of went out and went rogue and did pardons without him even being aware of it, for whatever reason that was. Now, the interesting thing is Thomas Jefferson, I think, is the one who created the auto pen. So I hadn't thought about auto pens in probably decades, but the auto pen is back in the news. So, I don't necessarily need to go through this article, but
we'll have to go back a ways, review all those auto pens.
Well, here's the deal, though. In this article, I decided to go in and look up what is an auto pen. The device Trump claims Biden used for presidential pardons. If you got a bunch of pardons, as a fellow arthritis sufferer, I'm sure Biden probably has arthritis. After signing about 10 things, you're gonna experience a little discomfort. And auto pens have been used since Thomas Jefferson. So the thing that's interesting, here's a picture of it here. The thing that's interesting is Trump himself has used auto pens. It's like they go back as far as Bush Jr. Obama used them. Trump has used them. Used an auto pen. So maybe somewhere, where, maybe he has news that, Biden really didn't know about it. But it's disturbing that he can just go and say, oh, the previous president's pardons are null and void. We're going to go ahead and investigate. What's to stop him from Hunter Biden and everybody else? That Biden pardoned. So,
well, Nixon.
Yeah, well, too late for Nixon. But
well, I mean,
the basis for negating the pardon is what matters. Zhang, that's about the stupidest thing I've heard you say. Just to be honest, the basis is the auto pen, and apparently Trump is accusing Biden of not knowing about this. What's actually disturbing is that the next president can null and void the pardons to pursue his political enemies. That's the basis is, I think I'm a dictator and this is the third world. That seems to be the basis to me. But we'll see how it all turns out. But there's no way, if you're ignoring the courts, okay, when they go and sue in court, like, oh, hey, it's, you can't, I don't guess there's anything in the Constitution saying the next president can't void it, but that's kind of a democratic norm, I would imagine. But if the court says, hey, you have to honor these pardons, Trump is already establishing that he doesn't pay attention to the courts. This is, this pattern is emerging, and I'm sure people are noticing this. And then the next thing that's interesting, I've never heard of NDTV World. Apparently it's an Indian newspaper. So I'm shivering a little bit because these Indian websites, and this probably isn't an Indian website, but they're notorious for passing viruses onto computers.
Yes.
So if I'm not on tomorrow, I'm rebuilding my computer from scratch. So that's the auto pen story. This little section, are auto pen signatures valid? According to 2005 guidance from the Office of Legal Counsel at the Justice Department, commissioned by ex-President George W. Bush, the practice of using auto pen is legally binding. The president need not personally perform the physical act of affixing his signature to a bill he approves and decides to sign in order for the bill to become law, the office said, adding that includes using an auto pen. Former U.S. presidents have also used the device, with Barack Obama facing criticism in 2011 when he authorized an aide to use an auto pen on his behalf to extend the Patriot Act. Though Mr. Trump has claimed that he would not sign executive orders by auto pen, a Fox News analysis revealed that the president also used the device to sign such orders in both his terms. So, that pretty much, answers the question that he's done it himself. So we will see how it all turns out.
Yeah. The president does not have to give a reason for a pardon.
Yeah, well, Trump's claiming that Biden was out of it, basically, that his aides were basically, doing it, and Biden, in his old man haze, had no idea what they were doing. So, maybe he has evidence of that, but it's still a scary precedent that one president can undo pardons that another president gave. So lots of firsts with this guy.
Renders the,
Yeah, basically, if that can happen, then pardons are, of no consequence.
Yeah, but there's no there's no requirement legally whatsoever for the president to even issue a reason, and therefore, I mean, just this guy over here said that he thought that they needed a pardon, so that's why I did it. You don't know. I mean, it's a stupid thing to say, probably, but it's legally that's within his right. So I don't know what the big deal is. The whole thing to me began with the negation of custom in the first administration. Everybody else issues their taxes. I'm not gonna. Everybody else since the beginning of time has done this. I'm not gonna. And now we're getting into actual binding legal stuff. So it's just
right. Well, here is what's worrying me more than President Trump. It's Zhang Wei says it's retarded to think that Trump's actions allow a forthcoming president to negate any and all pardons of a past president. You know what? That is, I don't even know how to respond to that. Obviously, you don't know what precedent means. I said precedent, not president. It is a bad tradition. He's creating a tradition, a first, that will allow other presidents to go, well, Trump did it. That's what a president is. And Zhang, maybe there's a language barrier. Maybe you're not quite getting the English. So hop up to the panel if you need me to walk you through what a precedent is. And Ryan, in the same vein, Trump is doing this auto pen story to draw into question Biden's competency. It ain't about the pardons at all. I don't even know where to go with that. The man wants to get at the people in the January 6th committee. What he's trying to do is create a reason that he can go after his political enemies. So he's using, actually it's the opposite. He's using Biden's supposed incompetency to get after his political enemies. It's about the political enemies. That's actually what it's all about. The pardons he's getting rid of, it's, again, Ryan, stick to economics.
Well, the competency issue can't even be, the time to have done that was when it happened. Well, no, seriously, it's like, it's been how many months? You can't, it's like me judging the competency of Gene Hackman 3 months ago. you know, on this for the something he did on a set in 2007. It's too late. The cow has left the barn.
It's not even a matter of too late. It's like, you know what? A pardon is a pardon. It came from the office of the president. Move on. And you know, he is so set on getting revenge that he's willing to just break all kinds of norms to get it. Bad precedent. Other people will feel enabled to do it because, you know, President Trump did it. Now that I'm president, he did it. I can do it.
Sure.
And Zhang Wei, I'm sure you're just doing this to see if you can get a rise out of me. Surely you don't believe this.
Yeah, it's kind of two separate issues. I mean, the binding legal power of a presidential pardon, and then the issue of competency, that's just his red herring to make that happen. But I'm sure he doesn't want all those January 6th guys to be unpardoned.
Yeah, you know what? That's why I honestly wish I'd chosen a different course in life. So that would, one that would put me on a trajectory to be the president in 2028. Because I do the same thing. It's like all you January 6ers, your asses are going back to jail. Trump was incompetent.
Yeah.
He was incompetent and under the coercion of Steve Bannon, Emperor Musk, and Dennis Miller. I'm sorry, I said Dennis Miller.
Well,
and Steve Miller.
Yeah.
Except Steve Miller isn't as funny as Dennis Miller, and that's saying something.
I see you got a new typeface.
Yeah, I just decided, got to playing around with the settings. I actually like this one better. To me, it just, maybe it's my bad eyes. I can just read it better. And by the way, Zhang Wei, if there is such a thing as Trump derangement syndrome, I'm seeing it in this chat today. And let's see, what does Renato have to say? I believe he is creating a reason to put Biden and his accomplices on trial. No kidding. So his accomplices. The Biden crime family. It's the Biden gang. Opposition research exposes your connections to 12th man and your chances at the presidency vote.
Well, he has a point there.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like I said, I wish I had chosen a different path in life. I'm under no illusions. Though 60 isn't a bad age.
12th man is your Bill Ayers.
Yeah.
It was at that first organizing meeting. So
12th man and John Galt.
They'll
be my closest advisors.
Didn't Trump come out when Biden pardoned his son and say, I understand why he did it, and I would have done the same thing?
You know what? I don't recall that, but
I could be mistaken about that. Some prominent person did say that. I can't remember if it was Trump or someone else in the.
Oh, Lawrence, I can't imagine that scenario. What do I think would happen if 12th man became president? I think we would have a lot more to laugh about. It would be interesting, and I think this nation would join together and enjoy the comedy show. I think we could all agree that we voted for the wrong man. Oh wait, hold it. This is even better. No, accomplices such as Jill, the press, his handlers, the cover-up of him having dementia. You know what? I won't even talk about the misspelling. I will just shake my head and go, Ryan, I hope you're waking up and smelling the coffee, because you need a sip or two just to wake up.
Yeah, the press is absolutely under no obligation to report anything they don't want to report. Also, there have been many times in presidential history that various maladies of a president have. I mean, do I need to say
Yeah,
Woodrow Wilson?
Woodrow
I
Wilson,
mean,
yeah.
you know, I mean, that's.
You know what? Believe this or not, about 2 years ago, there was a radio play. It was set up as a podcast about that very topic. It was like a 5 or 6 episode like radio, podcast play of it. Can't remember the name of it, but it was very entertaining, actually.
Well, there's surprisingly a lot of documentation of all the things that went on, not through official documents, but through official accounts of people after that whole issue was resolved. And there are many people who, want our first female president. There's a lot of people that say, no, we kind of have already had a female president functionally.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I don't think that's, by gosh, I'm writing that down. That's a topic for the Tom Gully show right there, because I believe most people don't know about that. Most people are completely unaware that that was the case.
Yeah, I don't know. My son's home this week, and I'm sure he's tired of me asking him questions like, "Did you know this?" Because all of a sudden I'm feeling like maybe I wasn't that good a parent. I should have forced him to read more. And I'm sure he knows enough. I'm not overly worried. I'm partially exaggerating, but I'm gonna be honest. I watched Ben Carson right off the bat. It was the first video I showed because I didn't get to it last night, and he's talking about the problems with education, which he concludes is we don't talk enough about God, and we all need to do the right thing. If we do good, we will be a great country. If we don't do good, we will not be a great country. That was his conclusion about the state of education and the problems. I'm saying that I don't know how you teach things like, Woodrow Wilson being incapacitated. I don't know how you teach that stuff. That stuff you just kind of pick up on your own. So, but that arcane knowledge, I mean, I've always admired people who, it's actually, just kind of being a good conversationalist, knowing stuff about stuff. It's almost like knowing these things is almost like, I had my 10th grade teacher, Father Bryant. He was my English teacher. And his saying was, always take a note. You can ball it up and throw it away at any time. Basically take notes. Don't just sit in a class and, just kind of, let it go in one ear and out the other. Engage yourself with what's being taught. If you decide you don't need it, toss it. You don't have to keep it as baggage. But I think the most interesting thing about him is he was one of these guys who just knew a lot about a lot, maybe a little bit about a lot, but he was just like, oh, did you know? I wish there were more people like him, and few and far between. You'll just meet someone, and we can talk about incapacitated presidents, and then all of a sudden someone says, well, we've been through this before. Those are the kind of guys I admire. It's like people need to fucking listen to people who know stuff. Well, and too many people just kind of go poo poo. They will shit on you for knowing stuff.
Oh, that's huge. We have such an anti-intellectual culture right now. It's not even funny. It's like, well, who cares about that? Well, yeah, of course you know that's stupid. Look, it's almost like if we had a president that was in a wheelchair, that was never ever photographed in the wheelchair, and that for I don't know how many years during a major world war, nobody really ever mentioned it. Or a president per se, perhaps, that was having an affairs left and right.
We didn't know about.
Well, there's been many presidents that all the press knew about their affairs that were never ever reported.
Yeah.
You know, that's a layup for crying out loud. But I would say, Stanley, to your point, the things we're talking about are not the bread and butter. They maybe shouldn't be taught until a college class or whatever. But to me, those are the things you pick up along the way. If you do the hard work of knowing the real things, you will eventually stumble upon really interesting stuff like that. And it's just, that's the great things. One of the most fascinating things in the world to me is, and I do these shows about the failed assassination attempts, is that the Secret Service wasn't even assigned to the president until after 3 presidential assassinations that were successful. They didn't ever even think maybe we should have permanent security for our president. And that goes hand in hand with, like, say, the Civil War era access to the White House. Mm-hmm. The White House had livestock wandering around on the grounds. Okay, you could just walk into the White House and just meander in the West Wing or in the offices anyway, to an office. It's like, it's unheard of today. But it was the people's house, and that's the way it was. You could just do. Yeah, there was police there. There was some form of security there, but it wasn't like it is today. The White House is actually a fascinating structure to study on its own in terms of a lot of things. But yeah, you just have to be curious. Life is learning. The second you stop learning, the second you start dying.
Yeah. Well, Zhang Wei, Joe Biden comes from poor stock. Spoken like a true Vanderbilt.
He's so common. So very common.
Yeah, well, he's not a international playboy / man of leisure like you are, Zhang.
His father was not even a professional man.
Yeah, I don't get it. Okay, so warned off meeting voters, and I'm not going to even get into this one, but I can't even remember. This town hall happened in Georgia a couple weeks ago, and Republicans have basically decided, hey, we're going to do town halls via Zoom. We're getting too much flack when we meet our constituents face to face. And talk about cowardly. If these Republican congressmen only had the balls of President Trump, we would all be better off. So I laughed when I saw this headline. So just so you know, there are some Republican congressmen, one out of North Carolina, one out of Georgia, and of course I can't remember their names. They are afraid to meet with their constituents because their constituents have concerns about jobs and the economy, and eggs have finally started coming down, and Trump is already taking credit for it. So
we've decided we're going to do remarks to the Prime Minister via Zoom.
I'm waiting for Trump to open an omelet bar. Eggs are coming down, and he's going to cook us all an omelet.
I don't think he'll be cooking the omelet.
But So just so everybody knows that, there are Trump voters out there, or people on, of that ilk, who are having concerns. And obviously older folks tend to be more politically engaged. And, just from the anecdotal, hey, I saw it on TV point of view, yeah, older folks are concerned. So you young folks, you snotty young folks with your snide boomer remarks, all I have to say is your elders are concerned. And when your elders are concerned, your lives will change.
Well, one of the most troubling things to me is party over government. It's always existed to a degree, but now it is the standard.
That is, but I would never say that. I mean, do you think maybe in his first term, this second term, I just don't see Donald Trump as a party man. He is the party.
Oh no, I agree with that. I'm talking more about the voting public.
Oh yeah.
Because no, I think he's redefined the party. That's for sure. And yes, he is the party. So it's interesting that they forget Trump is more elder than either of us yet.
Well, that's true.
Worshiping at the altar, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you like his beliefs and you like him, you should support him.
Well, see, you're diplomatic. I think there's huge problems. I'm not shy in, expressing my disdain for overlooking, because surely there are people of higher virtue that can do what Trump does. So I'm never convinced that any political leader is indispensable. Though Trump might be, he is putting a chink in that belief. But surely there are people that can be just as, iron-fisted and bull in a china shop, sophistication-wise, who at least don't cheat on their wives nursing 4-month-olds.
Well, that's all very true. I'm just saying people should support the people that they like. I might not agree with it.
Oh yeah.
It's like, it makes sense to me. Just like one of the things is another thing that just boggles my mind is when people go, you think you're right all the time. And it's like, do you imagine that I'm harboring in my head thoughts that I'm espousing and championing thoughts that I think are incorrect? That doesn't make any sense at all. And by the way, I expect that you think you are right. I don't, it's like I would automatically assume no matter what someone says, well, obviously he thinks he's correct when he's saying it. That's just simple, basic logic. And there's many criticisms that are like that, but you think you're right. It's like, well, I've thought about this. Yes, I've come to a conclusion on my own, and yes, I think I'm right. You don't think you're right?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of having the discussion.
Exactly.
So Innate Ways says that all the elders he talked to like Trump. Well, that's nice. The elders in this news story have concerns. So
I guess it depends on who you talk to.
Yeah, I'm an elder and I don't like Trump.
It gets back to the anecdote versus the aggregate.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously more people like Trump this go round than didn't. But there are enough who are concerned at this point. And, now I will admit that, the Washington Post and the New York Times, LA Times, they're all kind of, smiling at, all these Trump voters who are now concerned. And they're highlighting them. Of course they would. You know, they, like me, want to go, I told you so bad they can taste it. However, that doesn't mean they're not telling the truth. And, you know, I'm not so sure they're exaggerating, to be honest. But, it is what it is. You know, hopefully everything goes right. And like I said at the outset, you know, after the intense disappointment that America would elect somebody like Trump to office a second time, you know, I got over it. And, you know, you make the best of, what life hands you. And I wish Trump success. I just hope he doesn't break something, because he's going to break things with the administrative state irreparably if he's able to follow through on it. I think he, like I said, is setting some bad precedents. He's about halfway there. And presidents after him doing things like, oh, hey, the last guy's pardons are now null and void. They won't affect me directly, hopefully, but it is sad to see, you know, people who have their First Amendment rights just kind of trampled on and deported. And whether people realize it a lot of constitutional rights are extended to legal residents, legal residents who aren't citizens. A lot of constitutional rights extend to them. That's why, the 14th Amendment, when they use the word jurisdiction, if you're in this country, you're subject to the laws of this country. You are not necessarily subject to the laws of your origin, your origin country. Basically, it's almost like a habeas corpus sort of thing. If you're here, you're subject to our laws. So folks don't seem to comprehend that fact. So, if you are a foreign student and you are in a protest and don't break any laws, you have First Amendment rights. Maybe not all the way to the extent, but yeah, you pretty much have First Amendment rights. As long as you're not committing a crime or hurting anybody, you can say what you want to say. So anyway, I'll get off that soapbox. This is a guy that he's got a podcast that I listen to every now and again. He wrote a book, and I've never read it, but he's basically a political philosopher. Shadi, I can't even remember his last name now. Hopefully it'll come up in this article. But he's going to go over the difference between, a populist, differences between the left and the right. And then these next 2 or 3 essays, if I don't get bored with them, one of my themes since I've been on this channel is MAGA is basically a populist. MAGA has 2 sides. There's a populist side, which Steve Bannon kind of represents, and then there's an oligarchical side, which Elon Musk represents. And Trump is kind of somewhere in the middle. He talks like a populist, but acts like an oligarch. So, this particular video is about the left and right. My bigger concern is populism and, basically populism versus elites. But oligarchs aren't necessarily elites, though they usually are. So, anyway, we'll just go with this cartoon. Looks interesting, at least. Oops.
Quo working. Other people see it falling apart, and they see that as a fundamental threat to who they are and their well-being. So let's be honest, the system was designed for people like me, well-educated, child of immigrants, who can reasonably be considered a person of color. I was doing well under the Biden era. I was privileged, but millions of my fellow Americans didn't feel the same way. that's the reason that Trump won this time around, because enough Americans felt that something had gone fundamentally wrong. One of the paradoxes in American society today is that our economy is actually doing well according to the overall metrics of annual GDP growth. Along these other metrics, Americans are actually behind. A lot of Americans are being told by their leaders, oh, the economy's doing well.
I don't think America's in tough shape.
But that was a form of gaslighting. It was a way for Democrats to basically say, don't believe what's in front of your very eyes. I think there's a sense that if there's enough chaos, you can break everything down and then you can rebuild something in its place according to your own vision. The problem with this idea, though, is no one really knows what's going to be rebuilt, or even if things will get rebuilt. I'm neither pro-system nor am I anti-system. I would like more people to join me in the party of the aisle. I think it's a good place to be, even if it's not the most comfortable place to be.
I don't know if I like that term for centrist, party of the aisle. First time I've heard that one. And then this is just a quick story. Speaking of elites and all that sort of stuff, Harvard will make tuition free for more students. So basically, if you make less than $200,000 a year and you get your kid into Harvard, or your kid gets him or herself into Harvard, they have a good chance of going free tuition wise. Now, the thing that I have learned is that tuition is often the least expensive college expense. Yeah. Room and board is more. And then the fees, you will have to figure out a way to do fees.
And books.
So, yeah, and books. Though, funny thing is, they're like ebooks now. My son so far has not had more than maybe one or two textbooks. He paid $60 for a textbook, and that was about it. So that surprised me.
Do they have to pay for the ebooks? Because even when I was,
they can rent them.
Even when I was in school back in the early 1800s, the professors were well known for writing their own textbooks.
Oh, yep.
And then requiring you to buy the $100 textbooks. Really, one of the many reasons I chose to go to Ball State, I guess the biggest reason was they were offering me the best deal. But I did have an opportunity to go to some other schools that were all sort of based upon two things. One was my sports endeavors, but the other thing was their broadcasting department. Mm-hmm. And there were quite a number of schools that I turned down. There were great schools, I came from a school with an amazing radio program. We had 24-hour automation. We had all sorts of just very advanced stuff because the radio station was started in 1963. It was quite robust while I was there. And, many of us were working at commercial radio stations. The training was that good. And one of the things about Indiana University was they charged fees to use the equipment.
Really?
And oh, yes. I remember sitting there going, you're going to charge me to come into these production studios and such after hours and use them. At Ball State, they had all these very expansive facilities that were open 24 hours a day. You could just walk in and use them. There was a sign-up sheet during periods of time when people had projects due. But other than that, my friends and I, for fun, would, like on a Wednesday night, it would be 10 o'clock, and we would just go, why don't we go over to the production studios and write a comedy sketch or something and produce it. Right. And fees, I never heard of fees. I did in the science department. There were fees for, you had to pay for your feral pig or whatever you were dissecting. Right. It wasn't arduous, but I know a lot of students, those fees really nail it. If you don't have your own piece of equipment, then yes, you have to rent it or whatever you're doing. But yeah, this all those extra add-ons really add up.
You know what? I have no clue what the fees are for. I guess I should ask, but they're like gyms and things like that. It wasn't horribly expensive, but I guess just kind of getting over the initial shock of having a kid in college. I didn't ask a whole lot of questions. I kind of let him manage it, which is a good decision. I'm there to advise him, but I'm not going to do everything for him anymore.
Now, did you have to pay to get into athletic events and stuff at Georgia? Because at Ball State,
well, we did have to pay for student tickets. I paid $60 for my son's season tickets to the home games.
Wow, we had something.
$60 is nothing.
We had something called a student activity card,
Mm-hmm.
and that allowed you access to all the gymnasiums, certainly for all the sporting events. You didn't pay a dime to go to any of those.
Wow.
But just to get into the gym and use the facilities, or to get into a certain building and use the facilities, you didn't pay anything ever. And that was great. It was, and that also, I looked around at many of my classmates and said, "You're not taking advantage of this." I mean, half the reason I went to those sporting events is like, well, I kind of paid for this, so I'm going to go do it. Plus, it's part of the experience. But those open production studios, the amount of time I spent in there. The professor that Letterman and I both had mentioned in when the award was given out, he said, many is the time I've come back from a trip or something and been here on a Sunday morning, and guess who's in that production studio? And it's like, well, of course. What else am I going to do on a Sunday morning? I mean, that it's open, it's free. A production studio that's totally at my disposal. Are you kidding me? With tons of stock music and sound effects and everything else. I would bring in my friends that weren't even in broadcasting and go, okay, you're going to do a voice of this guy and you're going to do a voice of that guy. There's a typewriter in there. I can type up a script. There's a Xerox machine down the hallway. If I wrote it out by hand, everybody gets it. I mean, you just gotta take advantage of that stuff. And
I agree.
It's troublesome to me that's attached to that someone couldn't do that if they couldn't afford the fees.
Well, I think there's student jobs. I mean, there are things you can do to get fee money.
Yeah.
Just working on campus. As a matter of fact, I suggested my son get a job just, to soak up spare time. Because there's a lot of idle time in college, and he doesn't come home every weekend, and idle hands are the work of the devil.
Well, do you?
I know this from personal experience.
Well, is he living in a dormitory?
Yeah, he is.
Man, one of the greatest
the
jobs.
Cool thing is it's a co-ed dormitory. So
well, they're all kind of co-ed now, but not all of them.
Not when I was in school.
No, me neither. There were hours, and you had to be out of that place, or you were sealed up in a girl's dorm room all night. But the coolest job, the best job, working at the desk in the dormitory. You want to talk about meeting people, and by people I mean girls, and just knowing what's going on and learning social skills, and you're getting paid to do it. And you do things like put the mail in the mailboxes and hand out the pool's balls and the pool sticks for the pool table if they have one. It's kind of like being, the cruise director on the Love Boat. Only you're in college and getting paid for it. Oh God, Lawrence,
Well, you
please.
know what? I must compliment you. Wait, hold it. Dysgenic? I don't hear that word very often. Hanania is a case study in dysgenic breeding. Well, so far as I know, he hasn't reproduced at least.
A lot of breeding stuff coming out of Zhang this
Yeah, I
morning.
know. What's up with Zhang?
He's from common stock. He wasn't.
Apparently, he's been reading his
Ayn Rand.
his race science. You've been on your Amy Wax kick this morning.
Apparently, he went to a public school. Oh dear. Tom Gully, would you ever want to share a dorm with Be Brave as your roommate? I would, if I could conduct experiments on gravity and I happen to be on a high floor.
Well, I can tell you right now, if his mouth was anything like it was, is now back in college, he wouldn't be your roommate long. Somebody drag him out and beat him to a pulp.
Well, and how did he get into the school? I mean, do they have dorms at DeVry?
You know what would be divine justice is he goes to an HBCU talking that shit. That would be hilarious. Like the only college he could get into would be something like Hampton University. And you know what? Every day they just come by and beat the pulp out of it.
Zhang is apparently a Nepo baby, and the only people who depend on their bloodline for any sort of notoriety or want that as credit champion it. Nobody else cares. We only care about your abilities. Sorry.
Anyway, all I have to say is you must know a lot about, dysgenicism or whatever the word would be. You are weird. Those guys are, there are not a lot of them floating around, a lot of their disciples floating around. So, you are in a minority, I'll put it that way. And the other thing I have to say is Richard Hanania is very influential in the quote MAGA intelligentsia. He was actually, at least by his telling of it, he was one of the principal people, him and Chris Rufo, with influencing Trump on these DEI issues. So dysgenic or not, dude has influence, and you would do well to pay attention to what he's saying. And I don't think I read him because I like to know, what MAGA's thinking, and not all his thinking is bad. He used to be a self-avowed, I don't know if he would use the word, but a virulent racist. But he's ameliorated his stances, if that's to be believed. I have my own thoughts on whether, things like that can be reformed. But he is even finding some problems with the Trump administration. And he was kind of like an influence on it to, some degree or another. So the name of the essay is why Donald Trump and Joe Rogan are not elites.
Is Zhang also a disciple of Phyllis Schlafly?
He probably doesn't know who Phyllis Schlafly is.
Okay, well, he'll find out and become a disciple.
What is dysgenicism? It's basically people who shouldn't have been born and should not reproduce. It's like, the gene pool would be better without their contributions. So basically they are a minus to a minus to the progress of the human genome. I don't care about old school anti-feminists. Well, you're a new school
I was about to
anti-feminist.
say, it's just the new ones.
All right. Well, Zhang, all fun aside, you are a fun person to banter back and forth with. I will give you that. So I don't know that these are longish essays, and I got three of these. That two of them I was going to do yesterday, didn't get a chance to do. But I think it's important to know what people on the right are saying about people on the right. That's always the most interesting to me. The left, I don't. You know what? I probably listen these days to more, right of center and farther along, because I know how, I know how the center thinks. I kind of know what the progressives are thinking. The right folks are the ones that are kind of in power right now. So it's kind of important to know what they're thinking in their so-called intellectual spheres. So we'll hear this until I get bored or somebody gets bored with it.
Why Donald Trump and Joe Rogan are not in quote, elites in quote, on populism as a different way of selecting who has power. By Richard Hanania. Everyone talks about populism and elites, yet the way we use these terms has become somewhat strange. When we say elites oppose Trump, we don't think there is anything off about this statement despite him being president and having established absolute dominance over one of our two major political parties. We usually refer to populism to indicate a movement that stands in opposition to elites, but that just brings us back to the question of what elites are. 15 years ago, that was an easy question, as we could simply point to the Republican and Democratic establishments and mainstream media outlets and say they were the ones with power and influence. Yet today, Joe Rogan and Candace Owens get more viewers and listeners than CNN hosts, and Donald Trump controls the Republican Party like no other figure in American history. Nonetheless, we don't say that the Joe Rogan experience is elite in the same way CNN is. Somehow, Mitch McConnell, who now stands alone against the entire Republican caucus on high-profile votes, still seems more like an elite or member of the establishment than Donald Trump. Can we have coherent definitions for elites and populism that correspond to how we commonly use these terms? I believe that we can. Elites are people who participate in and have contact with long-standing, established institutions that have traditionally had cultural, political, and social power, even when the power of those institutions is waning. Have status that is connected to their affiliations with such institutions or those involved with them, rather than a direct relationship with a mass audience in terms of voters or consumers. Have norms and professional incentives centered around raising one's status via impressing other members of the elite, rather than a mass audience. Once we have a definition of elites, we can define populism, which is a derivative concept. A good working definition of populism is that it is a worldview that blames elites for societal problems and stands in opposition to them, champions values and aesthetics that have more currency among the general public than elites, namely xenophobia, traditional cultural values and forms of art, an openness towards mysticism and the supernatural, and a leveling informality in social relations. Assign status to individuals based on a direct connection to a mass audience or voters, rather than success within established institutions. This definition pertains to right-wing populism, but it is reasonable to focus on that as left-wing equivalents do not have nearly as much influence in Western countries, mainly because for populism to be powerful you need to build a mass audience, which means believing in ideas that the masses accept but elites don't. But left-wing views are already well represented in elite institutions. And the masses mostly care about identity and social issues, not economic theories. So even if it's true that the public is more pro-redistribution and status than elites, that is not enough to build something as popular as the Joe Rogan experience or the Trump movement outside of establishment channels. I think that 3, in each definition is what is key here and provides a new perspective on how to understand debates over populism, as knowing what status hierarchies people are part of goes a long way in explaining their outlook and behavior. Recently, I was interviewed by a New York Times Magazine staff writer. I looked him up, and it turned out he had only a few thousand followers on X. I would love to regularly write features for the NYT magazine, and even though as an individual I have a much larger audience than he does, I am unable to, and probably less elite in a sense. Yet his position depends on being associated with the NYT. If he were fired and couldn't get another job at one of a handful of comparable institutions, he would see a precipitous fall in status and financial outlook. Joe Rogan, in contrast, gets very little respect from the American Medical Association, CNN, the Council on Foreign Relations, the federal bureaucracy, or Pfizer. But he has an absolutely massive audience and has much more influence over society than an individual NYT magazine staff writer, though it is a more complicated question over how much power he has relative to the NYT magazine as an institution. Note that I said elites only have to participate in or have contact with certain institutions. They need not have formal associations with them. Andrew Sullivan now has an independent Substack. But he started out writing for major newspapers and magazines, still appears on Real Time with Bill Maher, and is read by and in dialogue with elites. He continues to have personal relations with them and cares about what they think. Individuals like Jesse Singal and Matt Iglesias are similar in these respects. Meanwhile, Michael Savage, Alex Berenson, Candace Owens, Glenn Greenwald, Darryl Cooper, and Jimmy Dore derive their status from the absolute sizes of their audience and are all populist figures in a sense. Tucker Carlson spent 2 decades working for the big 3 cable news stations, yet now has his own show on X attacking the type of people who used to be his colleagues. Unlike Andrew Sullivan, he is no longer of elite status, since no part of Tucker's income or sense of self-worth comes from gaining approval from elite institutions. If anything, the more they hate him, the more his status rises among his own audience and the more money he makes, creating a completely inverted incentive structure. Donald Trump is a particularly interesting case. When he came on the political scene, he was opposed by big business, the media, universities, professional institutions, and both major political parties. He eventually became president twice because he had enough of a mass base of support. Now he has remade the Republican Party in his image and staffed the White House, his cabinet, and the federal bureaucracy with toadies. It is tempting to call MAGA a new elite based on certain definitions of the term, but not the one that I think is most useful for understanding politics. I think that a good way to illustrate the points made here is to look at how 2 individuals can hold the same position, while one is elite and the other isn't. Traditionally, FBI directors have served 10-year terms on the ground that they should not be tied to any particular president, and they generally have been impressive people. Before Kash Patel, consider the last 4 FBI directors. Louis Freeh, 1993 to 2001, confirmed 95-0 in the Senate, JD from Rutgers, LLM from NYU. Robert Mueller, 2001 to 2013, confirmed 98-0, BA from Princeton, JD from UVA. James Comey, 2013 to 2017, confirmed 93-1, JD from the University of Chicago. Chris Wray, 2017 to 2025, confirmed 92-5, BA and JD from Yale. Each one of these men got where they were by impressing other elites, from admissions offices of prestigious universities to members of federal law enforcement to senators. Freeh had the least impressive academic credentials, but worked his way up from FBI special agent to assistant U.S. attorney to federal judge and finally FBI director. Kash Patel, in contrast, earned his BA from the University of Richmond and his JD from Pace University, currently ranked 136 among law schools. He began his career as a public defender and did not particularly distinguish himself before getting his current job, except as a pro-Trump partisan. He had several sources of income before he was selected to run the FBI, including children's books on how everyone should worship Trump, Trump shirts, and consulting fees from Truth Social and a Trump super PAC. As a side note, he's also been...
I think we get the gist there. I'm going to skip ahead to the next one because Hananiah's essay kind of gets us there, who he's considering populist versus elite. And, one of the things that, I've been thinking about for the last 2 or 3 weeks is that you can have almost the exact same credentials, and really elite or populist is really more about attitude and orientation. Um, so it really just comes down to worldview. Um, so, it's not like, a badge or anything like that you can wear. And then I'm going to just kind of quote hand read the next couple articles because there's specific sections I want to talk about. And again, this all may be more for me than for you. I do want to add that populism throughout American history has always been more or less a flash in the pan. Tea Party, Occupy Wall Street. You can go all the way back to things like Shays Rebellion, um, Whiskey Rebellion. These were all more or less popular movements, grassroots movements that had specific issues with authority, and either they were put down, like a Whiskey Rebellion, where George Washington himself is leading the column to quell these barbarians, or Shays Rebellion. Literally, it was a populist type rebellion that gave the impetus for the U.S. Constitution. So populism actually does work. It's just always short-lived, and due in part to it tends to be disorganized. I'm going to argue that even movements like BLM were more or less populist, left-wing populism, but populist nonetheless, and disorganized. The leaders wind up getting more than the followers do. So, I'm just kind of letting you know my viewpoint on it. You may all have different viewpoints, and they all may be good viewpoints, but, I'm just kind of throwing. No, that's Richard Hanania, Fred. You know what? I don't actually know that much about Aaron Mate, other than he co-hosts that podcast with Katie. I can't even remember, Katie Halper. But I'm not a fan of their type of progressivism. Um, and these days, I'm not even that much of a fan of progressives in general. I find them almost as odious as MAGA, depending on who it is we're talking about. And I know you won't like that, Fred, but so it goes. So this particular person, the newsletter is called The Unpopulist, and it's it has different people writing about, it's not a regular one person writes the thing. Different people write essays depending on, I guess, the week and the topic. The one thing I will say is it tends to lean towards liberalism, and I guess center positions, which I tend to do myself. If it has the word radical in it, I will generally always ask questions about it. So we're talking populism again. The top of this is why populism, or the paragraph heading, why populism and authoritarianism go hand in hand. And the essay reads, this new right is not a conservatism focused on preserving the liberal gains of the past, the elimination of slavery, the securing of equality before the law, of limited constitutional government, and of rights to worship, to speak, to acquire and own property, to trade on mutually agreed terms, and to live as one likes with one's own resources. Instead, it advances a radically opposed agenda that seeks to centralize absolute, arbitrary, and unaccountable power in the hands of the executive alone. That is MAGA in a nutshell. And then there are reasons why this is what they want to do, which, I won't even bother getting into now. You can imagine what I would say. But unitary executive into the hands of the executive alone. And, I can sympathize with having one person accountable to the people versus, having a whole Congress with 535 people accountable. But there are arguments on both sides of that. And the main one for not, concentrating power in one individual is definitely anti-American. And the other thing is absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's one kind of aphorism that I agree with. And it almost, there is no such thing as a benign dictator for very long. You'll start out benign, but then people start pissing you off and trying to assassinate you, and you become a despot. So populism and into civility, and I agree with this wholeheartedly. Populism is at its core a rejection of civility in civil society. The decline of civility is so advanced that it will take great efforts to restore it. Anger, fury, rage, and resentment are no substitutes for virtue, honor, integrity. Virtue, honor, integrity, honesty, and responsibility. Will is no substitute for principle. Impulse is no substitute for reason, deliberation, nor insults for civil decorum. With the loss of civility comes the loss of the idea of living together as equal citizens in a constitutional republic, where there is freedom for all, regardless of religion, ethnicity, gender, national origin, or other characteristics of a great and varied people. The substitution of will for principle leaves us all at the mercy of the powerful. We are at great risk of losing our freedom in an orgy of polarization and in the celebration of concentrated power in the hands of those who boast of their lack of virtue. So, I can't imagine a better description of Donald Trump. Are we at risk of losing our constitutional republic? Those who say that it cannot happen here are in error. It can. I fear that if we do not act to defend the separation of powers and the rule of law, it will. Some say that unpredictability and sheer willfulness are an advantage in policy matters, foreign and domestic. It is not. Rather, it is a recipe for tyranny. As James Madison noted in Federalist Number 62, a mutable policy poisons the blessing of liberty itself. So basically changing standards. Law is defined to be a rule of action, but how can that be a rule which is little known and less fixed? Let's see. There was one other, or am I done with this one? Oh, here it is. Now this will piss some people off, and that's why I'm going to read it.
Good deal.
Yeah, always see. I'm all the way at home, so I don't have to worry about a John Wilkes Booth situation. Okay, liberalism once saved the world; it can do so again. Now I have to see what Fred's saying here. He's too whiny for me. Yep. All right, well, let's what's the party aisle, Kelvin? It is basically the middle. You, like in Congress, you have the right side of the aisle, you have the left side of the aisle, and the aisle is actually, the corridor between them, between the two sides. That's what he means by the party aisle, or the aisle party. So let's see, what does Ryan say? Where they don't write the article when the radical left was protesting in front of the Supreme Court justices' homes. Well, they were probably, the reason they didn't write it, Ryan, is because they were too busy protesting in front of the Supreme Court justices' homes. Maybe it's a little bit hard to write an essay and carry a sign.
They might have also been too busy writing an article about the radical right trying to kidnap and kill a sitting governor of the state of Michigan. Plenty to go around. Plenty to
Yeah,
go around.
they forget about that, and we will be calling that whataboutism, right? Right, Ryan? Liberalism won't save the world. I just know this is like throwing water on the Wicked Witch of the West to reject Sulla. I don't even know who Sulla is. Obviously, it's mentioned up at the top. Let's see. My late friend David Boaz, whose last public speech. Oh shit. He wrote. What's the name of the damn book? Which I have but haven't read. He was an anthropologist, if I recall, whose last public speech was last year, addressed the rise of illiberalism in the shadow of liberal triumph. I'm gonna have to click that link. I bet it's a good one. He reminded us that it is a fantasy to think that in the past all was rosy and just. As he noted elsewhere, we suffer under a lot of regulations and restrictions that our ancestors did not face. But in 1776, Black Americans were held in chattel slavery, and married women had no legal existence except as agents of their husbands. In 1910 and even 1950, Blacks still suffered under the legal bonds of Jim Crow, and we all faced confiscatory tax rates throughout the post-war period. Think back again to 1977. Not only did we have 70% tax rates, we had strict price regulations on trucking and airlines. It was often illegal for a trucking company to take tomatoes to the city and furniture back to rural areas. We had a monopoly phone company and strict regulations on interest and investing, sodomy laws in most states, and at least briefly generalized wage and price controls.
By the way, Sulla was a Roman dictator. He actually brought the dictatorship back. Long story short of it is, he was a very, very important, ruler and general, like many of them were, and statesman. He actually won the first major civil war in Roman history, but in many movies even, you will hear Sulla's name brought up with distaste. He was not a benevolent dictator, and he didn't have much patience with the Senate.
Does Suetonius write about him? You remember the 12 Caesars? Is he one of that bunch?
I don't know. I don't know if he was or not. I'll be honest with you. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna have to go back and read all that. I've forgotten all that.
My knowledge of him is mostly through, I'll be honest with you, films, about the Roman eras, where he is mentioned, and it's always in a derogatory fashion.
Okay, Deacon Dave, random thought. No tax on tips would have the service industry voting Republican for 80 years. No tax on overtime would have the unions across the political aisle forever. Dave, first off, that is a fantasy. You know what? If you think it's all about money, that is an interesting viewpoint. No tax on tips. You can't basically buy people with money forever. Eventually, you'll do something to piss them off. So, no tax on overtime would have unions. No, I doubt it. And number one, the other thing is that it would never be allowed. Business owners aren't going to do that shit. So, good luck with that fantasy. Constitutional governance is superior to disorganized tyranny. You know what? I don't even need to read this. That pretty much speaks for itself. But again, these sorts of political orientations, say liberalism, which is pretty much, a synonym for elites, versus populists, and nothing's hard and fast rule wise, but it's, you'll hear me talk about, hey, y'all need to read the Constitution constantly. Because at least that way you know the rules, whether you agree with them or not. You can seek to get the rules changed, but at least a constitution makes life a little bit more predictable. And I don't agree that Donald Trump's capriciousness is a good thing in the long term, because he's so unpredictable. So let's see. If anybody wants this, I'll just drop, you can ask, and I'll drop the links in there. It's a good article. And again, even if you're not inclined to be into liberalism, it is always good to know what your opposition is thinking and writing about. That's the other thing. And maybe that's a liberal position in and of itself. I don't see populists as great readers.
Sulla is described a bit in that last paragraph, by the way.
Okay, Dave, prefacing something with random thought does not shield you from critique. Random thought is not the same thing as well thought out thought. So take that for what it's worth. I'm sure that's going to piss you off. I'm sure you'll have a pithy retort. So this next thing, again, this is another unpopulist article. This is all the way back from January. Right-wing populists are just as bad for business as left-wing ones, left-wing populists. And I feel the same way. Extremes on either side are suspect. And populists, whether they're Bernie or Trump, will wind up being an issue. They will have their issues because there are weaknesses in populism, and one of them is the disorganized nature. Now, I will say this: I would rather have Bernie than Trump, and but too many people feel the opposite. So you got to make the best of what's around. So right-wing populists are just as bad for business as left-wing ones, to the extent that populist movements are anti-elite or anti-establishment. They can arise on either left or right, which a lot of people don't seem to understand that. Progressives are populists. As a matter of fact, you could even make the argument that Marxists are populists. But they always, throughout history, they tend to kind of aggregate or segregate into subgroups that are populist or elites. But there is a crucial difference between the two. Writer John B. Judas insists in The Populist Explosion. Left-wing populists champion the people against an elite or an establishment. Theirs is a vertical politics of bottom and middle, arrayed against the top. Right-wing populists champion the people against an elite that they accuse of favoring a third group, which can consist, for instance, of immigrants, Islamists, and African-American militants. Right-wing populism is triadic. It looks upward, but also down upon an outgroup. And that is true. I've read this before. There's a guy named, he's a professor at Yale, philosophy professor. Is it David Stanley? I'd have to look it up. I've actually read his books. Anyway, essentially and I kind of disagree with this. There's sometimes an outgroup with left-wing populism, but basically what we have with MAGA as a right-wing, supposedly populist group is immigrants are the outgroup, along with BLM, along with the woke. There's that group that you want to deport and be cruel to, and MAGA is living up to that part of its right-wing populist pedigree.
The press.
So let's see what else. There was something else in here. The survey I don't care about. Time for liberals to unite. You know what? That sounds populist. Why do we need to fight populism? Now, this is interesting. I don't know that we need to fight it. It'll fizzle out, at least historically. The liberal democratic solution acknowledges that there is a will of the people in a loose sense, and that it needs to be consulted in governing decisions. However, this will is neither universal nor fixed. Rather, it is changing and evolving and has to be continuously rediscovered through regularly scheduled elections. That's a good point. Moreover, in large polities, individuals and groups have varied and conflicting interests. This means the will of the people is not monolithic. If markets are a mechanism for discovering the will of the consumer, democracy and elections are a mechanism for discovering the will of the public. That is very well written. Wish I'd thought of it. Moreover, deliberative bodies and representative institutions are required to sift through competing demands and balance the power among various interests so that no one side gets its way all the time and no one side loses all the time. They deliberately temper the power of dominant groups to give less powerful minorities a shot at being heard. However, minorities don't get exclusive control over the leaves of power either. And I think that's actually a fancy way of saying that democracy is the best way to discover the will of the people, where compromise is basically something both sides have to do to at least get some of what they want. And I fear that Donald Trump, he wants what his base wants some of the time. Okay, I can think of the vaccines where Trump sits down with Candace Owens and talks about him being vaccinated, and she almost took down Donald Trump. She's so anti-vax that she had Trump on the ropes for a day or two, and he started disavowing his being the head of Operation Warp Speed. So the will of the people through Candace Owens can be, kind of unpredictable. So that's enough of me pissing people off. I actually welcome people to hit the link. Let me drop it again, because after reading these great words, I am inspired to debate.
Well, I don't necessarily have anything to debate. I do have two things.
Okay.
The first of which is I was very disappointed. No, I'm not bitter, not disappointed, but I was hopeful that you would be around for my show last night, because I did a show on the Sullivans.
I don't recognize the name.
The Fighting Sullivans. The 5 brothers who were all killed aboard the USS Juno during World War II.
You know what? I don't know that story. I guess I'll have to go back. I apologize. My father-in-law and my son are in town, so they forced me to go to dinner with them.
This is an outrage. You and your family need to really take a back seat to my.
Hey, I don't get to see him that much.
They made a movie about it actually during the war. It was a huge story during World War II, and of course, the focus of a lot of patriotism and raising war bonds.
That's why they stopped sending they won't send all your sons to war now. They keep one in reserve for. Is that?
Well, it's not necessarily in reserve, but they spread them out. They don't put them on the same ship, or they try not to put them in the same unit and all that stuff. It's called the Sole Survivor Act. It was actually put into effect due to the Sullivans. But the reason I thought you would know about it is that there are a couple of USS, there's a DD and a DDG that were named the Sullivans. In fact, the first one was the first Navy vessel ever named for more than one person. And
no, I did not know that. See, That's why I depend on you. I'll definitely go back and watch the show. And you know what's so sad about it? My father-in-law is a Navy veteran too, and so was his father. There's kind of a Navy tradition, and my cousin, Navy. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do? My father-in-law had to go to Florida. He's coming back. I think he'll be back on Thursday. He and I'll sit down and watch it because he would love that.
Well, it takes a while for me to get done showing off my new open and things, but then we get into the meat of it, and I misidentify some ships and stuff for just a second, whatever. But the first was a destroyer that was launched, by the Navy, and the mother of the Sullivans was actually participated in the launch. And so the two destroyers, one was DD 537, and then later on the USS the Sullivans DDG 68. The motto for both.
You know what? Yeah, that was DD 68 would be my contemporary.
And so, yes, definitely. And the motto for both ships was, and is, because I believe that DDG 68 is still, still sailing. We Stick Together was the name of it. The second thing that I had was, I don't know if you're familiar with a comedian named Colin Quinn.
Yes, I am very. He was on Saturday Night Live.
Yes. I am going to post for your entertainment, and I'm just going to mention it here for anyone else. Colin Quinn has been doing these one-man shows about various topics for a number of years. And he does one. Now, I'm not saying they're a substitute for a history class. However, he did one called A Long Story Short, The History of the World. And I just put the YouTube link in there. It's about an hour and 20 minutes long. It's a very entertaining way to, at least for someone that doesn't like history or that doesn't study or that never really got a grasp of sort of the order of things or what happened throughout history and which empires, came to the forefront, all of those things. It's a very entertaining and interesting way to kind of cover all this. And if you know about history, I think it makes it even more entertaining.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So anyway, that's what I was going to mention to those in the
drop that link in the chat.
Yeah, it's called A Long Story Short. I'm a big Colin Quinn fan, and so that's a way that people can learn.
Make a Howard Zinn people's history actually entertaining.
Yeah, I mean it's when you're a fan of soccer, you almost have to know things about other parts of the world.
Right.
You just, that's the game. And one of the things that you learn along the way is that we as Americans aren't really aware of other parts of the world. We almost have a who cares about them, And that's
I'm kind of like that even to this day, in a way, because I care a lot more about domestic policy than I do foreign policy.
Right.
So,
well, and it's difficult to keep track of what's going on in every country in the world or every culture in the world at all times, but it's helpful to know when issues arise the background of that place or those people. And you only have to learn that once. Mm-hmm. And so anyway, it's an interesting way to look at all the various empires, their prominence in the world, even places that we now consider to be not that worthy.
Right.
Greece or something in their time were quite influential. And so it's basically that whole story. So anyway, the USS the Sullivans, the Five Brothers, they made a movie out of it with Thomas Mitchell, Uncle Billy from It's a Wonderful Life, and Ann Baxter from the Ten Commandments.
Well, she was also in the Brady Bunch, right?
Ann Baxter, no, that's Ann B. Davis. the thing of it is that the movie was, let's just say, like many World War II movies during the war, it may have been
embellished,
guilty of taking quite a bit of poetic license in order to gin up the public and the boys in the field. But it's still maybe worth a look as an archive. But the story of the Sullivans is very relevant, and the mother and the father went on a huge, war bonds tour, and the Sullivans were quite well known.
I was just thinking to myself, when the captain arrives, like in the morning, or departs, up on the quarterdeck, they announce on the ship's PA system, the captain's departing, or the captain's, arriving, because you literally log it, in the ship's log. So, usually the name of the ship is how they announce the captain. Like, my last ship was USS Briscoe. So it'll go Briscoe arriving, Briscoe departing, because, poetically, to use a word, the captain is the ship. So I'm imagining the captain of the Sullivans, the Sullivans arriving.
Yeah.
How weird that sounds.
Yeah.
The Sullivans departing. It's actually kind of symbolically cool, though, I guess.
Well, and to name a ship the Sullivans,
yeah,
it's just a unique name in and of itself. But it's
definitely.
5 guys, same ship. They were originally struck. I think it was the Agasaki. They were involved in a big. It was the Battle of Guadalcanal, and the ship was hit and crippled. I think it was the U.S. I want to say the USS San Francisco, a Jap sub. It was the I-26, I-50. I can't remember one. Anyway, the Jap sub took 2 shots at it, missed the San Francisco, but one of the stray torpedoes hit and thought to hit the ammunition section of the USS Juno. It's a long story, but the head of that particular naval operation saw the explosion and just assumed no one survived, so they didn't even check for survivors. And of course, radio silence, and they sent a B-17 bomber to check it out. The bomber saw there were survivors. They were on radio silence due to all the fallout from the Battle of Guadalcanal, both on land and the naval battle. The note that said, hey, we have survivors, only about 100 survivors, by the way, that got lost. And by the time they finally got out there, only 10 survived. It was like 8 days later, they finally went out and picked them up.
Yeah, having been out there, I can just imagine how it would feel just being in the middle of an ocean. And Jesus, that's just terrifying. If you've ever been out in the middle of the ocean, it is just, if you think about it too much, it will scare you. You have to keep yourself busy.
It is ominously intimidating.
Yeah.
To be, 500 miles from anything.
Yeah.
And you lose power, you lose wind, or whatever else, you're done.
Oh, shoot. And you know what? Even if you lose power and you're that far away, could you imagine just being powerless on a ship 500 miles away from anyone and you need a tow?
Yeah.
It could be, because when the power goes out, you're not going to have hot food. You're not going to be able to use toilets. All that stuff is, you need power to do it. Now, if your engines break, that doesn't necessarily mean you're out of power.
Right.
Because at least in the modern ships, the generators though the two systems are interconnected, you can run a generator without an engine running. It is possible to do that.
Yeah.
But
fuel even
in the old days, steam was the power. Like you were generating. You needed the engine to generate steam, to turn turbines to generate power.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sallying forth, my new favorite black woman, and consequently my doppelganger. I think it could be that I'm just in love with myself. That's why I like her. Now, I think her message is rather dubious, but entertaining. So hopefully, let's see what she has to say. What the hell, black people? We really have a crazy person running the White House. It made me laugh when I read the title. So let's see what she has to say.
What is wrong with these White House reporters? These people sat in the White House with this press conference, and when Trump basically called out Chuck Schumer and said that the man was not Jewish and that he considered him a Pakistani.
A Pakistani?
No one questioned him whatsoever. No one. The White House reporters, the Republicans, no one called that man out. What good are the reporters, the White House reporters? These are some most cowardly people I have ever seen in my life. If you don't want to do the job to go in that White House and report and ask the tough questions, you need to come on out of there. You need to come on out of there. Because for you all to sit there and let this man say this about Chuck Schumer, that he was not Jewish, and everyone knows that he is, and that he considered him a Pakistani, and you didn't question that? What is wrong with you all? You all are so afraid to say anything against Donald Trump. And it's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. I have never seen anything like this before. I tell you, we are living in some horrible times, where these people are so afraid to speak up, to say something. Now, if it would have been Biden, you would have said something. If it would have been Obama, you would have said something.
You know who this woman's rhetoric is reminding me of?
Who?
She's reminded me of a female Ryan. As soon as you start talking about, one side, they'll revert to the other. Like her, listening to her, I wasn't even thinking about Biden. So, Ryan, you might have a doppelganger too.
Donald Trump must have something on every last one of those people. The Republicans, he must have something on those people for no one to speak up and say something about.
That would be the first thing I think.
It's ridiculous. Donald Trump is insane. He's insane. His own relative talks about him on a daily basis and says that he is pretty much so having the same.
Okay, well, just so you know, it's his technically his cousin, and I can't even remember her first name right now. She has a podcast, and her father was Donald Trump's brother. I think it was Fred Jr. committed suicide. She has stories about how toxic being the son of Fred Trump was. So anyway, I'll think of her name in just a minute. I want to say Donna, but it's not.
Oh, you talking about?
Oh no, it's Mary Trump. Mary
Yeah.
Trump is Donald's Trump's first cousin, and she has no good words to say about Donald Trump. So that's who this lady's talking about, his own relative. So
symptoms as if though his father did when it came down to him having either dementia, Alzheimer's, whichever one. They damn near about the same. But again, she talks about him on a daily basis, that this man is acting just like something's wrong with him. And something is wrong with him. They could be talking about one thing and he goes off and talk about something else. If that doesn't tell you something's wrong with him, I don't know what will. But for no one to speak up or call him out to say, why did you say that about Chuck Schumer? Why would you say he's not Jewish? Why would you consider him a Pakistani? No,
you know
one
what? I gotta
questioned him.
end this here. Is she keeps saying Pakistani, and it's just gonna. I'm gonna think less of her. I think she's adorable. And Deacon Dave, you probably know what my response is going to be to a statement like this. Black women probably challenge black men for reasons. Okay, it's not just because it's genetic or cultural or anything like that. Black men have a reputation, so cut them some slack. And I've never had a black woman challenge me, and I've dated several. If you are a solid man and they realize you're a solid man, you won't have any problems any more than any other couple. So I hear what you're saying, and pretty much say that black men aren't helping black women have confidence if you want to make those sorts of generalities. And let's see what my buddy Ryan has to say. Deacon Dave, they don't come together. Maybe it's the identity politics that Dems live for. No idea what that means. Kelvin, someone who's generally sane at least. Weekly 121 with a manager complete. I live to work another day chat. Oh yeah, that's right. It's way later over there. So congratulations. Are you celebrating, Kelvin? Yeah, I like the font. Stanley, are you listening to the words that are coming out of your own mouth? Deacon Dave, not only am I listening to the words, I think before I speak a lot of times. So yeah, I heard what I said. Did you?
Kelvin's celebrating all sorts of things. I don't know what a weekly 121 is, but Kelvin is celebrating
he's been on this job for 121 days.
Oh, or maybe 121
weeks. I'm
weeks.
Sorry, 121 weeks.
Oh, okay. But his team won the League Cup, and Kelvin, I saw an absolutely adorable video of an elementary school in Newcastle where the whole school was lined up, complete in Newcastle United gear, singing the fight songs of Newcastle United for like 10 minutes. It was absolutely wonderful. I'm very, very happy for Newcastle. When these little clubs win a trophy for the first time in a million years, you really have to feel like, isn't that cute? It's not the championship, it's not the FA Cup, but everybody's going on and on about it. And Newcastle won a European trophy just a few years ago. I guess it's a national thing. It's a national. You want to win your championship. The European one, to me, is a much bigger trophy, but I do understand the historical significance. The League Cup used to be a bigger deal, I think, than it is now due to all the competitions. But good on Newcastle United. I'm glad they.
Is it like a Ted Lasso type story?
It is a little bit, but not really. Newcastle United is a long and storied history, and they maybe, when people talk about fan bases that are the most ravenous for a team, Newcastle is always in the conversation. The Toon Army down there in Newcastle. And so there's three levels, I would say, of things you want to win in British soccer. The first is the championship, obviously, but they're different than we are. The regular season, the best team, that's the champion. You play every team at your place and their place, so 2 games, home and away, and you play every other team in the league that way. And the team with the most points, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie, 0 points for a loss, at the end of the season, that's your champion. Then they have what they call cup tournaments, which are like playoffs to us. Those aren't seen as attractive. And there's the FA Cup, which is every team in England, every single one plays for the FA Cup. I forget who's won the most of those. Oh, wait a minute. It's my team. And then there's what they call the League Cup, which is just the top league. So the League Cup is a big deal because it is just, the very, very, very top level. And that's what Newcastle United just won. And yes, they are ravenous down there in Newcastle. They really, really are. And Newcastle, of course.
The ale?
Yes. Yes. No. I think the brewery used to own the team.
Oh, really?
If I'm not mistaken, I know they used to sponsor it.
Huh.
Anyway.
It's been a while since I've had Newcastle ale. I will have to acquire some. So I've got some females that will just warm the cockles of Deacon Dave's heart. Dave, this one's for you. I've never heard this lady before, so she's new to all of us. And this is a 20-minute video, so we're going to have to see how long we can deal with this. I need to make sure that she's not. I don't know that she's showing Boondocks cartoons. And I don't know how that's gonna sit. So I'm gonna skip over the Boondocks part. This is the consequence of not going through and watching videos before I. What do you call it? Screening.
Yes.
Maybe I should start screening new people.
No.
All right.
Don't do that. That's always a mistake. That's just gonna take up time, and I'm very guilty of that myself. I'm like, oh, look, licensed music. Well, okay.
All right. Well, we've got less than a month to monetization, and I hope I will not be the one that Portia comes to and goes, "What the fuck did you do?"
What? Yeah, what's up with that month and all that? I don't understand what you guys are going
it has
through.
something to do with strikes and all that jazz.
Oh, yeah.
Somehow or another, we wound up at a place where, because we started out, like we had 1,000 viewers in like a couple months. And then, then we started running into strikes and that sort of thing. So the monetization, we were monetized for like 2 weeks or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we're trying to get back to that point.
It's really advantageous to do that. Super advantageous because you get, the pre-roll monetization, you get all that. And like it or not, you can put Cash App and PayPal in your crawl. It's people just aren't as they're not going to do that as frequently as if you've got that little $ in your chat that people can just click dollar amount, boom, done. It's really good. It's really good to have that.
Well, I know because I've gotten like, oh hey, I love what that guy said. Let me send him a couple bucks.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And here's another thing. Those memberships.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the gift that keep on giving. I mean, that's
right.
And I don't play. Have you ever seen me play video on my show that's not like from, if I find a piece of video on Wikipedia, I might play it, maybe. But generally speaking, I don't play any of that stuff. I certainly don't play any music. I I don't play anything that I don't know.
Other than what's been written for you.
What do you mean?
Your theme song.
Oh yeah. No, well, that music that I own. Yes, I can do that, but it's just they're too. The algorithm is too touchy. It's too scattershot in their review process. There's certain things you think are a slam dunk that are just, what? They denied me? And certain things you're just like, I'll throw a Hail Mary here, and they go ahead and uphold it. The big one for me was Tom Lehrer. Tom Lehrer publicly announced all of my works are now public domain. I'm releasing 100% of them. They no longer belong to me. They belong to no one, blah, 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 blah. So I played some Tom Lehrer music. Man, they lit me up on that. Now, they did, because I provided them links to his website, news articles, everything else. They did overturn it, but that's still, you're hanging out with the strike for 2 weeks. You know, with the sword of Damocles over your head. So, anyway, enough of all that. But I hope you guys are very soon monetized. I guess that's.
Yeah, I hope so too. Well, let's see what this young lady has to say. Looks promising.
Self-hatred. What's internalized racism? What's self-hatred? Internalized racism or self-hatred is an adaptive response to systemic oppression. People from historically oppressed communities, such as Black Americans, including Galigichi people, Latin Americans, Aborigine Australians, etc. Basically, anybody who's non-white may adopt the beliefs of their oppressors to mitigate threats such as discrimination, violence, or economic exclusion. By aligning themselves with white supremacist values, these individuals attempt to fit in via proximity to whiteness, which they falsely equate with power. People with this internalized racism or self-hate mentality hope to secure safety, social acceptance, or economic opportunities by distancing themselves from their own culture. For example, for y'all who watching who speak Galigichi or any form of Black English, you'll probably hear people of your own race tell you the way that you speak is bad, broken English, and it's not the proper way of speaking. Most people with this Uncle Ruckus mentality actually believe that American English, or what's commonly known as white American English, is the standard for Black people, even though our ancestors did not come from England. This, my friend, is a typical case of internalized racism or self-hatred. It's also what I call raccoon syndrome. Nope, I will not be explaining, because those who get it, and I don't need any raccoons reporting my page. Now, unless you was raised in a pro-Black household where your people was pumping Black love, Black history, Black pride into you at a very young age, most of us will have an Uncle Ruckus phase growing up. I know for me, just growing up as a Galigichi speaking woman, dark-skinned woman with thick, curly hair, I definitely had my experience. I ain't gonna say I was extreme like Uncle Ruckus, but I definitely had feelings of not wanting to be Black, wishing that my hair was straight, like just didn't want to associate myself with Blackness, period, because we're being raised in the anti-Black mentality. So again, unless you are raised in a household where your people are already teaching you from a very young age on how to not absorb all of that anti-Blackness that you're unfortunately going to receive, then you're going to go through like an Uncle Ruckus phase, or you're going to go through a self-hating phase until you are able to find your people, which I did when I went to college. Now, I know I ain't alone in that feeling. Again, as I say, I know a lot of people went through that particular phase growing up. Just Black people in America, it is what it is. To me, just one of those things you got to go through and experience. Again, unless you was raised in a certain household where people are just pumping that kind of love into you. And I actually learned that and got that from Dr. Joy DeGruy, which I highly recommend y'all check her out in her book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. Because she said for her growing up, she always loved being Black, and she didn't understand why she would meet other Black people and they felt like being Black was something bad. Even in her book, which is what led her on her journey to talk about post-traumatic slave syndrome, she would be confused on why when somebody would insult each other, they would say Black, you, like, oh, you Black and ugly, or you Black and big, as if the Black was the insult. And she would be confused at a young age saying, well, we are Black, so why is that the first insult? So that's just a little nugget for y'all to go check out her book if you are still struggling with that internalized racism or Blackness. And to bring up another doctor, a psychiatrist who recently became an ancestor a few years ago, is Dr. Frances Cress Wilson. Her quote was actually in the beginning of the movie Baby Boy. She emphasized that the phase of internalized racism or self-hatred that many of us may experience ain't a conscious choice, but a psychological defense mechanism. Her theory is that prolonged exposure to racism rewires our self-perception, leading individuals to view themselves as people of their race through the lens of white supremacy. So again, if you are still struggling with detoxing from the Uncle Ruckus mentality, then I recommend you unlearn and internalize anti-Blackness by reading Dr. Frances Cress Wilson's book, The ISIS Paper, and seeking community therapy for racial trauma. But a task you can start today is to answer this question in the chat or in your own personal journal. Do I equate whiteness with worth? Next up is Tom. So Tom is a mascot for the colorblind mentality or the I don't see color mentality. He's the type to show up to a Black Lives Matter rally with an All Lives Matter sign. This type of mentality loves to ignore race to avoid accountability. This mentality is common in interracial couples and people who exclusively or mainly only date people outside of their own race. Now, before y'all, if it ain't snowing, I ain't going, folks, to get in my comments or trying to report my page. I personally don't care who you lay with, who you sleep with, who you choose to procreate with, as long as you ain't messing with no churn, no animal, and you ain't downing or putting down your own race. And we recently witnessed how this mentality can be dangerous in the case of Tevin Rackens and his girlfriend, Hannah Cobb. Tevin was a Black man who was shot and killed by his white girlfriend, Hannah, who allegedly was just cleaning her pew-pew before it went off. Now, Tevin made multiple social media posts saying disparaging remarks about Black women. One comment, he stated he would rather commit bestiality than to be with a Black woman. But he said the dog gotta be white. So as we see from the Tevin example, his mentality, I would honestly say, would probably be a mixture of Tom and Uncle Ruckus, because he was really deep in that sunken place. But to better understand Tom's colorblind mentality, let's review scholar Dr. Beverly Tatum quote, who compares racism to smog. Smog is something that we all breathe, but we pretend that we're not. So just like racism, especially people who are tend to be colorblind, we know that race exists, but we're pretending that it's not there. But just like smog, is the smog still impacting our health? Dr. Joe DeGruy also links colorblindness to the preservation of white supremacy, because by refusing to acknowledge race, society avoids addressing systemic bias embedded in institutions such as mass incarceration, redlining, and the school-to-prison pipeline. For example, schools that adopt the colorblind policy often fail to address racial disparities in discipline, resource allocation, which worsens inequalities. So now, why is Tom colorblind mentality dangerous? People usually adopt this mentality as a way to avoid accountability and again evade difficult conversations about privilege.
Here, I just want to address Ryan's point here. Definitely a surface level analysis. People like, oh, damn it, what's the dude's name? What's his name? Man, I'm having all kinds of senior moments. Color blindness, there's a reason people aren't talking about it, in this current Trump administration, because it is literally an avoidance of American history and just American culture. Colorblind is literally a blindness to reality. So that's my comment about your comment, Ryan.
Privilege, bias, and repair through justice. You usually hear people say the way to end racism is to just stop talking about it. But if I broke your arm and I told you just don't talk about it, would your arm still not be broken? Would you still be in pain? Yes, the only difference is now your pain is silent, but you still sitting there with a broken arm. And as the late great Zora Neale Hurston once said, if you are silent about your pain, they'll kill you and say you enjoyed it. So we owe it to our people to not be silent about any form of racism that we experience or that we see. If you are still struggling with this Tom mentality, aka the color blindness mentality, then an action you can take today is to talk about race. So you can move from performative allyship of saying I don't see color to being more active by saying I do see color, and I will challenge any form of anti-Blackness and anti-racism that I see or experience. All right, we're gonna keep this train moving. Next up is Granddad.
Uh-oh.
Ow! Mm-hmm. You have me.
Let me stop that right quick. I don't know, Kelvin. You know, it's funny. I used to watch an episode or two of Boondocks, and I've been rewatching some of the episodes when I think about it because they're all out on Amazon Prime Video, and they have not actually aged well. I don't know why. Um, so I'm not as big a fan of Boondocks. You know, you'll get a chuckle or two, but to me, it just all comes off as kind of old hat. It's kind of like you know, the way I've never been a big fan of that. And Fred'll grimace when I say this. I've never been that big a fan of you know, the Neely Fuller, Francis Cress Welsing sort of worldview. Oddly enough, I find it really cynical, and you know, I can understand maybe, you know, that 70s. To me, it's a 70s mentality. But I find, although, you know, Cress Welsing, Neely Fuller, I don't find their stuff compelling these days so much. And I have some problems with what she's saying here. But it's interesting to know what people are thinking, even if you disagree with them. So that's kind of why, you know, her the topic fascinated me. And she's also got a website. The other thing is my mother's side of the family is from her part of the world. In Savannah, as a matter of fact, you know, is right across the way from the Sea Islands of South Carolina. So, you know, it's almost like a kind of like a homecoming listening to her.
Yeah,
We'll fall
kind of
into
like
this
if I was
category, 'cause
to
that would just, to me,
if I
their
was to
difference.
set someone on fire, you know, they still. I hate that kind of arguing. It's, you know, it's, you're talking about an actual subject, and they go, well, imagine if I did this, broke your arm. So first of all, why does my arm have to be broken? Why don't you be the test subject and have a broken arm? But and we said don't talk about it. It's like, are you trying to make the point that not talking about actual issues is bad? Because you could probably just say that without your ridiculous analogy.
Well, I figure she's just young. Like I said, I'm not particularly of her mindset, but like anything, you know, there are good points. But this is kind of a mixed bag. Hold on one sec here. So I kind of know where she's going here. I want to hear her part about the miseducation of the Negro, because believe it or not, I'm rereading it currently. The Carter G. Woodson book.
I
Bradley
just
is a classic
got the
piece.
Lauryn Hill album instead. I don't think it's the same thing.
No, Lauren's got a different background, but Carter G. Woodson, we're kind of looking, you know, reading it again. It's almost like reading a historical narrative. A lot of what Carter G. Woodson has to say in that book just don't apply. And actually, that's kind of a criticism. You've got folks to this day who are young people quoting Neely Fuller, quoting Francis Cress Welsing, bringing up points that Carter G. Woodson made, and they just don't apply anymore. The good thing is there's been progress. So other than knowing, you know, just kind of, you know, as a reference point, I don't find a whole lot, for instance, that much that I can use from Carter G. Woodson, other than his points. He makes a couple points about Booker T. Washington that actually I'm going to use in a video essay.
Good morning,
That's why I'm
London.
rereading them, actually.
Good morning, London. Isn't it amazing how you read something and then read it years later, the different... I mean, I think in 8th grade, every kid in America when I was growing up had to read Black Like Me. And and I read it, and it was nothing that I didn't already know. It was an interesting subject, but for a lot of kids, it was like, I can't believe this. This is unbelievable. And then I read it, oh gosh, probably 10 years ago as an adult, and was able to process the sort of higher level impact of the book and what that guy went through and the culture at the time and all that. And so I think it's some people say, "Why are you keeping this book for? You've read it, haven't you?" And it's like, books are, you know, the gift that keeps on giving. They're different every time you read them because you're different every time you read them.
Right. Let me hear after she gets done with Carter G. Woodson. I'll move on, but I'm curious to know what she has to
schools
say.
and communities skip the miseducation of the Negro. Carter G. Woodson, also known as the father of Black history, wrote this book, Miseducation of the Negro, in 1933 to critique an education system designed to erase African American history and perpetuate systemic inferiority. His central argument: when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his actions. You do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He will find his proper place and will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told. In fact, if there is no back door, he will cut one for his special benefit. His education make it necessary. So, and he talks about it in more detail within his book, Miseducation of the Negro, which I highly also recommend y'all check it out. You can even get it for free. Libby is an app. If you got a library card, you can read books for free. So there's no excuse. But he used that to further explain how our education, our miseducation, asserts that dominant institutions shape mindsets to maintain power. By omitting Black achievements,
She's right about
education
that.
becomes a tool of psychological colonization, leaving students disconnected from their heritage and vulnerable to internalize and harmful narratives, as we see in Raleigh. Raleigh's obsession with gangster lifestyle, glorifying materialism, street credibility, and the superficial status of clout stems from avoiding historical and cultural awareness without knowledge of his own ancestors. Raleigh lacks role models who exemplifies purpose-driven success. Instead, he adopts mainstream media, narrow definitions of Black masculinity, hypermaterialism, aggression, and performative toughness. Lacking historical role models, Raleigh equates self-worth with externalized markers like designer clothes or social media clout. His pursuit of wealth mirrors Woodson's critique of miseducated individuals who live on the outskirts of society, chasing hollow symbols of success. If you find yourself struggling with this miseducation mentality, as we see in Riley's character, then answer this question in the chat or in your own personal journal. Am I chasing clout or am I building community? Do I value image over impact? Lastly, I highly recommend that you study Black figures such as Malcolm X and Assata Shakur to redefine your lens of power beyond materialism.
Yeah, she sounds like she comes straight from Black Power. What is it called now? Black Power Media. There's plenty of this out on YouTube. You know, I tend not to subscribe to, essentially she's talking Black radicalism. And there are people like Jared Ball, who I know Fred's familiar with. There's a whole group of people who are my age, as a matter of fact, who kind of espouse this worldview. I find that it tends to be radical. So I always look with it with suspicion. But this is her website, and she's actually got like children's books here that are fairly interesting. So what can you say? Anything can be monetized, and your worldview monetized. This is actually pretty cool, to be honest. Couldn't be me, but ABCs of South Carolina, Gullah Geechee.
Why couldn't it be you?
I'm too much into liberalism, I guess.
Oh, you just talking
I
from
tend
a.
to be kind of a centrist on these things.
I thought you were
I will.
talking about the store, having the store. That couldn't be you.
Well, that too. I'm not the entrepreneurial type, unfortunately. But I just think that I was looking at something, a video that CKJ3 alerted me to about this. I think they're in Chicago, and this couple basically started in a school where it's African centric, where the kids are being raised in a way that centers African, or maybe more like Pan-African culture. Now the education's great. I mean, they are sending kids to like universities at 16, which I have a problem with too. But the education's excellent, but the orientation, I wouldn't be so thrilled about. So again, there's really, the reason I'm even showing this is just so people are aware that there are, different ways, different worldviews, and you can even be successful in your worldview, though it may not be something that that's everybody's cup of tea.
Stanley, you really are entrepreneurial. Those essays that you do on your own channel, Stanley Cross 6000, you could speak to text those and put those out as a little,
it's little coloring books.
Well, not coloring books, more of a manual, like how to repair a refrigerator or something. No, you could put those out with a cover, and AI could do half of it for you, or you could find somebody on Fiverr to do it for nothing, and then just put them there, and it's what they call incremental. It's what they call incremental income, which is a ridiculous term. All income is in increments, to my experience, but that's what they call it. Anything that's not your main source is incremental.
Well, maybe I'll do that when I get good at it. I go back. I don't even listen to these essays because I know what I'm saying, when I make them. But, I'm kind of new at it. And, if I ever get to a point to where people are going, and, oddly enough, Tom, I have a friend of mine who has a Substack. And he actually said an interview I did with him about Reconstruction America.
Yeah.
He actually had who is this guy? How can we get in contact with him?
Well,
and I just kind of said, nah, maybe when I'm ready.
No, let me tell you a little secret. You will never think you're ready.
Kind of like having a kid.
You will never think it's good enough.
Right.
Anybody that's sane, unless they set out to, I'm going to write a book about this, and that's their chosen vocation. Most people, that's the way they think. That's the way I think. I've never done anything I'm happy with. Never.
Right.
It could always be better. And that's, until you sometimes stop and look around and see what other people are putting out there, that's the only thing that'll motivate you to do anything different. Is, whoa, I may suck, but I don't suck that bad.
Yeah, that can be a motivation. I dropped the link if London or Ryan want to come up, because I see Miss Me's out there typing away. I haven't been looking at it.
I have, and she's very right about people want to separate and define. That is a kind of a
but I have a whole thing. I have a dislike for people basically diffusing. Thomas Sowell and others do things like that. If the response is everybody when we're talking about race, if the response is everybody does it, I tend not to like that answer. I find it, just kind of almost dismissive. So,
I think people do it as part of human nature with nearly everything.
Yeah,
not
but
just
you know
race.
what? The whole point about human nature is, drugs can be addictive, but we know we shouldn't do them. So I think there's certain behaviors, even if you are inclined, it's a human trait and very human to do. We are, as humans, know better. That's why we have, this level of brain.
Well, it's part
We
of human.
can, we can behave, even though some things are human nature.
Hello,
What's
London.
up, London?
Good
it-
morning,
it's
Stanley and Tom.
it's part of human nature to overcome human nature. It's like Kirk said one time. The noted philosopher James T. Kirk said, "It's in our nature to kill, but we just have to agree. I will not kill today." It's that same thing. It's like, yes, we have to overcome our sort of inherited demons, but I think people, even in sports or in cooking or in there, no matter what I call universe, what universe you travel in, trucking, whatever industry you work in, there are people that will want to separate and divide and classify. And that's just, it's easier for, I think, a brain to understand that. I don't think it's necessarily always justified, but that's kind of what we do. I could do it in
I'm
radio.
thinking of that girl who struck the fellow runner over the head with the baton.
Yes.
I would find that hard to excuse. You know better, and to give in to that urge it just means that there was something lacking in either home training or her coaching. To give into that urge at 17 years old, I find that hard to go, oh, well, she's young. You know better than to do that.
Oh,
and that
sure.
You did it. So, what I'm saying is there's some urges that, you have to discipline yourself or, restrain yourself. Lashing out like that, it's hard for me to let that one go.
I agree, because there's lots of 17-year-olds that would be in the same position and they wouldn't lash out like that. I hope the background noise over here isn't going to be too obnoxious. Someone's fixing something in my neighbor's garden. They're doing something with some fencing, so you might hear a little bit of noise. But just to circle back round to your point,
They're separating and dividing in your backyard with a fence?
Well, one of my neighbors.
I'm kidding. We don't even hear any background noise at all, London. We don't hear
Okay, that's good. But when I say that everywhere I've been, right, because I've been to the continent of Africa, I've been all around Europe, I've been to North America, and I've been to the Caribbean, right? When I say, oh, everywhere I go, people separate people, it's not to dismiss it. It's just because we can get caught up in certain things. Like I could sit here and think, oh my goodness, there's serial killers and murderers and rapists, and I want to stop murder and rape, and I what can I do? And you could really get stressed out about it. And as somebody that has faced racial discrimination from every race, I just don't feel like I want to take on board other people's ignorant attitudes, because I've come across way more people that don't have those views than I have people that do have those views. Yeah. So I've interacted with more white people that are not ignorant and racist than I have. And the same with, I've come across Asians, as in Indians from India, Koreans. I'm not white or black. I'm not Asian. So they're not going to see me as equal to them. Yeah. I've had black people say, well, you're mixed with white and you're, okay, fine. Think what the fuck you like. I don't care. I don't feel like taking, as long as it's not affecting my life. So it's not affecting the roof over my head. It's not affecting my loved ones. It's not affecting my ability to move around, to travel, to earn money. As long as it's not doing that, and I'm not going to say I've never been affected by other people's racial points of views, but I just feel like, let's say tomorrow morning an alien spacecraft came and sucked up every white person that ever existed, we would still have racism. The Arabs don't fuck with black people, no way. So it's like,
yeah,
you know,
but here's my attitude. You can't let it rule, but you got to know it exists.
yes.
That's really because the thing is if you ignore it or you just assume that, sometimes you just have to know that the pitfalls are out there. That doesn't mean you have to live your life for the pitfalls. You just need to know that they're not there. And when you come across it, not be surprised by it.
Yeah, and also,
really my attitude. Now, I fear this woman is basically letting that worldview dictate her day to day.
Yeah. You need to keep balance, because I'm not saying we should ignore it either and say, oh, well, whatever happens, there'll be racism. If some fuckery goes down in my presence, I'm not going to sit and tolerate it either. I could sit here and tell you plenty of occasions where I've dealt with racism or I've witnessed racism or some kind of discrimination, and I've taken action in various ways as well. But to let it rule my existence and to be like, oh my God, if I did that, I'll be depressed, stressed out, I'd have ball patches, and it would just be like, what would the point be?
Well, this just in, alien race sucks up all white people. Returns be brave.
Well, that's like space aliens for white people. There's a book out there by Derek Bell called, what is it called? I think it is Space Traders. And the story is basically about an alien race that comes to America and wants to take all the black people in America back to their planet. And there's a big to-do, should we let the black people go? Should we not let the black people go? And it's kind of like a parable, and it's kind of interesting to read. But the upshot is America just decides that, oh, hey, go ahead and take them. So there's a parable there, which I won't get into, but the late, great Derek Bell, he's actually a great guy. Wish he were still around. He knew Barack Obama, by the way. I think he was still there when Barack Obama was in law school. So yes, Virgo, we finally have your show title. So congratulations, everyone! Look at the show title and congratulate Virgo. When she wrote that, I literally had to mute because I laughed so hard. So thank you, Miss Virgo. This is like the best show title ever. So I knew there would be gold one day if I named shows after the funniest comment of the day. So
that's a great idea.
So free piece of advice for anybody that doesn't like a particular type of food, don't watch it. If you don't like a particular TV show, don't watch it. And if you don't like listening to my voice, just click off, go and find another channel and listen to that, or start your own show.
I like
Yeah, but Stank D apparently doesn't like to hear women's voices. He only wants to hear men's voices. There are plenty of channels on YouTube that have male-only voices.
You kind of have to take him with a grain of salt. So
I was just giving him some free advice because he hasn't worked out. He's worked out how to use the internet, but he hasn't realized yet that you don't have to listen to something if you don't like it. So I thought I would share that free piece of advice with him in case he chose to take that advice and improve his life, so he doesn't have to sit there and be annoyed by the sound of a woman's voice. That's it. That's all.
I think
I like to help people sometimes.
Well, you can't help him.
Yeah, I like to. If I see that someone's developmentally delayed, I like to point them in the right direction. description.
that's what the D stands for. It's stank delayed.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
But,
All right. Well,
and they're never going to start their own show.
Hmm.
You know, that's never going to happen because they can't sit in their own chat room and criticize themselves.
Right.
there's another troll here. It reminds me of a post-apocalyptic android movie. Humble presidents. They're just kidding. So why does Black Lives Matter anger people? Again, I look at this like throwing water on the Wicked Witch of the West. This is bound to melt somebody in the chat. Oh, you know what?
It's opening up like a pop the balloon, actually.
Well, you know what? This music is not copyrighted, but she has kind of a long opening here, and I tend to want to skip around that sort of stuff. Now, this woman again is like, she's got to be in her 70s. She's a retired teacher, and I don't always agree with her, but a lot of times I do. And she reminds me of my mother. That's really part of the attraction. So,
each other or not. And I have a simple question. Why does Black Lives Matter anger people? Why is it that when Black people say Black Lives Matter, it bothers other people? Black lives do matter to Black people. And that is something that has just been a sore spot with a lot of people in America ever since the phrase came up. And it reached a fever pitch during the George Floyd tragedy. And people just hate the idea that Black people say Black Lives Matter. That is something that I have just never been able to understand. I don't know if people are just playing crazy or if it's wishful thinking that they hope that Black people don't care about each other. Now, during the slavery days, white people truly believed that those enslaved people cared about them. Black people pandered to them, and Black people just yes them this and yes them that and master this and master that. They didn't understand those people were trying to survive. They understood the situation that they were in, and they were trying to survive. And apparently, it was mistaken for people believing that Black people cared more about them than they did about their own family. You couldn't even show concern for your family members. You couldn't show that you loved your own children better than you did the white people's children. But those people were trying to survive for themselves and for their children. But that has spilled over into modern times where people apparently hope or want to believe that Black people don't care about each other. Black lives matter. This hatred for the statement Black Lives Matter came to a head during the George Floyd fiasco, when it really got loud and public that Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. And then again, people are either playing crazy or they really just don't know that it wasn't about George Floyd's life, about his character and how his lifestyle was unfolding, but the way in which he died is what was of concerning to Black people and any decent people. It was how he died. But people are trying to make it seem like Black people thought George Floyd was some kind of martyr. Well, they martyred him. Derek Chauvin martyred him by the way he killed him. That's how he got martyred. Black people would not have been thinking about George Floyd if those police officers had just handcuffed him, arrested him, and sent him to prison if that's what they wanted to do for that phony $20 bill that they say he was trying to pass off. But they've gone and concocted a whole lot, even after the coroner's report says how he died. They are insisting that it was by something else. And that's their delusion. And they think they can sell that idea to Black people, even when they get these Black immigrants on their side to try to sell that idea to Black people, which is again why it's important for Black people to delineate, because they're using people who look like us to try to make the case against us. But
actually, that delineation point is something that I thought way back, when this was back in the summer of 2020. And I think even Barack Obama made that point about the Black Lives Matter as a name was a little vague and kind of open to interpretation. What do they really mean by that? And, of course, people are going to think the worst. And frankly, I'm going to say people on the right. And there were plenty of people on the left that saw Black Lives Matter as more identity politics. And I chuckle that whole identity politics argument that both the left and the right made, especially center left and then back off to the right. Well, actually, now that I think about it, progressives were actually worse about identity politics than even the right was. Funny enough, progressives had a huge problem with the 1619 project. Just so you know, progressives had a problem with identity politics because I will snicker and call them class essentialists. If progressives had their way, everything in America would be a class sort of argument. Race is just a distraction from class. So that's why progressives actually had big problems. So, my original point is Black Lives Matter probably could have come up with a more, a better name that would have at least kind of focused what they meant. People basically, if they were inclined to, took the bad faith interpretation that Black Lives Matter, even criminal lives. I think I've even heard criminal lives matter, that sort of bad faith interpretation. So I had to stop and say all that.
It's just baffling to me why it bothers people that Black American, foundational Black Americans, if you will, care about each other and don't want to see a Black man slaughtered in the street over a phony $20 bill. People act like they don't understand that. They act like they don't have good sense. Anyway, in Washington, D.C., after the George Floyd tragedy, the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, designated a 2-block area of 16th Street Northwest in downtown Washington, D.C. as Black Lives Matter Plaza. And this is also near the White House. Well, now it's being removed. On Monday, March 10th, D.C. crews began removing the Black Lives Matter mural from the 16th Street block in front of the White House. It was a sight to behold for Washingtonians who remember the iconic mural's inception in June of 2020. The famous DC block was the location of large-scale racial justice protests that followed the murder of George Floyd. Black Lives Matter Plaza was officially declared a permanent monument
Sorry
in
to
October
interrupt.
2021. So it was.
A quick question. How long is this lady going to drone on? Is this like a 20-minute, 5-minute, 2 seconds? How long does this clip last, first of all?
Well, it says right there at the bottom of the video.
I can't see it. I don't have my yeah.
The total, we're at 6:13 of 8:22.
Okay.
And what? I don't think she's droning at all.
Well, she just sounds very whiny and whingy. Why don't people like Black Lives Matter? Like, that's all that is.
When you're old and retired, I'm sure your voice won't sound that shaky.
No, it won't, because it's there are
cut the old lady,
people in my
the old lady a break.
There's a lady in my family that reached her 104th birthday, and she still speaks with bass and says it from her chest. So I'm just
Well,
used to people that are
all I can
confident.
say is everything sounds better with an English accent.
Okay. Well, she's not English. She's Caribbean. But anyway.
No, I'm saying. Oh, okay. All right. Well, come on, bear with her. I actually like this lady, so it won't be much longer.
Supposed to be permanent, but DC Mayor Muriel Bowser
Who I
announced the
think is
removal of the
gorgeous, by the way.
symbolic yellow letters last week following pressure from the White House. House Republican Andrew Clyde of Georgia introduced a bill last week that would require DC to rename Black Lives Matter Plaza, or else the district would lose federal funding from Congress. So it's always a threat. It's always about taking something away if you don't do something that they want done. Well, they can remove those big yellow letters, Black Lives Matter, on.
Well, what do you think about that? Just out of curiosity, London.
I feel like
being city being coerced, or basically, threatened. We won't give you funding if you don't remove this.
Well, I feel like whether the letters are there or not, the letters being there don't automatically resolve all the issues that people have pertaining to.
Removing them doesn't either. So, in my
No.
opinion, whether it's there or not isn't that big an issue. But what it is, in my estimation, and John crowing about it actually kind of made me think of it. Basically, it is kind of like, hey, we are going to basically reassert the way we think it should be. It wasn't the people or the voters complaining about it. It was a guy from Georgia, who basically asserted his authority. Like, hey, I don't even, my district is all the way in Georgia, but I'm going to force, these people to my will. And if they don't, we're not going to give them, funding that was, that was promised. So I have a problem. I have less of a problem. Now, I'm not a protester by nature. I never would have thought to paint, Black Lives Matter, on some plaza in DC, but somebody did. And
well, the city
I have a problem with the way they're forcing, folks to their will.
The city did, actually.
Well, I don't give a shit who did. My point stands.
You're saying protesters did it. It wasn't protesters, it was the city.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It was sanctioned by the city. My point is how they're being forced to remove it. I would have less of a point if the mayor said, hey, it's time for it to go. The guy from Georgia, the representative from Georgia, isn't like a DC native or resident, other than, because he's in Congress. So just my point of view, most in this space will, be glad to see it go. And I just had to stop and ask. London doesn't live here, as an outsider looking in. I was just curious to know what her thoughts were. So would you say good riddance? Am I reading that right there, London?
What, good riddance to the writing? No, it doesn't make a difference whether the writing is there or not. As for the individual that basically forced the people there to move it, he's just showing who he is. I mean, he's bothered by it for a reason. So it's interesting. So he's just revealing himself.
Yeah, but it's there was an All Lives Matter, movement that was counter to it. And again, it's just letters. It's you're right. They're bigger issues than the letters, but it is symbolic of and frankly, it's white people reasserting their dominance. That's basically how I read it. Controversial though it might be.
Yeah, that's how I see it. That particular white person is showing that he's extremely bothered.
Well, he
So it's
probably
good to know.
that had he not had, a motivator. But anyway, we pretty much get the gist of this. I could stare at Muriel Bowser all day, but I'll have to forego the pleasure.
By the way, the removal was like 180 grand DC
So?
spent to remove it. Well, they
And-
just wasted money removing it. They should have just kept it. They're out of
Yeah,
money.
Well, hey,
180 grand could have been spent on a hospital or a school or
Hey.
something else.
the power
I mean-
of Congress demanded it.
Initially painting it was 100 and some grand too. Like, it's just dumb. But I
Well,
want
then
to
it-
change. I did want to change it to the 2021 movement, which was Trans Lives Matter. Okay,
what?
because that's well, in 2020 it was Black Lives Matter, and then it was LGBTQ matters, and then it was Trans Lives Matter. Like each year it seems to change. Ukrainian Lives Matter. So, the memes just changed every year with the party.
I think that's being dismissive, quite frankly. It's all basically you're saying it's all the same, just depending on the year, and I find
The
that
Democrats made it all the same, Stanley.
Dude,
Like
let me-
each
let me
year,
finish.
it was the new grift.
I swear when you throw up, it spells Democrats. Just random.
Well, I
violence
just think it was the grift.
always.
If you and by the way, listen. If you look at the Black Lives Matter, it was a 501(c) non-taxable entity that brought in 90 million. And everyone talks about like the leaders getting money, which I don't object to that. Like if you're running an organization, you should get paid. I have no problem with that. But if you look, it was nonprofit. So at the end of the year, they got to get rid of that money. They gave it to a lot of the BLM chapters, which I'm okay with, right? That's their organization. But a huge amount of money went into the LGBTQ trans movement. And the following year, the new big deal became the trans thing, right? So if you follow that money, that became the new news topic, the new left-wing calling card, right? And they kind of moved off of the Black Lives Matter thing and onto the LGBTQ thing, which was I find to be kind of funny. So
Okay, well,
all
let
that
me-
money, all the money by these corporations
Are you
became.
giving us a narrative, or do you have a point?
I just think it's bullshit overall, and it's just more democratic identity politics bullshit. Personally, you
Gotcha.
won't agree with that, I'm sure, but it's more
You know
identity
what?
politics.
I may not agree with it, but I'm definitely used to it from you. So-
Well, I think you think that. I mean, the thing about this is Trump did this, right? Trump's voters. So
you know what? I don't think Trump
did it. Trump said get rid of the
probably
Black Lives Matter.
Like, I guarantee you, he didn't go to that congressman and say, "Hey, this needs to be removed. Sponsor a bill."
I don't. I figured Trump probably did it ultimately, but the thing about it is, it's not really about any of that shit. The Democratic side has brought together their coalition and pushed that Black and Brown coalition, LGBTQ. It's the what do they call it? It's the Democratic coalition, right? Trump is simply doing the opposite, which is pushing the non-brown, black, whatever, LGBTQ, the people that aren't those things, right? He's playing his own identity politics. Both of them are doing that. So,
Well, as long as you realize that, I'm satisfied.
I think they're both full of bullshit. Personally, I don't think they give a shit about any of it. They just care about getting elected. That's my viewpoint.
No,
So
I
they're just-
actually think they do give a shit about it. And, if I just want to put it starkly and existentially, both sides are fighting for the soul of America. They actually are serious about it. The Christopher Rufos of the world are very serious about, hey, we want patriotic education. We want assimilation. We pretty much want everybody to think in this way. They're dead serious about it.
when you say that, I don't know. Christopher Rufo, is that
Okay. Well,
what is?
see,
What is his mantra? Like, what is his deal? Is he said assimilation and what
Well,
else?
he is basically he was the guy who basically took out almost single-handedly, um, well, and also misrepresented what CRT was, and he was the spearhead behind we're teaching CRT in K through 12 education. He almost single-handedly came up with the idea to basically blame or basically label everything that was racial and of a social justice nature, call it all CRT, just to demonize it. He literally, there's a quote, something like, he said, you know, it's all, we want to basically discredit CRT. We want to smear it. And he was very successful in doing that. As a matter of fact, so successful that he's on like the board of regents or something down in Florida. A new college that it
When you say
was
he
like,
wants assimilation, what do you mean by that though? Like he wants,
well, I mean,
I think
he wants basically black people to follow Booker T. Washington's plan.
I don't. So in other words,
Okay,
they just
so
become
I'm
part of
not going to
society,
go
or
into the history of it.
society? Okay.
Basically, black people need to stop asserting any semblance of black people need to adopt bourgeois values. That's basically the long and short of it. We need to get rid of the rap. We need to get rid of the area studies. There should be no African American studies departments or Hispanic studies department. It should all be patriotic and nationalistic. If it's not red, white, and blue or Jesus, then it's blasphemy and not good for America.
So you're saying he was pro-American and anti like divisiveness. You're saying it seems like.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
And that's not a good thing.
I think it is a good thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would.
I mean, I just read a Wall Street Journal article yesterday about and you're a reader. Read up on not Morgan, another big ones. One of the top 6 banks and the disaster of their DEI program. And it talked about divisiveness very largely. And I think he creates divisiveness.
Well, I'm one who believes that DEI programs started out good and then they get polluted, much like affirmative
I told
action.
you that, Stanley. I told you the history of it.
Hold on, let me finish. Okay, the programs, and it's kind of like everything in America. It starts out good and with good intentions, and the more thumbs that get into the pie, the more diluted and polluted these programs get, and by the end they're unrecognizable, and the choice between fixing the programs or getting rid of the programs, it's easier just to get rid of it. So you telling me about a DEI program that didn't work at JP Morgan Chase, it's either that they intentionally ruined it or it was just, people kept tacking on their issues to it till it just didn't do what it was intended to do in the first place. So
essentially it pissed off all the black employees and all the white employees. Everyone was just pissed. It was a fucking train wreck. But some of it, I think you can't not. It should be a recruiting thing and not a policy within the company. I mean, that's just what I believe.
You don't get to. I mean, you get to express your opinion. I don't like the way Trump, is basically strong arming companies to get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I think the government should stay out of business, period. So
Anyway,
overall.
The next story, the Snapchat move that leaves teen girls heartbroken. I have no idea.
Can I look? Can I just say, since I'm just coming up, I wanted to address something with you that we were texting or we were going back and forth on. Can I just do that real quick?
Oh, sure. Are you sure you want to?
Yes, because it's about the colorblind thing, and I just wanted to say that, you know, when I say that, obviously we can see, right? But we should treat each other as humans like that, colorblind. Like you're just individual.
Okay,
You're a
well, then
person. I'm a
you're not
person.
very familiar with what colorblind is. Because I actually think that you know, the colorblind approach is almost the opposite of what you think it is.
No. I think we should. Every person I bump into every day is an individual. I don't know them. I don't. But I'm not going to look at them and go, "Well, you're this way or that way." I should treat you, even if I have a preconceived notion in my head. Like, if you're wearing a suit and it's noon, I'm assuming you probably work for a business, a bank, and you're a professional, right? I treat that person colorblind, just individually, right? You're going to preconceive, oh, he probably works for a bank, but maybe he's coming from a funeral, right? I don't know. If a
Okay,
person
let
is,
me interrupt you right here. Color. If you're going to treat someone, you know, based on the content of their character, that
yes,
to me, is not colorblind. It's treating
that
someone.
is.
Okay,
I
you're
don't
you're.
want someone to. I don't want to
Hold on.
pretend someone isn't a particular color, though. It's better to acknowledge the color and just not let it be an issue.
That's part of identity, whether you want to admit it or not.
Listen,
Okay,
I'm not.
essentially what colorblind is doing is pretending it never mattered in the first place or pretending it doesn't matter now.
I'm not saying.
Being colorblind does the exact opposite of what people think it's doing.
Okay, what I'm saying is, London and Stanley. I guess I'll speak to you both. What I'm saying is, I don't want to treat you a coworker, right, who happens to be Asian. I'm not going to treat him different than I treat a white or a black or a Latino person, right?
But
I'm going to treat him like a human because we're humans.
You said you're gonna treat a good worker like a good worker. That's what
Bingo.
you really
That's the
mean.
point.
You're not
That's the
treating them
point.
in a colorblind manner. You're treating them like a good worker. Those are two different things.
Well, okay, explain it to me because maybe I'm not understanding. I think we're saying the same
Okay,
thing, but I think maybe we're defining it differently.
If you admire somebody because they're a hard worker, that's not the same thing as you're treating them colorblind. You're treating them like a good worker.
Yes. Yeah. Well,
okay.
So
I think, Ryan, your intentions are good. You have good intent behind your statement. So I think what you're saying is, regardless of someone's color or race, you're going to treat them with respect.
Just like a human.
Right.
Ryan,
but at the same time,
I'm treating you like someone who's inarticulate, not based on your color.
Okay, that's fine. I am inarticulate. But can I give a quick example? I don't want to belabor it.
Treating you according to your color.
Right. Well, okay, here's an example. I was at a distributor I deal with yesterday. Maurice is a gentleman that works as a distributor who happens to be a black man. This white rep comes in and he starts bullshitting with him. And then he immediately starts talking about sports, right? And goes right to fucking basketball, football bullshit. And I'm like, I believe, in my opinion, Maurice doesn't give a shit about sports. Stanley, I don't think you care about sports, right? But this dude's assuming, since you're black, you like sports. Let's talk about basketball.
Well, how do you know he was treating Maurice like he was black?
I don't know, but I was like, you know what, dude? Maurice hates sports.
Most guys like sports.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. That's the vibe I got. I could be wrong, but everything got real quiet. They ran out of stuff to talk about. So it's like the rep.
Leave the race radar stuff to the experts.
Okay, well, I'm not an expert, but it got real quiet. Maybe I didn't talk to him afterwards. I mean, I do business with the guy. I don't we didn't say, hey, were you offended by that? But I'm like, why do you go to sports? I've just noticed this little pattern where, all of a sudden there's this assumption that because they're black, they like basketball. And I'm like, how do you know they like basketball? Why are you talking about basketball? Well, why did
Well,
you go to basketball?
actually sound like a white liberal here.
Well, no, I try to be race neutral and colorblind in dealing with people. And I'm not saying I don't acknowledge Maurice is black, right? But I don't come in and start talking about friggin' soul food and shit.
Maurice, you're talking about another guy in Maurice.
Well, the other guy was I guess he's he's a little darker. He's something. I don't know what the hell he is. But anyway, I just assume he's like a white. Maybe he's half Indian or something. I don't know. But here's my point.
You really worry about colors, don't you?
Are you just fucking with me right now? Fuck you, Stan.
Am I?
No, I just think you treat people like, look, they happen to be in the commercial building industry. You talk about that, you talk about this, but he just went to fucking sports, and I'm like, dude, listen, man, I know Maurice. He hates sports. He don't want to talk about sports at all. He don't give a shit. Stanley, you're not really a sports guy, right? So, but I think this dude was assuming he likes sports.
Hold on a second here. Let me comment, Fred. Now, the question I have is, did I ask you that question? Because I remember asking you that question. Did I ask you that question because of your color or because of your height? So if you can answer that question, when I see taller women, I knew this woman who was 6'2". I thought to ask her the same question. Did you play high school basketball? You're so tall. So I'll leave that where it is.
I think it's also a safe assumption if you're beginning a conversation with another dude that
remember
sports is a good intro. It's not a crazy thing to start with. And a lot of people do say, hey, I really don't care about sports. But if you're striking up a conversation, that is a safe topic. It's not religion or politics. And most, guys will, at least for the sake of just keeping into the discussion, know a little something here or there. But I don't think it necessarily has to do with race.
Yeah. Well, I just assumed it. Maybe I was wrong, but I was like, I happen to know the dude. He didn't know the dude. He was just meeting him. He might have wanted to make some common ground. I don't know, but I was like, had to go to fucking sports.
Sometimes, it could literally have been that the dude is a young male, and it's Monday morning. People ask me about sports. I don't know that it's based on color or just because, hey, you know what? You're male.
I just thought he died. I mean, I could be wrong again. I was just like, why'd you go to sports, dude? What?
I know.
And I think it's because
white guilt.
I have no white guilt. I've done nothing wrong. I'm good.
I could not.
I treat people like humans.
I could not care less about the NFL at all, but I live in Dallas, Texas. So if I don't go into work or Zoom meeting, whatever, and not know what happened to the Cowboys, I'm a pariah. So I will at least know the score or something that happened just so that I can be part of society. That doesn't mean I like it or anything else. And if it wasn't for that, the only sport I care about is what we call soccer, what the rest of the world calls the European. You guys invented the term. You guys invented the term soccer. You have Soccer Saturday. It's a show that's been on forever over there. And till you can beat us in the World Cup, you have no right to tell us what to call.
British invented that word? The British?
Yes, it's derived from association football. That's where the word soccer comes from. Yes.
That's an interesting.
And they call it calcio in Italy. Nobody complains about that. It's the beautiful game. Let's just call it that.
In order to start a convo with someone, I tend to lead with topics I care about, whatever gets the convo going. Well, Lou, you are a sociable guy. I tend not to start conversations at all.
Same here. And if I can, I'll start it with something they're interested in.
That's right. If we start a conversation, great. If we don't, silence is good too.
Lawrence,
What's up,
you
Laura?
have
What if you can't?
an
What if you?
overactive imagination.
What if you can't pinpoint what they are interested in?
No,
So
I
let's say
honestly,
you're.
It's
you know what?
difficult.
I'm okay with silence. I don't go probing.
Well, this was a specific situation that was a business situation where the rep was communicating with this. Maurice is the general manager of the distribution facility for concrete, essentially for concrete accessories and forms and things. So they could have talked about business for an hour. How's business? Let's talk about projects. Let's talk about, the architectural community. They have plenty of commonality, but I think the dude was trying to build some rapport with him, right?
Have you thought about writing a book as the businessman's version of Miss Manners?
What I'm saying is he was trying to build rapport with him aside from business, and he went to that, right? Like, so, hey, man, blah, 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 like on a personal level. It was like a guy that was wanting to conduct business with Maurice, right? So that's the deal, But so I was like, oh, so you're going to talk about that? It's like if he was a white dude, would you start talking about golf? So
because of Tiger. But the thing of it is, he could have just said, maybe this isn't what you're saying, but he could have just said, hey, got any new grout?
That's a possibility. Yes. Yeah. They could have talked about grout. They could have talked about forms. They could have talked about, but
right.
How do you know Maurice isn't a voter? How do you want to talk about the fucking, So,
but you don't. That's why you'll start a conversation about maybe something that you care about to see if there's a bond there, and then if you realize there's not one, you just move on to something else.
in my mind, I said, oh, you started off with the football team, and then he wanted to talk about the basketball, right? And I'm like, okay.
Well,
So in my mind, I go
Plaza.
What's that?
What do you think about BLM Plaza?
I think it was 180 grand to repaint.
No.
Too much
If I
money.
had been that guy coming in to talk to Maurice, I would have literally said, "What's your thoughts on BLM Plaza?"
That's he probably sold the paint.
Well, you could also
he probably sold the pavers. He don't give a shit. He's about money.
Someone who's interviewed thousands and thousands of people, you can start more generally that. Hey, how's your weekend?
Yeah.
That's open ended.
That's much too generic.
Hey, Ryan, did this become an actual problem, or is this just something you're drumming up in your head?
No. In my mind, I said to myself, you're going to go to fucking basketball and football because you're assuming Maurice, because he's black, he likes those sports even, right? And I don't know, maybe I just didn't like the dude, whatever. So, but ultimately, I'm like, I went to basketball and football, huh? Why don't you go to soccer? Why don't you go to baseball? Because you're assuming. So what I'm saying is the way I try to treat people is in a colorblind fashion. Just because you're black don't mean you like football. Just because you're a Latino, it doesn't mean you like fucking soccer, right? So I think you treat people like humans.
The question,
Don't you think
Ryan,
you should treat people like humans, human beings, right?
Yeah, but the question would be, why is it wrong to assume that?
For me to assume it, or for that guy to assume it?
Why would it be wrong if somebody was black for you to bring up sports, assuming they like sports?
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Well, they didn't know each other.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying it's wrong to do. I just asked myself the question: is that because he's black? Is that why you went there with the guy? And I also know Maurice, and he does not like sports at all. So, and I was like, this guy's full of bullshit. He wants to bring up, and
I think
I don't know, maybe because the guy was a rep, he just fucking annoyed me.
You
But
should
I
leave
think
racial spidey sense to the experts.
I think
oh, like you,
also
Stanley, you're the expert.
the
I
first
am.
thing is like 97.5% of Latin males will like soccer, just to get that on the table. The other thing is I suffer from this. I get to work on Monday. People see me and they make an assumption based on my visual appearance and say, wow, how were those dates with the supermodels this weekend? It's a gift and a curse. It's something we all have to live with.
Yeah. So I guess my original point was, I just try to put down those types of things and just say, okay, it's just a dude, right? Like that's what I mean by colorblind, and that was my point to Stanley. Just treat him like a person.
Yeah, because that's a question you could ask that I could see somebody asking a white guy too.
Yeah, I look. I jumped to it, right? They could ask a white guy that. They could ask anybody that. They could, but I just asked myself the question. I was like, oh, it's because he's black. You want to talk about basketball, right? Is that what it is? So I don't know.
Does
But
anybody know
to be honest
what
with you, the dude was very nervous, and I think he was just trying to fill in the quiet, right? Like he was just talking to try to, because he was trying to sell his services to the guy. So he's just trying to fill in dead air, Oh, what do you think about the football team, which was the Ravens? So, but
has anybody heard of a Snapchat half swipe?
Absolutely.
No.
Lou?
Sorry, what was that? Has
Oh.
anybody heard of what? Say that again.
It's a half swipe in the Snapchat app.
Oh, I'm not
This
on
is a
Snapchat.
Wall
No.
Street Journal article that I just happened to be kind of browsing through it, and this came up. The Snapchat move that leaves teen girls heartbroken. Makers of the popular social app tried to remedy the problem, but even the fix is causing drama. So I've never heard of it, but it's called the Snapchat half swipe, and it's making a lot of teenagers miserable. When users swipe open a message without lifting their finger off the screen, they can see the message in full without marking it as read. Oh, okay, I see. So basically, they can read a message without marking it as read, so the other person on the other side doesn't know that they read it. So they can kind of get a preview. So I guess if nobody here, if we're all too old to know what the young folks are up to, I'll leave this.
Well,
But,
I think
anyway, I
that's
didn't
more
know
of a.
everybody still uses Snapchat,
So,
to be honest.
so are the women upset because people are not reading their messages? Like, what is that?
Yeah,
'Cause-
apparently, a guy can read a message, but let the person on the other side know that it was read. So you can just go, "Oh, hey, I didn't see your message." Hey, I'm pregnant, and 9 months later, you can go, "Hey,
Yeah.
I
So
didn't
the
get your."
problem isn't the Snapchat; it's their reaction to somebody not making them the
Well,
center of the world.
they know one way or the other.
Yeah. So I don't see why that's a problem.
There's plausible deniability.
Mm.
Like I missed my
It's
period.
a
and
problem,
9 months
London,
later,
because all lives matter.
All messages matter.
You know what I'm saying? But that's how people, that's their personality. That's how they feel. So
Yeah, that's what it is.
when
It's not
the
the snap.
message is left unread and you are ignored, then
Yeah, they
you
can't
feel like
cope.
you don't matter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they need a man to validate them because they can't validate themselves. They're not happy, so they need somebody else to do it. That's sad, but okay.
I bet you there's dudes reacting the same way.
Oh yeah. Well, as for the guys, K.N. Gupta says half swiping girls' messages was the norm for him before he began dating his current girlfriend. It's the same for all the other guys he knows, says the 17-year-old from Austin. There's no ill will behind it, he says. He usually wants to think about a response before messaging someone back. Sure he does. And sometimes he's doing homework and doesn't have time to compose a proper response. There have been times that he's worried that girls were half swiping him, but it never became a huge distraction. It also never occurred to him that his own half swiping could cause girls so much angst, he says, though he has received texts from girls asking why he wasn't responding. I was like, I'm sorry, I didn't respond to you in 1 nanosecond, Kayan says. It feels like so much pressure. So anyway, I thought it was interesting.
I'm working on a technology that solves this problem. It's called pick up the damn phone. Call them.
Yeah.
Okay, so check this out, Stanley. I'm not on Snapchat, right? But I have WhatsApp. And I switched off the, I don't know if any of you use WhatsApp, but there's 2 ticks to show that the message has been received by the user. And then the ticks are grey if they've been received. But if the person reads the message, they go blue. I switch that off. Yeah, because I don't want to be bothered at the end of the day. I don't want people saying, oh, well, you read my message and you didn't respond. It also means that I can't see when other people have read my messages, and I don't mind. Things happen. I don't expect somebody to drop everything and respond to my message straight away. That's not how life works. So this must be why I don't really deal with social media much, though. All that Facebook and TikTok and Snapchat. Yeah, I just have WhatsApp. People have my phone number. I interact with them that way. If I want to socialize or whatever, I'll call them or meet up with them, and that's it. All this extra stuff is just fluff. But yeah, if you're that upset by somebody not respond, okay, so let's say the guy read your message and he doesn't want to respond because he doesn't like you. What if he doesn't? What if he wants to avoid you? Why can't he have the right to do that? Does he then? So if he doesn't respond to her message, she's going to be upset. But if he responds and says, "Look here, bitch, I'm not interested in talking to you," she's going to be upset by that anyway. So you can't win.
Well, hopefully he was raised in that.
Well, I don't know, man.
Frost, how you doing? Everybody make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the Urban Landlord and all its chocolatey goodness. Also, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. That's my channel. And support the show, folks. It's coming up on a new weekend in a few days, and I am getting a thirst for some more Bud Light. You all know what that could be.
I look forward to that. And hey, Frost, what's up? I haven't seen Frost for a minute. I know Frost. I know who you are. That part. How you doing, Frost?
Comes over every now and again. Every now and again, there are folks from Benji's channel that come over. So
Lawrence just asked me what I would do if my phone got up and started dancing with the toaster.
Think somebody slipped you.
I would be a millionaire. I would take it out on tour.
Lawrence is on some other stuff today. I don't know. Is he normally like this? He's on his comedy.
Seems like a good guy.
Yeah, he's funny.
No, Lawrence is cool.
He is.
What's up, Jimmy?
And good morning, Brooklyn.
Was it a black cat with orange eyes? Which is intriguing. States scrambled to snap up cyber workers fired by Doge. This is something I had a video a couple weeks ago where Atlanta, Fulton County specifically, are looking to absorb some of the people that get laid off in the Atlanta area. They've got like a bunch of openings, and they're guaranteeing at least an interview for these workers that get laid off or fired by Doge. So there's a little bit of a silver lining at the state level. Now, the bad news is that some red states are gearing up for their own local version or state level version of Doge. So, this Doge stuff is trickling down downstream. So, people should be aware of that. And I'm just thumbing through it. Unfortunately, for some reason or another, I have, like, it's cheaper to get the, the Wall Street Journal is so expensive, so it's actually cheaper just to get access to the print version, which I kind of like. It's easier to read, believe it or not. So that's pretty much all I have as far as news and stuff.
Print version
I
has
know-
print version's way deeper than the digital version as well.
Yeah, it has more.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Now I have access to the digital versions of the other newspapers. Maybe I ought to start exploring those. The Morning Roast, which apparently they've decided to go with Morning Roast, is starting at 9 or 10.
Glad
in
you
an
mentioned
hour-
that. Glad you mentioned that, Stanley. They will be going up against the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky, a huge sports podcast and broadcast from the San Francisco Bay Area. The Morning Roast radio show, which is on Apple and Spotify, and the Morning Roast, which is another show. The Morning Roast with Jeff Ross, legendary comedian. The Morning Roast, live from the cave for professional men discussing events and relationships. And other the Morning Roast from 92.9 The Ticket, a sports station. There are probably 30 different Morning Roast shows. Now, I could start a show today called Sports Center. I'm not saying this to criticize anybody's creativity. I'm just pointing out that in searches, search engine optimization, everything, you're going to have a very difficult time of it. Also,
What if you called it a morning roast? It would be an A. That's before the. So it's an A.
Okay, well,
right?
all I have to say is, and I don't usually make these kind of off-color remarks, but it's just like blacks not to do their market research.
Well, the thing of it is,
it's very black.
A wouldn't really help you that much.
Now, A
if
wouldn't
at
A
all.
move you ahead in alphabetically though? Like if you
No,
maybe not. I
the
guess
search
it's
engine
algorithm.
optimization doesn't work on an
Okay.
alphabetical basis.
Let's
The
call it-
algorithm.
I like my coffee black.
I mean, you need to make something very, very ownable. It needs to be ownable. It needs to be unique. And by unique, I mean one of a kind. And I'm just looking out for those guys. Also, the logo they have has got more letters in it than a ransom note. You always
Why
have
don't
to
we just call it the anti-black breakfast.
Well, you.
What about a trucker, a shrink, and a landlord?
What about
I walk
just
into a bar,
calling it I am that nickel? I mean, there's a million names you could come up with that would be cool and stuff, but you have to take some time and do it. But the logo, everything you do, I use my big boy computer all the time, and some people use laptops. 85% of people are using a mobile
Call
device.
it Be Brave was right.
85% of people are using
Yeah,
a
like, shut
mobile.
the hell up.
85% of people are using a mobile device, and therefore the images are shrunk down like crazy. You can't have anything that is not relatively bold, relatively singular. And so I'm just looking out for those guys, because if they're going to do it, then let's do it. But
That's the kind of stuff that's critical. Like knowing that 85% of people are doing this on a phone, right? Like that's a big deal.
Yeah.
That is a massive deal.
It's what I do for a living. And so that kind of stuff, but they are smart enough guys. They're bright enough guys. It's like tap the brakes, get your show under your belt in terms of formatting and stuff to take a week. I put an ad up here I did for the attack helicopter. We made it beautiful because it's the last thing some people will ever see. I wrote 50 pages of headlines for that one ad. You got to sit down and just jot your thoughts down for a week and try to come up with something. The truth of the matter is, when you're doing ideation, the first things you think about and fall in love with, if you thought of it that fast, odds are so did a million other people. You got to get really deep into it, and you got to say, what are the attributes of my show? Okay, it's funny. I got to write some things that say it's funny. It's newsworthy. I got to write some things that say it's newsworthy. And you just go into those buckets and keep relentlessly attacking it. You know, I'd be
There's a lot of
motivated.
different perspective.
I'd be motivated to just do that for them, free of charge, just as a sidelight, a pastime.
The 4 crew members who are coming home tomorrow aboard the SpaceX Dragon Freedom.
What is this?
Are all inside Freedom. 3 of the
this
crew
is
members
the
suited
two
up, strapped
astronauts
into
coming
their
home.
seats. Alexander Gorbanov is
guess I'm
completing
done
Now, this
preparations
is
to
actually
dock his
time
entry
late. I
suit.
think they should
The
already
hatch
be here
between
by now.
Freedom and the International Space Station was closed at 10:05 p.m. Central Time, 11:05 p.m.
Stanley's way of telling me I can.
We are awaiting.
Yeah, Stanley, we were trying to have a conversation.
I can quit talking about their show name.
Yeah, we were. Okay.
Anyway,
Well,
it was
here's the
critical.
deal. I think we ought to call the show Puff Puff Pass, and then just be done with it.
No, Stanley wants to call it anti-black. Just anti-black. It's what he wants to call it. Believe me, I know. So
Well,
anyway, it's their
other
deal.
than
I
to make a joke or two, it's not that serious.
It's their deal. I shouldn't care about it that much, but I'm hopelessly OCD, and I want to see those guys succeed if they're going to put a good faith effort together to do
Well,
the morning show.
Blacks have to basically do some things for themselves.
Here's the thing: Stanley versus the world is brilliant. It's what the show
But that
is.
was Porsche's. That was Porsche's.
I know it doesn't.
That was smart, though.
It does. Well, it matters a little bit where it came from, but it really doesn't. You could have seen it on the ground. It doesn't. The name is brilliant, and they need something that brilliant.
the one thing about Stanley that I respect the most is that he gives everybody shit. There's nobody that really gets a pass. I'm serious. Every person that comes up, if he doesn't agree, he won't play any games. He'll go, motherfucker.
Everybody gets
Like,
crap.
unless it's a woman. Yeah, everybody. If you
that
disagree.
doesn't always fly. I piss somebody off in tease chat overnight.
Yeah, but you at least speak you don't parse words. You just go right at them. And sometimes I'm like, he needs to take a nap. He's being a prick. But you definitely don't hold back, and
there's no bias.
Indiscriminate shitting on people is what he does. So,
well, look, you know what?
Everybody.
No, it's very
You notice
discriminate.
that I don't do these 12-hour shows that often anymore.
Yeah.
You know, I try and
You
limit
get your
it
sleep.
to 8 hours.
You get your sleep. 3 a.m. now, right? I think that's your start time.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah, and he usually does it respectfully.
Let's see what she has to say.
I don't care what she has to say.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter
Who
what
is
you
it?
got to say.
Who is it?
Some woman in an office
I don't know if you've seen them anywhere, but I cannot find
doing her
my
Sharon
mask
Stone
anywhere.
imitation.
And then I come back in
Oh, yeah.
and they're gone.
Cheap shoes, Clarice.
And I don't know why. So have you seen them? I'm being so silly. I don't know if you've seen them anywhere, but I cannot find my glasses. And then I come back in here.
Why do women do these videos?
Yeah.
Oh, because they get huge numbers, and
Do
some
they
people
really?
will subscribe. Have you seen my glasses? And she's got them hanging right there in front. Please, if I looked like her, I'd have a mansion.
God.
I'd have
She's got
3
21,000
mansions.
likes, bro.
You know,
Yeah, I'd have a mansion. I'd have a mansion in every state if I looked like her.
What's she talking about?
Doesn't matter.
Well, she's trying to pretend like she doesn't know she's shooting a video where her legs and short skirt real stars.
Right.
No. The up top is the star, because that's the joke. Is that obviously they're not. They know where the glasses are. That's where they're looking. They're hanging right there.
Oh, I can't read anything. I can't even see it. Right?
She's got her glasses hanging from the front of her chest, which is prodigious and unavoidable to look at, and so that's the big joke.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Oh, where'd London go? Oh, I certainly
tired
do
of it.
want.
She got tired.
No,
of
I
it.
was about to make a joke about a British accent, but too late now.
That
This
British
lady-
accent is awesome. Can you know, to them over there, it's probably nothing, but there's just something about a British accent that is wonderful.
Yeah, it
And this
brings
is true.
back my childhood Mary Poppins lust.
You're a really good guy. Your really good guy Stank D is now continuing in his he's got this homosexual panic. Every quote is about another guy being gay.
Trying to get your attention.
I know he's in need of attention, but he's a loser. I'm sorry.
Now, just so you know, I actually do kind of dig the young Julie Andrews. I thought she was awesome. To a totally silent panel. You're stunned.
Well, no, she was. She was great in Victor Victoria, which Stank D that's his favorite movie.
Especially the Victor part.
Stank D, you have a face for nothing. Nothing. You're good at nothing.
So they won't be home till around 4:30 Eastern, I guess. I'll mark that. All right, well, folks, I don't really have anything else. I do have some Pop the Balloons, which I'm reluctant to start. Lou, what's been going on with you? I haven't talked to you in a few days.
Been keeping up on the sports, Lou?
Yeah, let's talk
We've been
about
keeping
the
conversation.
The West or the East.
We can talk about the NBA All-Star game. They don't play defense anymore.
They don't play defense.
I've watched an NBA All-Star game in years.
That's horrendous. You don't want to
They scored almost one of the teams almost scored 200 points last year.
It's
One
terrible.
of the teams.
They need to get rid of that. Get rid of the dumb dunk contest, and the 3-point contest is just it's terrible. It's all bad. And by the way, I don't think there's I think the baseball one means something because I mean, you get to host,
Yeah.
right? But the NFL one, no one wants to get injured. Well, now they don't even have. Nobody really even plays in the NFL one means nothing, and even the people going to the Super Bowl don't play in it.
Well,
the baseball one actually means something.
NFL and hockey have done something I think is smart, which is the skills competition. That is something people like to watch. Players aren't going to get hurt,
Yeah.
And I think they're going to flag football, aren't they, in the NFL or something? I mean, they're not.
Yeah, they're playing that. That's right.
And flag football is becoming a huge thing. High schools are playing it with unified teams and everything else.
Hey, Tom, my niece got a partial scholarship playing girls.
Yeah, my daughter did.
Yeah.
You know who sponsors that, Stanley? The NFL does.
Yep.
The NFL, yeah.
They gave the league. So, my daughter when she went to school, she played flag football, and according to the coach, the NFL donated $30 million. They do spend $30 million a year on women's flag football at the collegiate level.
And they do unified teams in flag football, men and women together.
I don't know about that. No, I think the NFL does it for cover. Because 20, I think 30%, 20 to 30% of the fans are women, so they got to look good, right? Like, oh yeah, we love women.
So, the flag football championship men's is a big deal. In fact, a lot of former NFL players play in it.
Yeah, I know Michael Vick was coaching or something, a flag football team in the Atlanta area. I don't know what became of it. I haven't kept up.
It makes sense. If they're going to be the big football league, they should own all of the football.
I guess.
And flag football.
You don't want a situation like WNBA where they got to supplement the league every year. Like that's never returned a profit.
That's starting to change.
I don't know.
The WNBA with the introduction of Caitlin Clark is starting to make numbers. Good.
I mean, are they making money though?
Well, I think the Fever did. When Caitlin was in town, they sold out the arenas and.
I thought she was going to Europe or something to play. Wasn't she? Is she still playing?
Yeah, she's still playing.
What?
I
thought she retired or something.
Caitlin Clark. It was a
I thought
rookie
she
year
got
last.
out of
It was her rookie year last year. No, she ain't
I
retired.
thought she defected or something.
You know what?
I thought it was-
That guy talked to Maurice about sports because he sensed you didn't know shit about sports.
I don't follow the fucking WNBA, Stanley. Who does? Okay, I certainly don't.
Look, man, I'm with you. I never watched it, but I watched some Caitlin Clark games. I did.
She's just pumping threes like Steph Curry? I mean,
she does a lot more. She broke the assist record. That girl can pitch a dime now. She's an incredibly good player. She doesn't just take threes. She goes to the rack, man. And that has also upped everybody else's game. The teams now have charter flights and a lot of stuff they never had before she joined the league. Attendance was up. Let me see if I can find some info.
I mean, look, I don't. I know it was a big deal and shit, but I just don't.
It's going to be white girl man.
Is white
It's
girl
like
magic,
women's
yeah.
soccer. It's like women's soccer, right? I mean, if any NBA player,
The women's soccer does not have a transitional player like that. And by the way, women's soccer does amazingly well when it's the U.S. national team. It's just the league that's not so hot. But get this, WNBA playoff ratings after Caitlin Clark's arrival are up 142%.
okay, well, look, she's a big deal, right? But what I'm saying is I just get their attitude sucks. They want more. They're bitching about money. They want like equal pay to the men. I'm like, you guys don't sell tickets. You don't sell TV.
That was
So
before.
shut the fuck up.
That was before Caitlin. The Indiana Fever's attendance increased from 4,000 fans to over 17,000 per game.
Well, and here's the other thing. I think just the attitude that the WNBA was. They said that Brittany Griner has to play in Russia because she doesn't make money here. And I'm like, okay, well, blame the women. Don't blame men for that shit. Blame women. They're not going to the games either.
Well, that was the whole Bill Burr argument.
Yeah, man, you love it. Look, you know it. They're not going. They don't go to the fucking games. Blame the stupid women for that shit. Don't blame the men.
Yeah, the women. The Bill Burr's argument is like, why am I responsible for your sport? And then in the middle of his concert, he goes, "Ma'am, name your top 5 WNBA players of all time." It's
All quiet.
like,
Nothing.
Yeah,
Zero.
like, name the WNBA team in your town. It's like you should be packing those places.
No.
Yeah,
because they're bitching about the men don't. So, but what about the women? Yeah, the women are at the NBA games and not the WNBA games. That sounds like it's your issue.
Well, it's
He's
also
right.
It's also a product issue, and that's starting to change. When the product becomes better, women will watch it. I would much rather watch women's tennis than men's tennis. Women's tennis is more entertaining. Men's tennis is serve it at 150 miles an hour, and if the guy can return it,
that's true.
It's points over in 3 seconds. Women have rallies. They attack the net. They do all sorts of things. So it's a product issue. It really
and by the way, women's lacrosse is entertaining. I mean, like men's lacrosse, it's the same shit. Women's lacrosse is more nuanced.
I have never seen a men's beach volleyball game. I have watched many women's beach volleyball games.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not just shitting on women, but I think that they're complaining about this stuff, like the WNBA players. I'm like, guys, it's all about how much revenue it's a business, It's a business. That's all. So I don't know.
Lawrence asked if I've ever mud wrestled. Wrestling is a sport that is not meant for tall guys that aren't, super huge, like NFL tackle type guys. When I was in junior high school, we had wrestling as part of our gym class, and the wrestling, the teacher said that I was the worst wrestler he'd ever seen, but I would make a great lighting engineer because I spent the entire match on my back looking up at the ceiling.
Hey, Ryan, thank you. Bottles, huh?
I think Corellin is was tall, though.
Uncle Fatty is completely incorrect. Ladies soccer's badass, way more, much better ball handling skills. Yeah, it's easy to dribble when there's no pressure. By the way, the greatest women's soccer team in the world, the U.S. women's national team, was beaten 5-2 by an under-16 boys team. Yeah. It's just not even close. Yes.
Yeah,
U.S. women's national team entered a 7-on-7 tournament with a bunch of old men playing in this challenge they had down in Florida. And they were outscored in 3 games like 32-1. There is absolutely... Mia Hamm herself was asked in a press conference if she was going to consider playing in Major League Soccer. And she very diplomatically, I love Mia Hamm, she said, I'm very glad that people think that enough of me to ask this question. I would not last 30 seconds in a men's game.
That's true.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, ball
it's night and day. It's night and day.
Speaking of women athletes, this is Pop the Balloon or Find Love Fitness Edition.
Oh boy.
So
did you?
I don't know.
What did you say, Frank? What? You were asking something, Stanley?
Oh no, I said thank you. Bottles, huh?
Oh yeah. Get some bottles, buddy. Get some bottles.
You know, I haven't had bottled beer in years. I usually
it's got a better taste. Better taste.
I like the cans because I can crush them on my head.
Well, there you go. The bottles taste better. The cans
you're right. You're right. Anything in a bottle tastes better, really.
Yeah, way better. Damn cans.
So I don't know that we'll watch a little bit of this. So this is the dude who does the Playhouse, the Big Brother old people. His Pop the Balloons, in my opinion, are the most creative. He's got the seniors, he's had Christians, he's had conservatives, and now he's got women who are into fitness. So
oh boy.
I don't know so much about this particular woman. I don't like the cut of her outfit here, but
hey, now I'm judging her against the average, and she's
definitely. Jasmine with a Z.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm 28 years old.
I'm liking her better.
Looking for a real one.
Hi, my name is Deera. I'm 21 and I'm looking for a real one.
Are looking at me.
And she
Baby,
looks smiling.
Hey now.
You like what you see.
I'm Ashley. I'm 27 and I'm looking for a real one.
Picking the other. I want to be your man.
Hi, my name is Kathy Elizabeth. I'm 26 years old and I'm looking for a real one.
Pop the balloon. Don't pop, pop, pop. Pop the balloon. Don't pop, pop, pop.
Atlanta, Stanley, 60-plus seniors. Come on, Daddy-O. Come on. You got nothing. April 7th, 8th, and 9th. Come on.
Welcome back to yet another episode of A Real One.
Nothing to lose but my pride.
Stanley, how much would it take? How much would we have to get together for you to do that?
This time that we get to share together.
$1 million.
I have some baddies next to me, some gym babes.
Hey, girl on the far right. How you doing there, honey?
Their fitness and doing what their bodies deserve. Keeping it in shape. Ladies, how you doing today? Wonderful. I'm so happy to have you here because it is about to be a time where you get to have your heart open and you get to see if you can connect with another gym bae, right? A gym real one. And we're going to see what happens there. Now, this is how it works. You do have hearts in your hand. That heart represents that you're open for love. You're open for a real one. Now, you're going to have single brothers come on in one by one. If you like what you see, you hold on to your heart. If you like what you hear, you hold on to your heart. Because at the end of that segment, if you held on to it long enough,
look at that little
that means
girl
that's
at
your
the far right.
We might even
No, she's my favorite.
Yeah, we'll even pay for the little one-day membership. It should be free with some. Sponsor us 24-Hour Fitness, LA Fitness, Planet Fitness, all of them. Anyway, if you don't
that's
like
funny, Tyrone.
If you don't like what you hear, you do have heartbreaking devices. I want you to break your heart. If you don't like what you see here or any other sense that you may sense from that individual, I think you got it, ladies. Are you ready? Wonderful. All right. Well, if that's the case, let's bring out our first fit real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our first real one. Well, my first real one. Come on in. Well, hello there, real one.
Hi.
How's it going today?
Great.
Very good. Step over for me just a little more. Come on in. I'm ready for you to share your name, your age, and what you do.
Hi, I'm Rico. I'm 24 right now. I'm a graduate student.
Very good. Okay. Graduate
What's going
student.
on
We
with
love to see it. Tell us this. What makes you a real
frame
one?
rate problem?
Jobless Joe Jackson.
Like you're a real guy. You're honest. You're true. What makes you a great person?
Oh, I see. I'm dedicated. I'm very devoted to things that I do. I love fitness, and I am very passionate and also optimistic people in my life.
I love it. Okay. Share with us this. What are you looking for in a real one?
I'm looking for a girl that is nice physique.
I think we got some of those for you. Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
Is that all you're looking for? Is that all you're looking for? Or are you looking for something else?
Bro, don't lie.
I guess probably that's it.
Also, you don't care about personality. You just want nice physique.
Personality definitely matters. I want someone that is also be very passionate.
Okay. You want that romantic?
Yeah, romantic.
Okay. All right. One more question before we find out why some hearts were broken. As you see in relationships, there are heartbreakers, deal breakers, red flags. What are some things you don't want in a partner?
In partner, that would be
a bad thing.
I think will be
steroid abuse
or complaints.
Okay.
Yes.
You don't want to no argue, don't complain, just take it as it is. All right, interesting. All right, you do have some hearts, but some hearts are broken. So walk down with me. We're just going to take a few steps ahead. We're going to stop with this lovely lady.
Bodies?
Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Not really.
Old enough, and I just don't see any tattoos, and I need tattoos in my life. So, yeah.
You want to tat it.
So what is the
absolutely. I'm sorry, I just can't help it.
Okay. Besides the lack of tattoos, could he be your type?
A little bit.
Not really. I don't think I already have an accent, and you have an accent. It's gonna be so hard to communicate.
Language barrier.
You know, the one thing I noticed about these women is
now,
I don't
is she
see a lot
someone
of
that is your type?
tattoos.
Yeah, I love
Keep your-
tattoos.
Well, that's
even,
good.
even though I do not have one, but I love tattoos.
Would you be willing to get a tattoo for her?
Probably not. Sorry.
Okay.
I ain't getting no fucking tattoos.
Maybe.
Okay, could have been, but it didn't work
No,
out. Let's
that
take a step
girl in
forward
the
to this
red,
lovely lady.
in the
Name,
red
age, and why you broke your heart.
yoga
Hey,
pants
I'm
there.
Kathy Elizabeth.
Oh,
I am
that's a fitness
26
body.
years
Look at that
old.
butt.
27 actually. My birthday just passed. So what?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, Pisces. Thank you so much. For me, it's just gonna
Am
have
I
to be
the only
age.
one that there's
I
like a
dated younger than me, and
staggered
it didn't
video
work out,
thing
and
going
I feel
on?
like that's just because
It looks okay to me. Let me
Okay.
look at my phone. You're saying there's a frame? Oh, well, I'm not sure. Yeah, I see it on my phone too. I think. Let me shut it down and come back up.
I'm gonna have to close some windows or something. I don't know.
Well, let me close some windows. I don't have many tabs up, but it might be me.
I'm just wanting to get the girl on the far right in a complete unbroken motion.
Let me know if this improves.
our mentality is just not right there.
'Cause it
But
looks
everything you said
Well, let's
was
go.
amazing. I just feel like the age is just something that I just need to like get down.
Okay, I see.
So, is she someone that's your type?
I haven't. I don't know because I need to really.
Yeah, I see it on my phone
contact
too.
for a
Hold
little
on, let
while
me do
to-
this. I might have to come out and come back in.
Ryan's showing off that golf form.
Oops. Hold on one sec here.
It's got the
reshare it.
The straight arm there and the front arm. That's classic technique.
All right. Well, let's try.
Cup to wrist. Cup to wrist.
Yeah.
Is that all you're looking for? Or are you looking for something else?
There we go. Now we're talking.
Probably that's it.
Also, you don't care about
So that
personality. You
did
just
it?
want nice physique.
That's better.
Personality definitely matters. I want someone that is also be very passionate.
Okay. You want that romantic?
Yeah, romantic.
Okay. All right. One more question before we find out why some hearts were broken. As you see in relationships, there are heartbreakers,
Come
deal
on.
breakers, red flags. What are some things you don't want in a partner?
In partner, that would be
A bad thing.
I
Auto to
think will
720.
be arguments.
Let's
or
go.
complaints.
Yeah, that would work.
Yes.
You don't want to no argue, don't complain, just take it as it is. All right, interesting. All right, you do have some hearts, but some hearts are broken. So walk down with me. We're just going to take a few steps ahead, and we're going to stop with this lovely lady. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Paola, old enough, and I just
go
don't
to
see
480
any tattoos, and I need
see what
tattoos
happens.
in
Yeah, I
my
just
life,
did that.
so,
You
yeah,
want a tatted Jimbe.
yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I just can't help it.
Okay. Besides the lack of tattoos, could he be your type?
Not really.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is a little
think I
bit
already
of
have an
covering
accent, and you
old
have an
ground.
accent. It's gonna be so hard to communicate.
The language barrier.
Is the accent?
Understood. Now, is she
Yeah.
someone that is your type?
What?
I love
Keep your-
tattoos,
you-
even though I do not have one, but I love tattoos.
Would you be willing to get a tattoo for her?
Probably not. Sorry.
Okay.
What's
Maybe.
her tattoo?
Oh, okay. Could have been, but it didn't work out. Let's take a step forward to this lovely lady. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Hi, I'm Kathy Elizabeth. I am 26 years old, or 27 actually. My birthday just passed. So what am I?
Happy birthday.
Yeah, Pisces. Thank you so much. For me, it's just gonna have to be the age. I've dated younger than me, and it didn't work out. And I feel like that's just because our mentality is just not right there. But everything you said was amazing. I just feel like the age is just something that I just need to like get down.
Okay, so I see.
Is she someone that's your type?
I haven't. I don't know because I need to really contact for a little while to get to know more about the personality.
What about the aesthetic? You said physique.
Yes, I love that physique.
Okay, love that physique. All right, we're gonna pass this wonderful lady who still has a heart. And we're gonna find out why this heart was broken. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
I'm Jasmine. I am 28, so I will say you are too young for me. And I am looking for a man that is already fully in their career and not still in school, but you do seem like a sweetheart.
Thank you.
If he was in his career and all that good stuff, could he be your type?
Physically, I will say no. I do like my men a little darker skinned and taller.
Makes sense. No, okay. And what about is she someone that's your type?
I was probably no, because of the age. I think there will be a little gap between the communication or the daily life, I guess.
Understood. Yeah. All right, that works. Let's move forward to this lovely lady that broke her heart. Name, age, why you broke your heart.
Hi, my name is Deera. I'm 21, and I broke my heart just because, honestly, it was just I didn't really like your answers. I'm looking for someone that's a little bit more confident, I guess, and it seemed like he had to help you with the answers instead of you coming up with the answers on your own. So, yeah.
Could he be your type besides what you found?
No, and you're also shorter than me, so
Sudanese. I think he's been on before.
I would say I would like to have someone similar with my age.
Okay.
Yes, instead of like 2 or 3 years younger.
Okay, so you want to right on the dot, your age.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Well, let's walk it on back because we
Good
do
luck
have
with
some
that,
hearts
son.
that are still beating for you, Rico. So you're doing something right, which is a great thing. So we're going to go a little deeper then, as these ladies, I'm sure they want to get to know a little bit more about you. Let's go for this question. It's always an essential on a real one. I think I know the answer, but do you have children?
No, I do not have one.
Okay. Do you want to have children?
I guess probably not.
Oh, you don't want to have children?
What an idiot.
Oh,
Tell us
dude,
why not.
lie.
Wrong answer,
Because
dummy.
I didn't see any advantage
That's
of
the dumbest
having
answer you can
children.
give.
I know
What the hell's the
that
matter with this guy?
brings happy,
Lie,
but I
you
guess
idiot.
the disadvantage part is more
You
than.
should have said eventually.
Damn.
So it's more cons to having a child
Just
for you
fucking
than
lie.
pros.
How stupid are these people?
Understood. Okay, well, they did get both
Come
hearts
on,
broken, so
dude.
these are some future mamas
Think.
here. Maybe, but let's figure out if that's why they broke. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Hi, I'm Evie. I'm 23, and I actually popped my heart because I just feel like you're very soft-spoken,
He
and
has
I'm
to
very
have
soft-spoken, and
You're
I kind of
drained.
need somebody that's a little bit contrasting that, since I need just a little bit more assertiveness, and it didn't really have anything to do with the kid answer that much, because I'm still deciding on that, but yeah, I think you're a very kind person, though.
So he could be your type.
It's very possible. I
feminine.
don't have as much a physical type as I do the values and compatibility, and I think you're pretty there on those aspects.
Is she someone that's your type?
Yes, I would like to say I'm very interested in the soft people, but I do get it. That sometimes two people needs to be a different personality to get along with.
Understood. Okay. All right. Let's go down to this other broken heart. Let's talk to this real one. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
I'm Ashley. I'm 27, and I broke my heart because I do want a family and I want kids. I want at least 3. So, yeah, that just had to do it for me.
Now, you were holding on to it. So is he someone that's your type?
Where's she
He's
gonna
like
put
too
those
young
kids?
for me, so probably I just wanted to give him a chance. Just because, yeah, I just wanted to give him a chance. I really liked his necklace. He seems religious, and I like that. So
That was going to be one of the questions. Are you religious?
I'm Christian.
Amen. Right, that's a beautiful thing. Okay, is she someone that's your type?
Yes, but I guess probably we will have some argument with the kids problem.
Okay, all right. Understood. Well, let's walk it on back because it appears that all of our hearts were broken. But ladies, there's one thing we got to do. Can we clap it up for this real one?
Those
Because this is still
arguments
a
would be
real one.
over your
We thank you so much for coming
masculinity.
out. I'm going to take that mic. You
Yeah.
can head out straight. Clap
Yeah.
it up one more
Okay.
time for him, ladies. He is a real one, and we thank him so much for coming out. Well, if that's the case, let's get ready for our next real one. Let's get ready. We're ready for our next real one. Well, my next real one, come on in. Hello there. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good
Wonderful.
afternoon, ladies. That's
Too short.
crazy.
But
Dream
it's
ball.
okay.
He's still
Okay,
tall enough
how's
for
everybody doing
Evie.
today?
Very good.
Cool.
We're so happy to have you here, kind sir. Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, your age, and what you do?
Oh, my name is Gabe. I'm 27. I work a lot of times behind the scenes. I help people cast for things here and there. I have a BA in music composition. And
boy.
yeah, I'm just here living life. Love
bye.
spreading love, love spreading joy.
Oh boy.
Good vibes.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, that's a beautiful thing, Gabriel. Now, share with these lovely ladies what makes you a real one.
That's crazy. Real one. Well, what makes me a real one? I'm loyal.
Okay, tell the truth. He looks like a Muppet, like a real life Sesame Street Muppet.
Yeah. He's so nebulous. I do things with stuff, and that's crazy. Not everything's crazy.
I'm still trying to figure out if I like her or not.
Who?
Oh, the girl on the end here.
Oh,
I just worry that over the years I'll have to pay for back surgery.
That's
I love
well
cooking.
worth
I
it,
love
Stanley.
building things. I love learning. I love adapting. I'm just a person that just loves growing. So like
You
anything
love
involves
growing?
hiking,
So
going
what
out,
stops you?
experiencing new things in life.
Out of
That's what
here
I'm
with
about.
that bullshit.
Beautiful. Now, what are you looking for in a real one?
Started
What I'm looking
smoking
for
when
in
he
a
was
real one.
11, apparently.
Someone who is aware of their traumas, aware of things that they're
Aware
working
of
on,
their traumas?
who
Oh, my Lord.
has some
This
sense
guy's full
of
of bullshit.
direction of what they're trying to aim
Gosh.
for in life. Because sometimes, like, you could find somebody that doesn't know what they want, and that's okay. But I have like certain goals that I'm aspiring towards. So anybody that like is for that, that's what I'm about.
Beautiful. Okay, just a few more questions. As you saw in relationships, there
that's
are
a very general
heartbreakers,
answer.
deal breakers. We call them red
Super
flags. What are
general.
some things you're not going to tolerate?
Oh, I just don't do like tarot cards. That's about it. I mean, just don't shoot me.
Simple requests.
Don't shoot me. Don't just don't be that crazy.
Hands up, don't
Everyone's
shoot.
crazy. Everyone got their own form of crazy.
Little toxic. Oh, she's a lot of toxic.
Yeah, he's super
Nah,
not
she's entitled
funny.
to pop it like it's hot. You feel me?
All right. All right. We got a few broken hearts, so let's talk to some of these real ones. Step forward with me just a little as we
Awkward.
know this wonderful real one. Name, age, and why you. Oh, not that far.
Oh,
We're talking to this one right here.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, cool.
Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Hi, my name is Paula. I'm old enough and I'm also Latina, so that's cool. I loved everything that you said, honestly. You're like a great person. You're funny and you're kind, but you remind me so much of my cousin.
That's great.
Great to easy out right there.
Like very well as friends, but oh my god, you remind me so much of my cousin Ricardo.
not
Had. So
crazy.
yeah, no.
Oh, you know what? My dad's name is Ricardo. That's crazy.
It's a good name.
Crazy.
Now, if he
What are
didn't
the
as
chances?
much as your cousin,
Yeah.
he could be your type.
The fifth most
No,
common
not
name in the
really.
world.
I just have a specific type.
She's
and-
looking for like a 6'4" cuz.
Is that your type? Tell me, what is your type?
I mean, height is important, yes, because I'm a little. I have a lot of muscles. I need someone.
I
that can,
feel like you're looking
lift
like
me easily.
little muscle man, 325 bench.
Yeah.
That's what
Fitness edition. Yeah. Now, is she someone that's your type?
honestly, I don't know you. I'm more about like I get into a person the more I get to know them. So it's difficult for me to get into somebody that they just met. So I don't know you.
What about the aesthetic?
Aesthetic? She looked like she takes care of herself, which is cool. That means you take pride in in taking care of your health. But other than that, I don't know you. Like, it's so crazy. People.
Well, then
gotta,
why
like,
are you
be
on the
like, "Oh,
frickin'
I gotta be
show?"
attracted to you because
Yeah,
I
just
just saw
go.
you."
What a loser and
That isn't
failure.
necessarily with me. It's just I'm more
Fuck
like a
outta
very
here,
intuitive
bitch.
person. I follow like my heart.
Got no game.
Well, let's follow the next broken heart and
There's
find
no
out why
charm.
that happened.
There's
Name
no-
and why you broke your heart.
What's up, Katie?
Hi.
Oh,
Very bland answers.
what's up?
Hi, so I'm Kathy Elizabeth. I'm 27 years old, and I broke his heart because we're friends. We
We're
know each
actually
other.
friends,
Like,
yeah.
we're actually like really good friends. We've never talked about like going out or anything
Not
like
at all.
that. So, like, you know, I regret it. I regret popping my balloon because he's such a sweet guy. I love him. He's amazing.
Hey.
He's intelligent. He's awesome. And I'm kind
No.
of like, give me back my balloon.
He's not amazing.
Tight.
He's amazing. No one.
He's so sweet. I'm going to offer him to you. You know, if he was that great, you'd have taken him.
Any of you girls want my leftovers? That's fine.
Exactly.
And she popped her balloon. She's like, "Give me my balloon back." No, I don't want to cheat. No, it's fine. I don't need it back.
He's been
Okay.
on
I was just
my
kidding.
shelf for years.
Yeah.
I was just kidding.
He's been on my shelf.
I wasn't serious. Just keep the balloon. We're good.
Oh, he's mayor of the friend
No.
zone.
Tyrone, I don't care if that Latina gets fat. You know, she is gorgeous. She is quite a specimen.
If
Oh, yeah.
you do want the balloon back, now we do have to say a real one is about romantic relationships, establishing not friendships, but friendships are a great way to start into, finding your real one. So I will ask, do you want your balloon back?
Yeah, give me my balloon back.
Oh, let's get a balloon back. Okay. And do you want her to have her balloon back?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
yeah.
They will never be
more he was
friends
talking,
after
I was
this
like-
one.
I was like,
Take
wait,
your
he
pity
is all
balloon.
about, like, me. Like, I love talking about
Your
healing
balloon
and,
of
like,
shame.
What color
awesome.
is
And
the
I'm so
pity
glad he's
balloon?
here. Like, we've actually never talked about it, so I would be like, I don't know, seeing him, it's like, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
We can see what happens. So then we'll move forward because maybe they'll want their hearts back too, and we'll all. Oh, maybe not. Okay, let's walk forward. Let's walk forward.
Yeah, fuck
So,
that.
that name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Jasmine,
kidding.
I am 28 years old.
What's poppin'?
I absolutely
What's
love your
poppin'?
personality and your mindset. So everything that you were saying is beautiful.
You're
and
gonna
aligns
high
perfectly
five
with
the
what I
girl
would
who
like.
popped your balloon?
But I'm a
The fuck?
tall, curvy girl.
What a homo.
I respect it. I
Yeah.
respect it.
Curvy.
You want to
Is
like.
that what
I
you
want a
call it?
taller man. Yes,
Curvy.
you have a very handsome face. I will
Oh,
give you that.
appreciate
Your
I
face
guess
is
the
very
circle's
handsome,
a
and I do love your
curve.
personality.
How about
Would you be-
concave?
Absolutely.
Is it
Skincare.
concave or
That's
convex?
small.
Very
It's one of
important.
those.
Very important.
If he was a little taller, could he be your type?
Yes, absolutely.
Is she someone that's
Oh.
your type?
I don't know you. That's the
Is
crazy.
Oh,
that-
God.
know,
Stop
when
with
that
the
question
I
is
don't
asked, we're
know
talking
you
the aesthetic,
stuff.
Okay.
right? You're talking based on what you
Okay.
have seen, and
I love your fashion sense. I love how color coordinated you are. I get a
Oh my
sense
god,
that
who the fuck
you-
cares about that shit, dude? Come
you have
on.
some high-end experiences. You want to experience the finer.
You're a real
excellent
snappy
life.
dresser.
Yes.
What's the matter with these people?
Stanley did 5 hours of news, dummy.
You know, above the trees, this is the first pop the balloon in probably a week, and you come over at just the right time. You know, all I can do is shake my head.
When does Above the Trees show air? When does this show air? Just out of
What
curiosity.
show?
Abo-
It aired. I probably had it 2 or 3 days. I think it was maybe Friday or Saturday it dropped.
No, I mean Above the Trees. When does his show air?
Oh, it's a her.
A her? Okay.
No,
'Cause-
I
'cause-
guess she hasn't been here in a while, so you know, I literally have like 15 line items that I planned for the show. Did the 15. Was thinking about just shutting it down, but you know what? I'm kind of awake. So I figured I'll just do this pop the balloon, even because I am actually going to shut down in about 15 minutes or so. But damn.
Well, this
And
is a good.
I know I'm obsessing, but I'm literally like, I have made a conscious effort not to show pop the balloon, and the one time I do, cut me off at my knees above the trees shows up.
I haven't been here for a while, so all the more reason to come in and immediately make, after 5 solid hours of nothing but news.
But you also have to know above the trees, she's coming in hot. It doesn't surprise me. She likes to bust my balls. But it's all in good fun.
Just a good-natured ribbing.
Okay. You're not wrong.
Yeah, above the trees coming in with a buzz saw. Love it.
You're not wrong. I don't shop at Erewhon.
Okay.
I'm not an Erewhon girly. I go to Ralph's.
Sponsor us.
Ralph's.
Okay.
I go to Sprouts.
She get down.
I go to
She get down.
Whole Foods maybe sometimes.
Sprouts
But
is
no,
good.
I like some material things, like quality things, but I don't revolve my life around that.
Okay.
At all.
I feel it.
No.
So she could be your type, but he could be your type. So could have been, but let's move forward to another could have been, perhaps. We'll go name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Okay, my name is Sierra. I'm 21, and I broke
Yeah,
my
she's
heart
been
because
on before. She was
I'm
on the
crazy.
Christmas show.
I respect it though.
I think you would be really irritated with some of the things that I do.
What makes you crazy?
I'm just hot tempered and I can fly off the handle real quick. Especially if like we go out in the town and someone says something
I
slick
cooked
to
my
me,
ex's rabbit.
I feel like you would be like,
I'll slap her
come on,
skinny ass
like,
to the ground.
you know?
Here's the thing. I don't argue. I conversate. So I try to figure out and pinpoint as to like why like these things trigger you, and then like
The art of
I'm all about,
conversating.
like, how can we reassess this and work better next time?
Does that work for you?
No.
Yeah,
I
no, but
swear
she's crazy.
he's
though. Like,
Ernie's big brother.
She let me know. Like, at least she's honest about it. Some people aren't honest about the crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
This guy
No,
is
and I would
just
just hate to put you in a
preening the
position
whole
where I
time,
definitely
looking
feel like
into
you
the
would be like,
camera, fake ostentatious hand
But I absolutely
gestures.
love your personality.
I
You're very
don't know
handsome, so I
you.
appreciate
Come
that.
on, you're not
So
that
if he
deep.
could handle a little more toxic, he could be
Fake
your
it till
type.
you make it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Is she someone that's your type?
No.
Okay, tell us
It
why.
is-
Because of
it's
the-
You know
it's just
what?
the crazy, just the
Okay.
crazy.
He's like, hell
It's just
no.
the crazy. I can't handle too much crazy.
All right.
I actually like that little skinny girl. I do not know why. I don't usually like tiny women. Little women.
Kind of came out of crazy. You feel me? So it's just like
hop back in.
Yes, I feel
Okay, walk
you.
it on back. Okay, because we established that. Now you do have
I know
3
what it
hearts
is.
that are still beating for
Appreciate
you,
the
kind sir. So
hearts.
let's reset because we're going to talk about a few
She
more
is
essential
tiny.
things that could determine why hearts get held. We got to go right for the big one: religion or politics. I want to know in your future relationship, do you want a partner that's religious, political, not religious, not political?
I don't really care about politics. I more care about how the person carries themselves throughout their lives. Like, what are certain principles that you live by, and do those align with mine? Because like, if your principles aren't the same as mine, then there's going to be like a conflict in general. You know.
Okay. And what about the religious aspect?
Religious
Unless
aspect, you
you're
gotta
an
believe.
adult.
I feel like everyone gotta at least believe there's something beyond them. You know what I mean? Just no devil.
No devil. Amen to that. Yeah, you can't disagree with that. No devil.
No devil. Again, no tarot.
Okay.
No devil, no
The
tarot.
devil
That's what we
only
don't
sky.
do.
All right.
My auntie used to
So
be a
heaven
witch.
only sky.
Your mom was a witch?
My auntie.
Oh,
my mama.
No.
Yeah, my auntie used to be a witch, so she dabbled in a lot of tarot. So that's a little bit of me projecting.
Okay. Okay.
I acknowledge it's projecting, but still, like,
You got a broken heart, so let's figure out why that happened with this wonderful real one. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Hi, I'm Evie. I'm 23, and it's nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I
She's a
actually
sweetheart.
loved a lot of what you had to say. I think that it's great that you have goals that you're going after, and you seem to be really consciously aware, and that's something that's really important to me. And I like that you make eye contact. However,
I bet you do.
However,
It's never happened
and I
before.
also do have a pack of tarot cards, and I was gonna
Yeah,
kind
I
of
know.
overlook that, but I just
I respect it too. Like, I mean, I
that's
love
not
that
a-
you got your
that's not a-
tarot going. You
that's
feel
a-
me? Get your Yu-Gi-Oh on. You know, Pokemon.
absolutely. Fuck yeah.
He could have been someone. No,
Man, what
you
the
said the
fuck are you
connection,
talking
so he's not really your type.
yeah, I would say not exactly. Just like, I'm sure you read the energy too, and I wasn't feeling that in a romantic sense personally, but I think you seem like a fantastic person, and it sounds like other women here can vouch for you. So I
Appreciate that.
Oh,
Appreciate
fuck
it.
that.
Aesthetically, could she be someone that's your type besides the tarot?
Aesthetically, physically, you're beautiful. But at the same time, like the physical attraction with me just depends on like
Oh, you
overtime.
are
Like
so,
I'm an overtime person. I'm like
you
kind of
are
like a baker
so
when it comes to
unmanly.
love. I let it bake. You feel me? Before I decide to eat it.
Oh,
Okay, very good. Well, let's see if we can.
I
eat
feel
these,
sorry for these
hearts and see
younger
what happens
women.
here. Now they didn't pop yet, but since we're narrowing it down, we have two
just-
hearts left. I want to
just
throw
I
it
wanna
to
be your
you. Do you have an
buddy,
essential question you'd like
Yeah.
to ask? We'll ask both of these ladies to narrow down the love search.
You need
By the
to,
way, like
you need to feel, you need to feel vaguely threatened.
Well, I don't know, but that's
okay.
just.
What are you guys looking to build?
Let's start right here.
Is he gonna grab my ass?
What are you looking to build?
Honestly, I just, well, Gabe, you know me. I'm a goal-oriented person, and you are too. And I
Orientated?
feel like
I hate that word.
Definitely, I
which-
go
'cause
after
it's
our
not a
dreams a
word.
lot. I always see you. You're always hustling.
Conversate.
You're always making sure that you follow your dreams, and you don't care about what nobody says. And that's why I love you, and I
what
love that
nobody
you just have
says?
such a big personality. Like you are
just
not afraid to
fucking
just like
take
be
him now.
yourself. And I love that
Tell
about you.
the
And I
other
think that's
girls,
the same thing about
yo,
me. You know,
he's mine.
I'm not afraid to be myself, and I'm not afraid to show who I am. And also, I just love chasing my dreams.
That was the first time on a reel, and we got "I love you" before even the connection was established. Okay, let's go to this real one though. I don't like rushing things in that regard. Let's step forward a little more. That was her response. Answer to his question.
I'm looking to build a good friendship with somebody
No,
that'll
she's
eventually lead to
mature.
a relationship.
You probably think he was.
I feel like I'm at the age where I'm like ready to like start a family and everything. So I'm like at that point in my life where, yeah, I'm just like done playing games.
Done playing games.
And
Okay.
share your name and age, just in case.
I'm Ashley. I'm 27.
Okay.
Okay.
Great
All
skin.
right.
I like skin.
They're popping
care of
today.
yourself.
The real ones are popping. Now I want to throw it to the ladies. Ladies, do you have an essential that you'd like to ask this real one? Either one of you? I'll ask really quick then. Now
what if he
she said
pops
she's
his
ready to start a
friends
family. Are you ready to start a family?
I'm a baker, so it's gonna take some time for me to
I'm a
start a
baker.
family. I can't have a kid right now. I'm like, I can't have a kid right now.
He wants you to. She's ready for it. You're
I respect
ready.
it though. I
Okay.
appreciate the fact that you're open and honest about the things that you
His
currently
friends-
want.
his
Right now,
friends
I think like
look
for
that
me
great.
to have a family, there's certain things I want to get together for that to happen. You know.
Tell us why you broke it.
I'm just at a point where I do want to have the family already, so I don't want to
Swear
like
to
take
God, I'm
too
just
much
glad he's not my
time
son.
getting to know someone for too. Well, I do want to get to know someone, but I want them to be ready.
He's
Like,
slapping
for
him
that.
about
when
the
do
head
you
and
want to have
ears,
the family?
Like
Head
within
and
like
shoulders.
2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years. Now that's realistic, but you made it the way you communicated. Made it seem
Ready to get busy.
to get busy like now. I'm talking about now.
I mean, it could be now too, but
Oh, she wanted.
Right.
She
We'll see what
wanted.
happens there. Now, could he be someone you held onto your balloon for a significant period? Is he someone that's your type?
I really love his personality. I mean, I usually go for a different type, but I think now more like, yeah, I think his personality I really would be.
Aesthetically, is she someone that's your type?
Aesthetically, yes, you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I like how you carry yourself. You're very polite.
She's
It's beautiful. It's a real
she's
one.
very
Now take a
serious.
step back. We already got an "I love you" here, so I don't want to do too much back and forth. I want to see if you have another question essential I could determine.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Okay.
What's something a girl has done that has given you the ick?
She tried to read my tarot cards.
Okay.
That was about it.
Anything else? Anything different other than tarot cards?
Okay, define ick.
Like something that you just feel
fuck
like
do you mean
is a turn
define
off.
ick?
It's
It
just a
made you
really
look
bad
in-
turn off. Like when you went on a date with someone,
Look in your
and-
mirror.
or she did something, he said something.
One thing happened one time, a long
That's
time ago.
silly.
I don't blame the person. We were extremely drunk. Extremely drunk. I think like
he talking?
I was talking about like my belief in life.
Is he
and
talking
the
to
person
the
kind of
fourth wall?
disrespected it. So that's about
Yes.
it. The only lines I care about when a person crosses is like if you disrespect the things that I believe in and then you diminish that. But that's about it. To be honest, I'm a pretty easygoing person
wall is
because
staring
life is
back
too short to
with a
stress
blank
about
stare.
too many things. And I think like as long as you abide by those principles, that's what I'm about.
And I know you said you were pretty drunk, but I do like to have fun.
I like having fun, so I still drink.
I sometimes can be disrespectful. You know, I don't mean it in like a, you know, I'm just lit. I just be turning up.
Toxic.
And sometimes it'd be like, you know,
She
I'll be
looks
in the
like a-
moment and I have my opinion. And I think like that's another thing with me is like, I love to express my opinion. And I think we could
Yeah, you're just
probably
pretty
bump
tall,
heads.
Calvin.
if like you have a strong
I
opinion
bet you
and I do.
he's
I
not
mean,
that
but I
tall.
don't
These
like,
people are just average height.
I'm all about trying to understand the person, but the person was kind of aware. You know what I mean?
If they're aware of
I
their
wonder if he plays
situation, which is
basketball or
fine, but I think
like
that's
sports.
what I've been caught in a lot of times before, and I feel like that's also just like been the
He's
worst
just
times
tall
because it
enough,
just starts a
nobody's
whole
gonna
argument. It's like I don't mean it.
fuck
It's
with
just
you
I
She
about
just
like to have
keeps
fun, and I do not
babbling
like
and
to be controlled.
babbling.
Yeah, this.
And I
You
think
know
like
what?
a
They
lot of
maybe
times
are a
guys
match
just
for
want to
each
control
other.
Yeah,
women.
I think
So
they should.
Oh God! Oh my Lord!
Oh wow!
Oh, she probably-
All I'd have to say is, two talkers getting together. I think there really can only be one. Somebody's got to listen.
Free Zone Lou had a good question, I thought.
Yeah, I thought so too. Though Lou, let's see, it's always funny to me that the ones who rail against how hard dating is nowadays are the ones that have the oddest or highest standards for no reason at all. Hard hitting market or picky people. Hard dating market or picky people. Well, the both can be true at the same time, I would imagine. And maybe the market is dry for the sort of people you're looking for. I mean, that hard market is kind of a relative, it's kind of relative, right?
It's always been a hard market to find the right person. The right person is like 3% of the population thing. But the picky people thing about this, as far as it concerns these shows, you have to date somebody to know if they're the right person. And these people seem to want an out-of-the-box perfect soulmate.
Yes.
And it's like, some of the reasons they give are just, we've seen countless examples of the person is 7 words into their introduction and a balloon pops. Oh, well, you said that you are free spirit, and I just don't like the word spirit. I was on Spirit Airlines last week, and I just had a bad experience. You got to accept people how they are, and you're never going to find a person that aligns with every single one of the things that you value. It would be like finding a politician that, every single thing they ever did is acceptable or that aligns with what you want to do. It's a date. Are you attracted to them? Do they have a nice personality? Did they say they were an axe murderer? Okay. If they said they weren't an axe murderer, then if you like them, they like you, give it a shot. That's what dating's about. It's not getting the ball at the 1 yard line and an unbroken, nobody touches you, run to the other end zone. That's not what it is.
And Lou, I'm sure I've never really talked to my son that much about this, but this is totally anecdotal and based on my experience, and my experience might be a tad unique. I am not religious at all. I was raised religious, but I could, give or take it. I honestly do believe, though, that there is somebody for there is someone for everyone, and it may take you 38 years like it did me. And I know that I'm a difficult person, so I was never one to force the issue. And frankly, towards my 40s, I was like, well, fuck, you know what? I guess I'm done for. I'll be, whatever. I honestly think it does not matter your age. You will find someone. You just have to be yourself, and you have to not be negative about it. So I don't know that I believe that it is a difficult dating market. I think even in a difficult market, you're going to find, if you're actually looking, you're genuine and you're genuinely yourself, you'll find someone. In all this negativity, black women are this, and, I find all that bullshit. I heard some of yesterday's morning roast, about the dating scene and all that shit. If you're that negative, you're not going to find anyone. And you're talking to someone who is, kind of naturally cynical and sarcastic. There's some things I'm not sarcastic about. So it's not a difficult dating market. It's just full of difficult people.
I would say that I'm not looking for just anybody. So right there,
Right.
you've narrowed the market like crazy.
Exactly.
And believe you me, I know I am not for everybody. So that decreases it even further. So it should be difficult. If it was
Right.
super easy and just didn't matter, and the first person you ran into, let's get married, that's not a solution either. It's a date. Okay, if you talk to them, even on this show, and you seem to be jiving pretty well, and everything, they seem pleasant, they respond to you well, everything, go on a date, for God's sakes. You're not getting married after you leave the room.
Right. And you know what? You could be Lou. You could be meeting your future baby mama.
And by the way, it's a lot of it on this show is physical attraction. Are you attracted to them or not? There's nothing wrong with physical attraction. And are they attracted to you?
True. What's up, Latino? So let's see. It's getting on about 9. I don't know. I think I'm going to pick this up tomorrow.
Oh, let's finish this guy off. Come on. Do you really want to start your day tomorrow with this guy? They're just going to escort him out.
You know what? I'm ready to end my day with this guy. He's got to go.
Yeah, well, they're going to kick him off the show.
Just because I know that I feel like this is just who I am, and he said that when
you know the
they
guy.
were drunk, they got disrespectful, and like for me, I understand that, but I think it still starts like an argument,
This
and then
is confusing to me.
start to look kind of crazy to you, and then you're like, wait, you're a crazy toxic girl. I don't think I want to
they
do this,
knew
and I
each
think
other.
that's like the issue with like me, and I feel like
keeps
sometimes I'm
going.
just
She's
am
like
I
one of those
ready,
chipmunks in the
to, like,
cartoons.
be settled down or something like that.
And I thought I was going to go there, and you were going to go there too, and we decided we're not going to go there. And we just started the day, and I he
I'm the same way. Like I'm a baker too.
Yes.
You know
That
what
is
I'm saying?
one
So it's
proud
like as long
Latina
as we
who is
just take our
standing
time
straight
and like
and tall.
keep getting to know
Yes.
each other. But I feel like once it
The
starts
first two,
off,
the first two girls
want to
are
like let
major
people know that
winners.
I do like to have a good time.
I am going to put you on the spot here. You know her. So is she someone that's
Yeah, I don't
your
get
type?
that.
I would date her.
Okay.
Genuine question. Genuine answer. I would date her.
Understood.
But she
The heart
wouldn't
was
date
broken.
you.
Let's take a step back. Let's take a few steps back, actually, because it appears that all of our hearts were broken. But ladies, can we clap it up for this real one? This is a real one. We thank him so much for coming out. I will take that mic, kind sir, and you can head out that path that way.
Now,
Thank you
do
one
you
more time,
think
ladies.
they'll
Clap it up
remain
for that
friends in
real
the
one
future?
that was so close to getting his real one.
It'll be
Speaking
weird.
of real.
Yeah, I would think so. I would avoid her. I would avoid her at all costs.
Yeah, Latino says you take her on a date, you sit back and let her talk. Yeah, while you poke your eyes out with knitting needles. It's a little of that. Sure, you really do want to listen, but when it's just nonstop and it's just gobbledygook.
You know what? I can tell you right now, there is no way I could just sit back and let her natter on. But I would start making comments.
Oh, yeah, I would too.
Yeah, I
Entertain
think
myself.
there's nothing wrong with talking if you have something to talk about.
Yes.
But just nattering on, just to have something to say. I kind of don't mind sitting for a few minutes in silence.
Yeah, I would be sitting there going, and then what happened? And then what happened? It's just.
I'd be like, you know what? I gotta head to the bathroom. On the way there, I just go ahead and pay the waiter and just don't go back.
Yeah.
Is this Latina Pop the Balloons? I'm not aware that we've ever had one.
It's the fitness edition.
It's a fitness edition. Latino, I think I know what you're talking about. It's like there's this guy who is not charged with anything that the cops want to talk to. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, but I haven't paid that much attention because I've been kind of busy the last day or so. But if it runs across my my news feed, I will have a look at it. But that's more a Portia or HB or John sort of story.
It says
So,
the fitness
I don't know.
edition. Fitness edition. You guys are hilarious. It literally is the fitness edition.
Yeah, it says it right up at the top.
Yeah.
It's the Indian student. I forgot what college she goes to, but she's from Virginia, and I believe that he is from Iowa. I see. Well, that makes me more curious. So anyway, folks, I'm going to wrap this up because I do have a couple things I got to do. I will pick this up. I might even pick it up first thing when I get back because I am curious. And that way, if I get it done at the beginning of the show, I'll end the show with news, and people won't think that all I do is pop the balloon.
Yeah,
right above the trees.
When are you talking about tomorrow morning?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't imagine I'll be back on before then, because honestly, I've been working on. I have 2 ideas for videos, and I'm reading right now to kind of come up with something cogent to say. So I want to work on that because it's been a while since I've released one, and you have to be consistent. So that and the morning roast is coming on. I think I saw at 10 o'clock. So I may tune in on that, just to see what they're.
I thought they were going on at 8 or well. 10
I
o'clock
thought I
your
saw
time.
10
Yeah,
o'clock.
that's right. 10 o'clock your time. I'm sorry. I'm back an hour from you.
But, I'll see what they're talking about, but it's just going to be the same old, anti-racist, misogyny, and then talk about rap.
Well, and you can tell them, just consider changing the morning roast to something, like the Today Show.
Well, the Today Show tends to be fairly positive.
Oh, there's another show called the Today Show? Oh, okay.
How about
The
today,
CBS
today in brown roast?
Yeah, call it the CBS Morning News.
How about call it Daybreak?
Call it Good Morning America.
Good Morning Black America.
Call it Three Nickels.
Virgo,
call it Three Nickels.
Virgo, what did you say about sports and titties? I'm thinking about making that a show title. All men talk about are sports and titties.
Well, Uncle Fatty, yes. Morning Wood, another show that's also a title of like 50 shows.
How dare you cut my my show short? Yeah, that was quite a title. Bitch, I can fly.
When a guy that's been in radio it's like this guy that thinks he's really super intelligent from the Dabbleverse. He called his show The Vibe, and he thought it was super original. And I'm like, I can direct you to 50 shows right now called The Vibe. 50. King
What's
TL,
up,
how you
King
doing?
TL? You're here for a rant, are we?
CKJ3. Now everybody's...
Damn, now everybody's coming in. Well, they're probably coming in. Hey, CKJ. Let's see. King TL, salute. Well, you're here just in time to see me sign off. But, John, they'll be around here presently. But, I've got to go do father-in-law stuff.
You've got your son in town this week. You guys been having a good visit and all that?
Yeah, I actually think my son's actually kind of glad. I think he's had the motherfucker's crazy enough to take linear algebra and calculus 2 in the same quarter. And I'm like, do you really know what you're doing? So, well, he's good in math, but are you that good? So he actually seems relieved to be home. He's been doing a lot of sleeping. They just got through with midterms.
Yeah.
So, it's good to have him here. My father-in-law will be back. He left this morning, so he's going to come back. And we've got a couple. The Porsche Museum? Were you in Atlanta when the Porsche Museum was here? It's like a Porsche museum / racetrack.
No, I don't think so.
It's
I
out.
I never saw it.
It's out. It's out. Is it 85? 85/16. Well, no, it doesn't turn into 16 until Macon. It's right along I-85. There's a Porsche facility that is a museum, and I think you can go out. They'll let like Porsche owners go out and drive a track.
Wow.
So my father-in-law and myself and my son are gonna go to the museum. You know, I'm not that much of a car guy, but my son and his grandpa are. So we'll go over there. And then there's another car museum in Cartersville that we're going to try and do this week as well. So there's activities. And then, you know, of course, there's the fishing. It was a little too cool to go fishing yesterday. Yeah, it is, CK. So, yeah. And, you know, one week every now and again of family time is good, as long as I don't have to do it like all the time. Stanley, there is a good across the highway from Georgia Tech. There is? Well, maybe that's why every time I call my son, there's no answer. Of course, across the highway, you mean the interstate? Surely nobody's going to be walking along, 8 lanes of highway to get to a gentleman's club. But all right, folks, absolutely hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the show if you are new. Subscribe to the channel if you. Oh yeah, I know Cheetah 3. Yeah, that lounge has been there since I was in college. Stank. It's probably the floors are like fly paper. They're so sticky.
Don't drop your wallet. You won't get to pick it back up.
Exactly. Surely they've moved or remodeled or something. And also subscribe to Stanley Cross. Excuse me, Stanley Cross 6000, which is my channel. I will be back around 3 tomorrow morning. Morning Roast is next. They should be up here shortly, probably in 45 minutes, if not, around 45 minutes. So y'all make sure you tune in for that. And Virgo, say something funny. If you can remind me about Virgo, surely you say enough funny things, there will be another show for you. So, all right. Well, folks, see y'all tomorrow morning.
Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should feel like I should. Feel like I should go.